Welcome to the 126th ladies singles final here at Wimbledon. The greatest female tennis champion of all time needs one more Grand Slam to cement that status beyond any doubt and tie Margaret Court's record of 24 majors. All the greats are here today for this one. Standing in Serena's way is the diminutive Romanian Simona Halep, the best athlete in women's tennis. She only has the French Open to her name, but she has the game to harass Williams. Will that happen? We'll wait and see. All Simona's 4 Grand Slam finals have gone to 3 sets, so hopefully those fans will have a barnstorming final to enjoy. And I'm with a man who's played the Wimbledon final on this very court behind me, Mark Philippoussis, and they're just getting ready. They're painting on or repainting on those white lines. Everything perfect and immaculate here on centre court. And as I was walking in, Mark, I was thinking, you know, 2 37-year-olds, Roger and Serena, with 5 children between them, could be Wimbledon champions come Sunday night. It is extraordinary.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But they are. The tennis they're playing, I mean, age is nothing but a number, and their confidence and just the way they're moving and their self-belief, believing that they're still the ones to beat, is just inspiring and awesome to watch.
And the women's final, we've got Serena, who's going for that Margaret Court record against Simona, who seems to have transformed here on the grass.
Yes, Simona came into these 2 weeks with no pressure. No one's looking at her. She's obviously a Grand Slam champion, former #1 in the world. But, you know, on the grass, no one's looking towards her. She goes on, does her thing like she always does, battling, moving incredibly well, so fit, not hardly missing a ball, and made her way to the final. And up against Serena Williams, who's looking to create history today, and to make it 24 Grand Slams, I think, is that with Margaret Court, tying with Margaret Court, which is incredible. To put herself in that position again, especially what happened the last couple of years of getting so close.
So Serena's the one that's playing with all the pressure. In a way, Simona can just go out. She hasn't got too much to lose and hit freely.
Well, I want to say yes and no. At the end of the day, Simona Halep is asking herself, okay, I've got enough, maybe I'm not expected to win this match, but again, she's got herself in the final. How many opportunities is she going to have to walk on for that Saturday final in the future? This could be your only chance. So there's a lot at stake for her. There's a lot of people, you know, it's very easy to forget that runner-up, but that winner is always etched on that trophy and in history. So there is a lot on the line for her as well.
And how does she cope with Serena's power? I mean, you can't read Serena's serve. What does Simona have to do? No,
you can't. What she has to do is focus on what she does best, and that's to be incredibly solid at the back of the court, move her opponent around, and then look when she can to attack any kind of opportunity with a short ball. But she's one of the fittest girls on the tour. We know she can run all day. We know she's physically, as she's strong as mentally as she is physically. And she's, it's going to come down to Serena's racket. You know, is Serena going to make those errors? You know, obviously she's going to be aggressive and play her game. That's what she does. But if she starts making those unforced errors and starts missing, then Simona Halep will be all over her. You know, it's going to be a tough day. But if Serena plays her game and is able to attack and kind of hit the ball where she wants, kind of where it felt like this last week, round of 16, quarters and semis, like all the points were on the racket. I felt like she was seeing the ball so well, and it's the best I've seen her hit the ball for a very long time. If that's happening, it's going to be a tough day for Simona.
And you've played in a Wimbledon final here, just as they're putting those finishing touches to the court. I mean, it is a cathedral, many people call it. There's a sort of hushed tones on here. It has a very unique atmosphere. Talk us about what it's like to play in a Wimbledon final and the walk to the court and what it's like the morning of this Grand Slam final.
Well, it's quite interesting now, me sitting here now, because as a player, your focus is just on doing exactly the same thing as you have been doing in the past couple of weeks, and that's getting to the court, wondering if you're going to play, for instance, let's just say you're playing at 2 p.m. Some people like to play around 12, you know, maybe for around 30 minutes or 40 minutes, get back to the locker room and give themselves an hour before the match. Other people like to give themselves 2 hours before the match because they want to eat something and they have more time to relax. So everybody's different, sorry. So you've got to find whatever works best for you, and you're just focused on getting ready and playing. You know, us sitting here and seeing them getting the center court ready with the lines and painting the lines and just seeing all the effort being put in to get that court perfect for that final. Players don't see any of that, and they're not, you know, interested at that at all. So it's great to see both sides, but for the women right now, they're focused, as you see, on getting ready, getting warmed up, thinking about what they have to do to get themselves prepared in the best shape for this final.
But you said it really dawned on you when you did that walk onto the court.
That walk,
suddenly they put the trophy in front of you.
That's it. You know, my dream when I was 10, 11, 12 years old was well, before that, was to get in the final or to play at Wimbledon #1, and hopefully one day playing on the centre court. And then it's like, okay, that final Sunday on the centre court. So my trip here, you know, getting to the finals, it's like, okay, you know, it's just another match. Let's go do your thing. You know what you have to do. But then you realize as you step foot out of the locker room, and then you kind of making your way, and you're surrounded by these security kind of guards, and they part the way, kind of like the sea, where all the people have come in, the crowds are kind of waiting near the exits or entries of the doorways, and they're waiting for you to walk by, and they're taking pictures, and you just keep your head down like, okay, it's just another match. Keep doing your thing, and then you make the historic walkway down to the steps, and then as soon as you turn and go down the steps, that trophy, they put it right in front of you. So that's the last thing you see before walking out, you know, and then very quickly do you realize that this is no ordinary match, but it's a dream that's become a reality, and it's like, okay, you know, it's game time, and you walk on the court, and just the automatic eruption of the crowd, that energy you feel, the energy on this court is unbelievable. Everybody's already in their seats, like I feel like an hour in advance before the match, and just everybody erupts, and you get the chills, you know, the goosebumps in the back of the neck, and you're like, okay, this is showtime, here we go.
And you're playing in front of the Royal Box, which is unique. The Duchess of Sussex, who's obviously very good friends with Serena, is going to be here supporting her. The Duchess of Cambridge as well. Simona said she wanted to see the Duchess of Cambridge here today. How different is that? I mean,
it's very different, and that's what also makes it so special, is the fact that there is a Royal Box. Things have changed, because years ago when you used to enter on the court, you would have to, they would tell you before you walk on the court, now make sure when you walk on the court and you get to the service line, you turn around and you bow to the Royal Box, and then go to your seats. And then when you finish the match, both you players get to the service box, you bow again, and then you can exit the court. So, you know, I remember at the start of my first time playing, I was so nervous that I almost forgot to turn around and bow, but that rule that they actually changed years ago, and then you just walk without the bowing now, which is kind of, I miss that. I think it's cool, but to have that, but it does make it special.
And Patrick Mouratoglou there, Serena's coach. In these sort of practice sessions ahead of a major final, you don't want to put too much information in your player's head. What will be going on between them right now?
The exact same thing that's been going on for the years that they've been together as a team, what she's been doing for the past 2 weeks, nothing at all changes at all. You know, she's very relaxed when she warms up. You don't want to say too much, as you mentioned. You don't kind of want to overcrowd the mind and start overthinking everything, and because you don't want to think that there's something wrong where it's got to be fixed, right? She's in the finals, she's playing incredible tennis, so there's nothing to fix. This is just about getting the body warm and getting ready to step on the court. This is just getting the cobwebs out in the morning, just get the body going first thing.
Right, well, there is some live action already getting underway over on court 12. It's the final of the quad wheelchair singles. And this, we're going to get a first-time champion in this event, Dylan Alcott, who's looking to make history as try to become holder of all 4 Grand Slam titles at the same time. And he's up against the Brit Andy Lapthorne, the 2-time Paralympic silver medalist. These two won the quad doubles yesterday and made history. And now they go head-to-head in the singles. So let's join this match.
Right shot, mate. 15 love.
himself. Good boy, Dylan. Good start. And it was.
There you go, Dylan. Good start, baby. Come on.
It's just so positive. It's great to see players really backing themselves.
Andy Lapthorne's coach, Mike Price, his hitting partner, Kevin Simpson. His mum and dad, Niall and Jenny, won't be far away either.
Hang on, mate.
Alcott, coached by Francois
Gentlemen.
Vogelsberger, who works for the Australian Tennis Association.
Hang on, mate.
So both of these players benefiting from support from their own associations. Lapthorne with the LTA, Alcott likewise back home in Australia.
Come on.
15 love.
Lapthorne did a good job with that. It was accurate, but Dylan Alcott just showing off his speed in a chair there. Lob plumb on the line.
Shot, mate.
30-15.
This match is hotting up already.
Here we go, baby, this one.
Well, he'll move around, Dylan Alcott. He's got such mobility on the court. He used to be a basketball player, a team called the Rollers, and he rolls well. Oh, and it's hit Andy Lapthorne. And under the rules of this sport, that is a point to the Australian.
Sorry, buddy.
That's unfortunate for Lapthorne there, because I'm pretty sure that ball was going out. He had no way of getting out of the way, though.
Break point.
Game, Alcott.
Pressure on, Dylan. Let's go. Come on.
Alcott leads 2 games to love first set.
Good start, good start.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
So what's a little bit of pressure when you go in during one of the changeovers, Katie? I was doing it earlier in the week with some mates. Most pressure I've felt all fortnight to find a seat before the players are ready to play again.
Shot, mate. Come on!
Dylan
No,
Alcott
15.
leading the appreciation of that from Andy Lapthorne.
I think that's the way he needs to beat Alcott. Not necessarily with power, but with precision.
Oh, no!
Love 30.
Well, that lob was one of Lapthorne's best shots when he was beating Wagner in Thursday's semi-final, and it's working to good effect early here in the final.
Good, Dylan.
15-30.
Come on, Dylan, baby. Make ball, all day. Make ball, come on.
30-all.
He's piling on the pressure here, Alcott, both psychologically and with his tennis. Blackthorn's got a job in his hands to try and block this out.
Yeah, Australian verbal wars at the moment at its highest. If you were watching yesterday's doubles final with us, you'll know that Alcott was by some distance the most vocal of the two. Encouraging Lapthorne for more. Now they're face to face.
Let. Second service.
Sorry. Come on, Dylan!
Game Alcott.
Australian has started very strongly and noisily. 3-love.
Alcott leads 3 games to love first set.
Energy up, good boy.
We're stood here just courtside at the #1 court, and this year the new roof made its debut. I'm standing next to Patrick Williams, who was a big part of this project. And what's the feedback here after the championships with the new roof on #1 court?
I think the feedback has been exceptional. I think the players have been very grateful for the fact that they can play into the evenings and not have their matches disturbed. And it's fulfilled the brief in as much as the play has been extended, and the fans, the spectators who have come to #1 court to see live tennis, they've had a great show all the way through to the later hours, which normally with the poor light conditions wouldn't have happened without the roof.
Yeah, take us back to, I think it was night 2, Alison Risk and Donna Vekic. What was sort of the rumblings around the grounds with being able to close that #1 court roof?
I think there was a lot of expectation. I think everyone was quite excited by the fact that it was being used for the first time for its true purpose. And similar to the #1 court celebration event, which was held on the 19th of May, it worked perfectly. And all of the systems that are harmonised with the roof closing, i.e. the chilling equipment and all of the things that basically get the humidity levels correct for play to continue, it all worked as it should, which was perfect.
Yeah, that's good news, obviously, for you. Now, there wasn't much rain this championships, which for us tennis fans, that's a good news. But did you want some more moisture here to maybe test the roof a little bit more?
No, prior to the celebration event, we had a big thunderstorm shower, and because the roof was closed before it actually started to rain, we were 100% confident that it was all completely integrated and there was no leaks, because they're very obvious to spot on the concrete, and there weren't any. So we were very confident with the fact that the roof is watertight.
So, Patrick, we know that this project was going on for years, and actually we can see the roof just above us here in the #1 court. A lot of working mechanisms went into this roof. How happy were you that everything came together for 2019 project finally to be fully operational?
The technology that's involved in the roof is incredibly complex,
Yeah.
and the analogy for the first year was in 2016, 2017 we were in the ground. The year after that it was all about the steel and getting a head start on all of the mechanical electrical equipment. This year's all been about the wires and the laptops of making sure that all of the technology works in harmony, and as I say, it's incredibly complex. There are hundreds of thousands of kilometres worth of cable that make everything talk to each other, and as I said before, it all works perfectly. We're really proud of it.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think of a project this big and everything that went into it. Do you guys get general feedback from the fans as far as, I mean, you say the players obviously give their good feedback, but what are the fans saying too?
So far, the feedback from the fans has been really, really positive. But the fact that we've changed all of the seating in the bowl and increased the capacity means that people who are here for the whole day can relax and enjoy their tennis in comfort. The old seats were 20 years old, and it was quite a long day to be sat in those. So now that we've got the same level of comfort in regard to the seat that Centre Court has, I think that the fans have been very, very positive.
Do you feel like this has been your baby? Do you feel like you're a proud father out here?
I'm a very proud man, but I am one cog in a very, very big machine. The team effort, as cliche as it may sound, has absolutely been the key to getting this project delivered. As I say, I'm one man. There have been thousands of people involved in the project. They've all had their part to play, with the help of McAlpine being the main contractor, and all of the subcontractors who have contributed. No one person can take credit for this. It is very much a case of a collaborative exercise that's just been proven to work incredibly well.
So Patrick, you'll actually take that team atmosphere into a next big project for you. What are you working on next year at the Championships?
We are currently looking at the Millennium Building, completed in 2000. It's adjacent to Centre Court. It's beyond the stadiums. It's probably one of the most heavily used supporting buildings. It has the media, the members and the players all reside in there. It has restaurant facilities, gym facilities. There's a whole raft of uses that the building provides. It's 20 years old and it's time for a refresh, so we're looking at plans to expand and refurbish, bring it up to modern day standards, and to provide the players and the member and the media the standard that they expect when they come to Wimbledon. So we're writing the brief for that now. It's very early days, but that's going to be another substantial project on the estate coming forward.
Yeah, and I know I'm personally excited for that because that's where I spend a lot of my time here at the Championships. And this is all part of the master plan, is that right?
So the Millennium Building was part of the 2013 Grimshaw Master Plan. There is a new master plan being worked on by Justin Smith, who's the head of estate development, and they are currently looking at the recently procured golf course and what we're going to do with the land. It's an incredibly complex process and requires a huge amount of skill and thought. So I'm going to be busy looking at what we can do on the existing estate on the western side. There's a lot of enabling works need to be done before we can actually do anything with the Millennium Building. But my colleagues are going to be very busy looking at what's going on the other side of Church Road and how that will basically enhance not only the existing 42-acre estate, but also the golf course and what we can do for the sport of tennis by improving that.
Wow. A lot of changes to come here at Wimbledon, but Patrick Williams, congratulations on this #1 court roof. It looks beautiful, and you're headed off for a holiday now, so thanks for that. Cheers.
Yeah, I am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, I think you can see a beautiful display of strawberries in front of us, and I'm with Sally Exer, who's Strawberry Lawn Manager, which is a wonderful title. It sounds like your job is quite a lot of fun, Sally.
My job is an immense lot of fun, obviously Wimbledon, tennis, strawberries, it goes hand in hand together, so yes, best job in the world.
Perfect combination, and these strawberries do look absolutely beautiful, perfectly red, just look so succulent and juicy. Where are they from and how do you get all of these looking so brilliant?
Okay, these strawberries are grown especially for us from Low Farm, which is based about 50 miles away. They are picked at sunrise, so they're picked at their optimum best and then delivered fresh to us every morning. So yeah, quite a lot of strawberries get delivered to us in the mornings.
I know this is an association that's been going on for 25 years between the farm and Wimbledon, but how do they get so many here so early in the morning? They must be starting very early.
They do start very, very early. Obviously, they need to be picked nice and fresh, and there is an abundance on the farm, so obviously making sure that there's more than enough for the championships for the fortnight that we're here.
What kind of numbers are we looking at in terms of how many over a week or how many over the championships of strawberries or punnets that are sold?
Okay, over the course of the championships, we normally do just over about 38 tonnes of strawberries. So my guys prepare and sell over 4 pallet loads, between 4 and 5 pallet loads every day on site. So very, very busy bees.
The queues, I know at your stall, are very long for these strawberries, and I guess one of the best things about this is that it doesn't matter if you're in the Royal Box or out with a ground pass, everybody has the same strawberries, don't they?
Everybody does have the same strawberries, and the lovely thing is people are more than happy to queue for them. Obviously we have an optimum queue time, which we try to make sure we stick to. But yes, I mean, strawberries are available in the champagne bar to go with the champagne as well. So yes, the queues aren't normally too bad, but people will queue because quintessentially Wimbledon strawberries and cream go with the tennis.
You must get an awful lot of compliments in your job.
I think I do get a fair old few compliments, as do my team. They work very, very hard and thoroughly enjoy it. Always smiley, always bubbly, and the queues go, they just get through it every day.
What's the best part of your job, Sally?
The best part, the whole event. It's the most bespoke event that I've ever had the privilege at, and I've done this for, I think it's either my 9th or 10th year. I've done the Olympics here as well, and I live in Spain. I fly in especially for this tournament, so I absolutely adore it.
It's certainly worth it, and so are the strawberries. Sally, thank you very much.
You're more than welcome, thank you.
Loving Sally and her strawberries, and I'm sure quite a few are being consumed down there on Henman Hill as players just relax before the ladies' final is shown. Some of it on that big screen, but there's action already underway on court number 3 for you to watch. It's the final of the men's wheelchair doubles. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the British pair, have won this title the last 3 years, but they're a breakdown at the moment to Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsson, the number 2 seeds.
Stefan Olsson to serve.
They'll need all the fan support they can get today, because Stefan Olsson, as I say, is defending, well, unable to defend his singles title here from last year, but he has a big game. Superb. Ripped away again by Hewitt.
Love 30.
You watch this. It was great pickup by Gerard, and it looked like Alfie Hewitt was picking down the trams, and that's where Gerard was moving to.
And to give you a little sense of context, their opponents today are very strong. Gerard and Olsson are the reigning Australian Open doubles champions. They know what they're doing on a doubles court. 3 break back points here for the Brits. Oh, that is sublime from Gordon Reid, the left-hander from Glasgow, sprinkling the magic potion all over that drop shot. They break back, and they're back on turns.
2 games all.
Well, look, Gordon Reid was going backwards when he dropped, and he saw how far back behind the baseline Gerard was, and he clipped that into the lovely lush green section.
Fell away nicely. So deadlock early doors. There's 21 minutes played. Yes, nicely done. Gerard marooned at the net there.
Oh, compelling point. Absolutely, I was actually just watching it. Not talking, just watching it.
Yeah, just savouring it, right? It's just, you can't take your eyes off this quality.
It's like Space Invaders. Bing, ding, ding, ding.
Well, Judy Murray explained it well, didn't she, when she said it's rather like sort of riding a bike and playing chess simultaneously.
That's a great analogy.
Great
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So tough to coordinate.
Yeah.
$15-30.
Yeah, it's the Pfeiffer, who was playing yesterday with Houdet against the two British guys, and his coach, who's in a chair as well. Nice spot, that players' lounge.
Superb from Alfie Hewitt, who has been in rampant mood.
30 all.
Standout. Everywhere at once from Hewitt. Game point for Reed and Hewitt here to break to the front for the first time in the match. That's a little too cute there, but like the idea.
Deuce.
Well, there's that sort of
Advantage also.
pre-point hush. It's a library-like field here on show court 3, respectfully from the crowd. Such is the tension already. It's a break point here for Gerard and Olsen. Superb again from Alfie Hewitt. When he gets inside that baseline, he is just ripping at the ball.
Deuce.
Yeah, it's a great backhand. Watch this. And also he changes direction. Back straight across the front of Gerard. It's great stretch. And that's why they've got to do the stretching, you know. Shoulders to do that shot.
Finding an awkward area of the court, did Hewitt there. Very tactically aware.
Reed.
It's fantastic chair control by them, going backwards, going forwards, spinning.
So having fended off a break point. Reed with a game point.
Let second serve.
Decisive crunched volley from the ice-cool Swede. That was no nonsense.
It's a slice, isn't it, of Gerard? Look at this. Crack that backhand slice. So the ball stayed really low on for Gordon to get underneath it. And look, old laser eyes there. Smacked it away. It's great tennis, fantastic tennis.
It is. Again, it's that heavy undercut slice from the Belgian that's just knifing through the British court right now. So it's a second break point. Oh, that is a mesmerising rally with a spellbinding finish from the British duo. How patient they were, Peter.
That's fantastic. And then you're back to that flashing forehand. And again, it's Hewitt dominating that section again.
Yeah, it's so tough to get a read on that forehand and backhand. Vicious racket head speed. Alfie has.
Advantage. Olsen.
Well, we had a 14-minute game not long ago that was won by these two in your picture. This one is getting up there as well. What about this mini battle? Who's going to come through? Third break point for Gerard and Olsen. Oh, that is something very special, and a combien from the Swede. They break serve for the second time.
3 games to 2. First
Olsen
set.
and Gerard lead 3-2 opening set.
Wow, just how tough that looks. Just the timing of the chair control, Mark. And you've got a unique insight into just how difficult it is playing wheelchair tennis. I mean, you, after an injury, you spend a bit of time in a wheelchair. And
Yeah, after my third knee surgery, my left knee, it was a microfracture surgery. So they drilled a hole in the bone, which I had to heal. So it was non-weight bearing. So it was non-weight bearing for 4.5 months, 5 months. So I could only get around in the wheelchair and then crutches after that. So I was actually getting quite depressed because I'm a very active person. So one day, with the wheelchair, I woke up, my dad had sawn off the armrest in the wheelchair, and he's like, okay, let's go and hit some balls on the court. So we ended up hitting some balls, and I just instantly got happier, and it was great for my mind. But just, you know, moving around, it was different. He was feeding the balls, and I was hitting forehands. But the fact still get out of the way to hit a forehand and a backhand and then get yourself in position is incredible, because we actually I played an exhibition with Richard Krajicek against two of the top players in the UK in the wheelchair tennis, and we played against him, and we just looked like so average, you know. It was incredible, put things in perspective. The angles they hit, to hit a normal backhand it this way, but they actually come up and hit it this way, which is incredible. The fact certain shots that they hit on the angles and spin, and then at the same time not only worrying about hitting the ball but getting yourself in position and then stopping and then being ready to hit. It's unbelievable. I don't think people, you know, have any kind of concept how difficult it is.
no, when you sit courtside and you see them in action, it really is so impressive. And on court 12, there's a real battle going on between Lapthorne and Alcott. These two won the men's quad doubles title yesterday, and Alcott is 3-love up in the second set. Lapthorne serving though, so let's join this one.
Take your seats quickly, please. Ladies and gentlemen, players are ready. Thank
Say it,
you.
everyone. Okay, come on.
15 all.
Oh!
15-30.
Can't deal. Push, push, push. Up, 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 up.
All.
Discipline, Gilbert. Come on. Hang on. Oh! Yeah, come on.
30-40.
Make this return. Come on.
Lapthorne's just trying to go for a little bit extra on his serve because he knows that Alcott's going to be all over anything short.
Alcott leads 4-0, second set.
Stay up, Dill. Come on.
What hustling that was, chasing down balls that most other players would have got.
Stay up, stay up, stay up.
And then the touch for that.
He's just relentless in all ways.
Out. 15 love.
While it's not far off a faultless performance right now from Dylan Alcott. Andy Lapthorne doing all he can to stay with the Australian, but my goodness, this is tough.
Good job, Lapo.
What we're enjoying as well, Katie, is not just the fact that Dylan Alcott is so self-motivated, but he's prepared as well to offer encouragement to the bloke at the other end. Probably easier to do when it's 6-love, 4-love, but he's been doing it from the start.
Absolutely.
Thought Lapthorne had it, but he didn't.
Come on, Dylan. Up, up, up. Keep talking. Here we go.
Lapthorne's not played a bad match here at all. He might have made a few more unforced errors than he would have liked, but actually Alcott's just been dominant in all areas.
Yeah.
It's a tough position to be in for Andy Lapthorne.
Oh, no.
What a wonderful shot.
$40-15. $40-30.
Come on, Dylan.
Game out.
Well, Dylan Alcott will hope that that's the last time he has to serve, because he's a game away from winning this title.
Alcott leads 5-0, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Stay up, Dylan. Come on.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world, to what has been for the past 15 years and more the most sought-after day to have a ticket on centre court at Wimbledon because of the exploits of three men, Djokovic, Nadal and Federer, in pursuit of the men's title. And here, about to walk out for his first Grand Slam semi-final, must be a nervous Roberto Bautista Agut. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. A Lion King-like roar from Djokovic. Another Grand Slam final and yet another final here on centre court.
This has been the dream tournament for me when I was a child, so to be in another final is a dream come true. You know, playing finals in Wimbledon is something different, so I'll definitely enjoy that experience.
Men's semi-final, number 2, Novak Djokovic awaits in the final on Sunday. You might have seen these two before. That's away. What a contest. Roger Federer, 37 years of age. He's into his 12th Wimbledon final.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. It was tough at the end. Rafa played some unbelievable shots to stay in the match, and you know, I thought the match was played at a very high level and enjoyed it. Crowds were amazing, and the battles with Rafa are always very special, so that was nice. Novak was supreme again. You know, he's the defending champion, and he's showed why this week. He's been rock solid from start to finish so far. I'm very, very excited, to say the least.
The boys from Ibiza are on their feet, almost for the first time in the match. As stag do's go, being in the players' box at Wimbledon is right up there.
Ouch. Just a look from Stritzova back to Mladenovic, who apologised for the direct hit. But she aimed low, that's the play in doubles. Actually a very good kick.
Yeah, they didn't want to ball to that.
I think Ostapenko is saying, well, don't serve yet, and because your partner wasn't ready. I think Yang wasn't ready at the net. So that's what she's laughing about.
30. It's not the time to be reading. Put it down. Got you this ticket.
Oh, ouch. Second time.
Everything happened so quickly here, and I don't think that Babos had any intent behind that.
Day 12, ladies finals day. Welcome down to the touchscreen. We've already had one of those participants, Serena Williams. She's been warming up to the left of me, but there's so much to get through on social media. So let's start on Twitter and have a look at what Wimbledon have been saying this morning, because they have been pulling back the bed ahead of ladies singles finals day. And there it is. Centre court will look absolutely spectacular later, I'm sure. Novak Djokovic, who was in action yesterday on centre, a battle today. Lots of respect for Roberto Bautista, who he beat in the semi yesterday. I'm very proud to play again in Sunday's Wimbledon final. What a journey being back. And do we remember our Serbian lesson from earlier in the week? Idemo, let's go. Just in case you'd forgotten. Rod Laver was in, I think he was in the Royal Box yesterday. My great friend and greatest of all time, Roger Federer, the undisputed master of Wimbledon, produced one of his greatest performances there today. Rafa also played some unbelievable tennis, and it takes two to produce a classic. Roger can go all the way. It will be a final for the ages. Not many people are going to disagree with you there, Rod Laver. That, of course, happening tomorrow. Matt Roberts, it's come to my attention that if Felix Auger-Aliassime were to win the next 50 Grand Slams in a row, he still wouldn't have as many Grand Slam match wins as Roger Federer. My mind is a little bit blown. An incredible statistic there that Matt's dug out. Definitely blowing my mind as well. Rafa Nadal, after his defeat yesterday, amazing match, well-deserved win by Roger Federer. I had some chances, but Roger played better. Good luck for the final. Thanks for all the support. Always fantastic to be here. See you next year. We certainly will, Rafa. Next up, Gabby Dabrowski. She is through to the Wimbledon doubles final with her partner, Zhu Yifan. They will be playing on centre later today. Star Sports on Twitter. Aging like a fine wine. Can Serena Williams defy age to lift that Wimbledon 2019 Wimbledon singles title? And this is the stat, the age stat here. At 37 years and 291 days, Serena Williams will become the oldest Grand Slam women's finalist in the Open era. A huge achievement by Serena Williams. Next up, we've got an incredible photo here of a very young Simona Halep with her father. I'm sure that is a tennis trophy. I'm sure she was winning tennis trophies from a very young age. But there you go. Great to see that on Twitter this morning. And we've got a few people out on the hill already. First on the hill, this is at Fab Lucy. What a view. It was packed yesterday. Really, really good atmosphere for Roger, Rafa, and I'm sure it's going to be the same a little bit later on today. We've got loads of photo opportunities, loads of Instagram photo opportunities. This is another one in the queue. I don't know how comfortable that chair is sitting on tennis balls, but these girls seem to be having a good time. Let's go Wimbledon. I'm sure they're already in and enjoying some action out on the grounds. And just this, a flawless start to Wimbledon final for Dylan Alcott. We were seeing some of the action from that match earlier. He takes the opening set 6-love over Lapthorne. Really strange, of course. Those guys were playing together in the doubles yesterday. So yeah, they're enemies today. All right, let's go into the head-to-heads, because I know we're gonna do a lot of previewing of this match. I know Craig is going to be doing some of that as well. So I just want to draw your attention to the head-to-head and the records. Serena Williams there leading 9-1. Winning 9 of those matches they've played. You actually have to go back to 2014 and the WTA finals for Simona Halep's only win. The Australian Open, though, from this year, that was the last time they met. Serena Williams coming through in 3 sets. I also want to draw your attention to their Wimbledon records, because let's have a look at Simona Halep's, and she has got a 68% win percentage here at Wimbledon. It's scary when we go and look at Serena Williams's, because hers is 89%. That's her win rate at Wimbledon. Extraordinary form for this championships. She has dominated for many, many years. All right, just time to bring you a video. Our very own Nick McCarville and Daniela Handzikova were watching Rafael Nadal and Roger Federer yesterday, and they had a great time on the press balcony there ahead of our review show. It was gripping stuff, these rallies in that final set. So enjoyable to watch. Edge of the seat, as I'm sure they'd agree. I love watching Nick's face during that. Absolutely fantastic. So I'm sure lots more action like that on centre court. Lots of drama, lots of tension on ladies' finals day. We'll bring you lots of reaction on social media as and when we get it.
See you later. Bye.
Thanks very much indeed, Matt. Let's take you to court 12, because Andy Lapthorne was 5-2 down in the second set, having lost the first set 6-love to Dylan Alcott. Lapthorne, we should say, had a broken wrist earlier in the season, threatened to keep him out of this year's Wimbledon, but he got a wild card and now he's serving to stay in this wheelchair singles final.
Love 15.
Come on, baby. Come on. Stay up, Dylan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, it's a courtesy for both players. switch off the mobile phone. Thank you. Love 30.
Come on, Dylan, make this return. Come on, baby.
Fifteen 30.
Come on!
30 all.
Come on, Dylan, up. Here we go.
One more to his coach, Francois Vogelsberger. One more, and he'll be Wimbledon champion. And Dylan Alcott is a Wimbledon champion. And how good was he to watch? How great was he to listen to? And how wonderful is that? His mate, Andy Lapthorne, who they won a doubles title with together yesterday, are now mates again. But not before he's become the champion. Absolutely deserved. He's dominating this year. Unbeatable in Melbourne at the start of it. Unbeatable in Paris last month. And no one's got near him at Wimbledon this year. That was some effort, Katie.
It was phenomenal. He was up for it from start to finish. And he brought the energy from the very first ball.
He's now heading down to thank his coaching team. He's a force of nature. It's quite something for this sport as well. Difficult time these for Andy Lapthorne, however. Not entirely sure what more he could have done. He was just up against somebody who was riding a wave today, but
he should be very proud of his week, though. First time at Wimbledon. Played a very good semi-final match against David Wagner. He won the doubles yesterday. I'm sure he'll
Ladies
look
and
back
gentlemen,
and
in the
reflect
interest
on the
of security,
positives.
if you leave your seat, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. Please do not leave property unattended. If you do it, it will be removed. Thank you.
So the #1 seed in imperious form. Oh, emotional scenes there on court 12. My goodness, he'll be going for the calendar slam. What a performance. We will come back for that trophy presentation, but let's take you to court #3, where Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsson are serving for the first set against the British pair Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
Love.
Well, it's energy from these two. They're roaring, gutturally, desperate to secure as well.
They want the footing of the first set, don't they? They want to feel that little cushion and safety.
Love.
Still positive, always good to see. 3 set points for Gerard and Olsen. Well, we've had an ace, we've had the double fault. Perhaps he is a little bit tight, but he's still got plenty of wriggle room here, has Joachim Gerard. 2 more set points on his terms.
Big ace.
They've really taken root in this final. Have Olsen and Gerard. They secure the opening set. 48 minutes played.
So, what a moment now for Dylan Alcott, the #1 seed from Australia, who is the first ever champion of the quad wheelchair singles. He now holds all Grand Slam singles titles. A very special moment for him. He was in outstanding form today against the British wildcard Andy Lapthorne, and a real moment for him and his fans to savour. Such a character, really gets the crowd going. My goodness, he'll be eyeing up that US Open title too. And another finalist arriving here at the All England Club. This is Simona Halep. I wonder how the nerves are jangling for her as she plays her first Wimbledon final, but not showing any nerves with that smiling for the camera there. And her mother's flown in from Romania. Says it's always been her dream to watch her daughter play a Wimbledon final and play in front of the Royal Box. And what a special moment that will be. And Nick McCarville has been watching Serena Williams practice.
Serena Williams, of course, going for history today, and she's just stepped onto the practice court this morning here at the Arangi practice facility. This is the court she usually uses to warm up for her matches, and there's no change to routine today for the great champion that Serena is. She is into her 11th Wimbledon final today, and she's taking on Simona Halep, who, of course, is into her first Wimbledon final. She just stepped on court a few minutes ago. She's hitting with Jameer Jenkins, who's been her hitting partner for a while, and she's got Coach Patrick Mouratoglou there at the backcourt with her. And I've got to say, it's a very relaxed vibe here on Team Serena. She strolled up a few minutes ago with a bonjour to greet everyone with a little hello this morning. That's Greg, her masseuse there, part of the Mouratoglou team. Serena asked for a banana, had a little chomp in the banana, and now she's into the backcourt, ready to go. And today bringing a 9-1 head-to-head against Simona Halep. She'll be confident with that head-to-head lead. But the big storyline we're all talking about is the fact that she is indeed going for that 24th major to tie the all-time record. She already has the Open era record, but it's Margaret Court who has the all-time record of 24 majors. She made the final here last year against Angelique Kerber. She made the final at the US Open against Naomi Osaka, was not able to get across the finish line in either of those matches. And today she'll again play for history. She said in her press that she's feeling relaxed ahead of today's match, that she feels as though she's learned from the last year, and she's wasting no time here with Jameer as they're bashing the ball from the baseline. Serena with a little grunt here. She actually arrived, I think, fully warmed up from where she stays. She stays nearby, and she actually walks into the Arangi practice facility separate from the #1 court through a security gate. And what a morning stroll. Can you imagine being in Serena's shoes today, walking onto these grounds and asking yourself, wanting one more major title. And this is just standard warm-up procedure, but I've got to say Serena looking really good, really intense, hitting cleanly through the ball. It sounds nice off the strings here courtside, but she's hitting straight up the throat of the court today. She's going to try to use her power against Simona Halep. She doesn't have her hair in that business bun just yet, just in its classic ponytail, but she's got strapping on both her ankles as she's done for the last few years. And the big thing for this camp, for Team Serena, with Mouratoglou by her side, is just to keep everything as normal as possible. She's done this before. This is her 11th Wimbledon final. She's won 7 titles here and 3 in championship matches, and she's going for number 8 today. And what she's going to ask of herself and her team is just to keep things as normal as possible here. Be a standard warm-up for her this morning. It's just gone past 11 o'clock this morning. The women's finals set to start at 2 o'clock local time on center court. So after this, she'll go back and do all the different things she does to get ready for a final, a major final. She's won 23 of them. She looked so good in that previous round against Barbara Stricheva, using her power, using her serve. And the vibe here on the practice court with Serena is relaxed right now. Lots of power tennis. She's for an 11th Wimbledon final. She's looking primed and ready to go.
Too many.
And one of the things that always gets overlooked about tennis players is just how fit they are. And Djokovic was turning the screw there twice.
Tisagu, one of the fittest guys on the tour. He's not going to wear down too easily, that's for sure.
Oh, that is outstanding. One of the best shots of the match from KG Monjani.
She's hit a few of those backhand angles. She seems to enjoy moving on to it.
He has not made that. That is some amazing court speed. Oh, dear, oh dear.
Oh, well, there was a shot in the middle of all that from Dylan Alcott that almost defied belief.
Last 15.
Oh, she's made it. What a shot, the shot of the set.
Crowd really appreciating this backhand.
Never in
Preparation.
until the last possible moment.
40-15.
Neither player able to get on top until that final volley.
It's time to break down the women's final between Simona Halep and Serena Williams. Who's the favourite? Well, I was just chatting with Novak. He's over there stretching out, going to practice today, playing in tomorrow's final. And I said, Novak, who have you got? And he said, I've got Simona in 3. I said, that's interesting. I think the rest of the world has Serena in 2. There we go. So we know what Serena's going to do. She's going to stand on the baseline, she's not going to move, and it's going to be power from one side, it's going to be an onslaught of direction and depth and power on the other side. She's going to bring it. The question is, what is Simona Halep going to do? Is she going to go toe-to-toe with Serena Williams? Very difficult to do. Or will she back up a little bit and absorb the power and slow things down and try and extract the errors? Now, here, Serena Williams was also the favourite, and she lost to Angelique Kerber. How did Kerber defeat Serena? And if you're Simona Halep's team, you're like, let's just take a look at that. Let's just have a little figure out what happened, because we've got the same opponent, same court, same round. Last year was 6-3, 6-3 for Angelique Kerber. Angelique only hit 11 winners, Serena hit 23, so you're not going to win the winner battle. Errors, Angelique Kerber, 22, Serena 5. That's where you win. You stay back and you absorb the power of these wonderful Slazenger balls, and you get one play. Serena didn't do well from the back of the court, and she went to the front of the court a lot. Serena went to the net 24 times in that 6-3, 6-3 final. She only won 12. Things were off. Is that the right pattern of play for Simona? That's up to her and her coaching team to figure out. We've got some analytics and we've got some video to have a look at how this is going to shake out this afternoon. Let's go to the card. And serving, well, this is advantage Serena everywhere. 45 aces to 9, 35% unreturned serves to 18. The average serves, first serve speed is 108 to 96. So Serena wins very easily, and this is how she does it. She drops heat early. She goes down the tee. She goes wide. The aces come, and Simona goes, hang on a second, I can hit aces too. I've still got a little bit of heat. I may not hit it as fast as you, but I can hit the corners. So, okay, I get that. Let's go to the returns. Serena, 74% returns in. Simona, I'm a little bit better than you, Serena, in this area. Points won against a first serve, Simona's a little bit better. Against the second serve, Simona's a little bit better, even though Serena's got a lot more return winners. So Serena wins the battle of serving, Simona wins the battle of returning. Let's have a look at the returning side of the equation. Here is Serena. She wants to return, step in, and just crush the ball. The return is an opportunity to immediately hit a winner. Let's zoom in on Serena now. For all of our kids out there, put the Vegemite toast down, red cordial. Most of you are going to go, I'm wide, I'm down, I'm step, I'm split, I'm adjusting, and I've got my shot. Serena's not doing that. We're going to go back to the card. You're going to see Serena go, I'm wide, and I'm rotating, and I'm unleashing. There's very little footwork, and she makes up for it. There's a little bit of a lean here, but just tremendous power. She doesn't attack it as much with her feet as she does with a racket. Let's go back to the cart. We see that open stance right there, and let's roll it. Goodbye, straight down the line. The number to hit return winners is down the line. And even a few cross court. Simona says, I can do that. Going to be very difficult to hit return winners against Serena. There's one down the line, there's one cross court. Okay, rally length, all right? We've covered serving, we've covered returning. Now let's go to rally length. 0 to 4 shots, 5 to 8, and 9 plus. Now the percentages you see on either side are the win percentages. So let's take Serena, for example, over here. What does this 57% mean? Is that in the 0 through 4 rally length, Serena is winning 57% of those points. So both ladies are very similar. We see 57, we see 57. The next one down, 51-52 and 59-60. So it's not like either player says, I have to play this because that's where I win the most amount of points. Very good to see we're even there. And let's get rid of those lines and have a little look at the beginning of the rally. The serve, the return, and this is a serve +1. Now Serena's dead in the middle of the court. This is actually a really good return from Barbora Strikova. I think I said that right. But you know what Serena says? No, I'm not going to start rallying. I'm going to finish the rally before it starts. Look for this pattern today. Serve, forehand, good night. Simona goes, I like your highlight reel, Serena, but there's, I can do this. Now, Simona Halep, on Simona, we see this time and time again. We cover this all the time at the Wimbledon channel. This is a forehand hit over in the backhand alley. Players will go all the way over here, all the way there, all the way up to here. They'll go anywhere. Hi, how are we doing? This guy up here. If that's a forehand, we want to hit forehands and everywhere all over the court. The forehand is the sword, the backhand is the shield. You've got a bigger forehand, more miles per hour on average, around 8 miles an hour difference. And here's a serve +1, tricky play. We've got a drop shot. And let's roll it. That will work today against Serena. Going to be tough to do, but it will work. Here's Serena now, extending the rally.
15-40.
This is return +1. We've got a return and a winner. Stepping in, got an angle. Defense should have gone cross court because if you go down the line on defense, you are going to open up that angle. It's quite easy to hit. There's Simona hitting a return +1. Good deep ball. Depth comes before direction at the beginning of the point. Get the ball deep, receive the next ball short. Like that one. Now, let's zoom in again. We're on defense, we're out wide. There's nothing wrong with an open stance. Let's just talk about this for a second. As a coach all my life, we teach players to go sideways when we hit that backhand. There's nothing wrong. It's not so much the position of the body, which is closed here. You can hit great open stance backhands, particularly if the ball's wide and we can stop and then come back so we don't take extra steps. All I care is you're balanced. Let's go back to the screen. Very balanced here, and we're going to see some offense out of a defensive situation. It's a defensive direction cross court, but she hit that extremely well. Who's going to win today? I'm not sure. I would say if Serena can bring the power with the serve, can really rocket those returns back, I'd say she's the favorite. I'd say Serena, if everything goes according to plan with what we've seen up to the final, Serena probably wins this match. It's up to Simona Halep to figure out the best plan of action to diffuse the power coming at her, to absorb that power, and to extract the errors. You are not going to out-hit Serena Williams in the big house today. But you can hang around, you can get the ball back, and you can extend the rally a little bit and just make it very difficult to hit one backhand, two backhands, three backhands, four backhands. Extend the rally and extract the errors that way. 8 ways to force an error: consistency, direction, depth, height, spin, power, court position, time. I hope you wrote that down. Go back and record it, because that is what you're looking for in the women's final. Ladies, have a wonderful match. Cheers from Wimbledon.
You're watching the Wimbledon channel, day 12 of the championships. It's ladies' finals day and SW19, an absolute picture. Henman Hill very, very busy, as it was yesterday for that brilliant semi-final between Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal, and it's busy again today. Spectators there looking forward to watching Serena Williams against Simona Halep, and we can begin previewing that match. And Kyothawong, former British #1, is with me here on the Wimbledon channel. We'll start with Serena Williams, Anne. As we've said throughout the tournament, really, coming in, we didn't really know what to expect. She'd only played 5 tournaments prior to Wimbledon. But it's safe to say that every time she stepped on court, she's improved slightly, hasn't she?
Absolutely. She looks sharper. Well, she has looked sharper and sharper with each match. And I guess that's pretty standard for anyone who hasn't played for some time. I certainly think the mixed doubles helped sharpen her up as well. Got a lot more practice in there in a relatively relaxed kind of setting, mixed doubles. And I think she goes into this final as the favourite.
And we've seen from the stats, and Craig's been saying as well in his analysis, that her serve has helped her a lot in this tournament. She's served brilliantly.
She has. It's been accurate. We know it's one of the biggest serves in the women's game. I mean, she serves faster than a lot of men out there as well. I think she's reached speeds of 122 miles per hour at this year's championships, and that's fast. And what makes her serve so great is also that it's so tough to read, because she has such a consistent ball toss. So when you're returning against Serena Williams, not only do you know that serve is going to come fast down the court at you, but you're not quite sure until it really starts crossing the net which way it's going to go. So that's what makes her serve difficult to return. She's kept a lot of her points short in the championships so far. Looking at a lot of the data, I think she's won 75% of points in less than 4 strikes, which, that's unbelievable.
We did see last year how that number 24, the Margaret Court record, equaling the record, did affect Serena in her performance against Kerber. You can't ignore that fact. Do you think she will have learned from what happened a year ago here and perhaps change her approach this time?
For sure. I mean, it was surprising how one-sided that final last year actually was. But, having, I guess, had the disappointment here last year as well as the US Open, I think she comes into this final better prepared. And, yeah, it will. I mean, she will be nervous. She's human, as will her opponent, Simona Halep. But you've got to think, with all the experience she has and with what happened last year, she will find a way to put things right this time.
And let's see a few points from last year's final. Just remind ourselves of what happened against Angelique Kerber. You have to praise Kerber for the game that she brought. So many people were the vast majority of people expecting Serena to win this one fairly comfortably, but Kerber changed the script. And what I remember about this match was Serena just didn't get off to a particularly good start, and that momentum flowed throughout the match for Kerber.
Yeah, and she looked pretty flat-footed and I don't know whether that was nerves or I don't know whether it was the occasion. But you've got to remember also, it was, what was it, about 9 months after giving birth? So the fact that she was even out here competing last year, I think, is, a great achievement. But, what Kerber did so well in this match was move. Her speed around the court should never be underestimated, but she was able to extend a lot of these rallies, and Serena did look tired at times, but also Kerber hardly missed, and she was rock
And she was
solid.
seeing a lot of winners, wasn't she?
Yeah.
That's the thing, Kerber and Halep, they're quite different game styles, as you see when you watch them, but is there anything that Kerber did well that Halep might be able to try and replicate today?
Kerber was able to extend a lot of rallies, and I think Halep needs to look to find ways of extending the rallies against Serena today. We've seen from the data also how good Serena has been in keeping the points short. She has the ability to overpower Halep, and she's got an unbelievable head-to-head record against the Romanian.
9-1 in the favour of the Americans.
Exactly. The odds don't look great in Simona Halep's favour. But if she can get to enough balls, if she can absorb some of that pace and redirect, use the line, keep Serena on the move, then she has a chance. But Kerber's a flatter ball striker than Simona Halep, and I think you know, when the grass is worn out as much as it has at this stage of the tournament, it really rewards a flatter ball striker, particularly if you can keep your depth as well as Kerber did in the final last year.
We've seen with Halep in the past in some of her Grand Slam finals and the big finals she's played when she's lost, because she's come into the matches, or most of them, as the favourite, the expectation that's been on her hasn't always sat well with her, the pressure of being the front runner. But in this match, you know, the majority of people are thinking that Serena is the favourite. Could that help Halep going under the radar a bit into the final?
Maybe. I mean, here she is in her first Wimbledon final, first Romanian woman ever to do so. And you know, her attitude this year has very much been, I want to enjoy my tennis, I'm having fun. You know, she talks about showing a lot of gratitude, but yet when she's out there on the match court, when things aren't going her way, I mean, even in that semi-final against Svitolina, she does have a tendency to allow her emotions to get the better of her. And, you know, sometimes I don't have a problem with a player letting some emotion out and releasing some of that energy. I think it's good as long as you can snap back into the zone. And that's what she's got to do today. I mean, if Serena does get off to a great start, okay. Respect the ball, respect the player, but regroup quickly, because you can't afford to just dwell on things, and especially against a player like Serena Williams, who can dominate anyone.
And Simone has actually said a couple of times in her press conference that this year, more than any previous year at Wimbledon, she's really enjoying playing on the grass, which hasn't always been the case in her career. She admitted several times that grass has been the surface that she found the most difficult to adapt her game to. She didn't play on grass hardly at all as a junior until she was much older, but now she feels a bit more comfortable here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as a player, you've got to say those things out loud as well to believe it. You know, I think previously she's maybe talked herself out of playing on grass, and there's no reason why she can't do well on this surface, because she's not particularly tall, 5'6", so she's got a low, I guess, sense of gravity. She can get low. She can use the pace of the ball that comes onto her racket with the help of the grass and her opponent and redirect. And she moves well. And I think for a lot of players, that's actually the difficult thing on grass. I think people kind of think moving on a clay court is difficult, but actually moving on a grass court, despite having pimples on the sole of your trainers, it can be really tricky. So for her, you know, she is the best mover as well as Serena in the women's game. There's no reason why, you know, once she gets her head around it, why she can't be even better on this surface.
Absolutely. Plenty more from Anne to come here on the Wimbledon channel. But let's just remind ourselves of how Serena Williams got to the Wimbledon final.
Second serve return. Williams getting on top of the point and not letting the foot off the gas. She's deadly with the overhead.
Yeah, 79 turn.
Yep.
So Williams. How about those angles? First the power, and then the angles from Williams.
That's Streltsova did not do anything wrong, and then she worked hard.
See how Serena handles that mid-court slice. That's the one that Compton had trouble controlling. And Serena's able to hit either the top spin off the court or look at this slice. So really good soft hands as a counter to this short little shot from Streltsova.
Oh, this is that side spin that players use so much these days. The slice is not a straight line, it's a inside, outside in, and then back out again.
Serena ready and read it.
She's so quick off the mark. Once she sees that it's going to be a slice, but the drop shot or slice, she gets inside the court. She's already anticipating a short bounce. And there again, you see the racket head going through the ball, flicking it, allowing the ball to come down.
Oh, come on. Manning the barricades out here. Chances here for the double break. It's all Serena. Williams.
She's just really quick on her toes. She's on her toes, not on her heels.
Beautiful. Set point.
And there it is.
That didn't last very long. Serena, no interest in being broken for the 12th time at this year's Wimbledon, and she takes the opening set at a canter by 6 games to 1. Heads up for Strycova. That was a really important hold, started this second set. It's caught. Centre court crowd, you can feel them investing here, willing her on. Nice. Well, Strycova doing everything she can, but Serena powering on, a set and a break now for the 7-time champion.
Serena just so dialed in on the return. It's just coming back at Strycova so quickly.
I'm afraid it's been that kind of afternoon for Strycova, both with her body and her game. For Dad, he's still her daughter, but I'm afraid she looks like she's going out here. Serena now, a set and a double break to move into her 11th Wimbledon final. It's a clean finish, and the chase for history is still on for Serena Williams. Minutes of a performance from the seven-time champion, full of control, poise and power. And she will go into Saturday's ladies singles final.
Simona Halep into her first Wimbledon final, and she's on the practice court right now ahead of her 2 o'clock start against Serena Williams. She's on court with a practice partner and her coach, Daniel Dobre, getting ready for what could be a historic women's final where she's going for her first title here at the All England Club, and it's Serena Williams who's going for that 24th major to try to even the all-time record with Margaret Court. It's been a pretty intense practice session here as we see Halep just engaging from the baseline off both sides, and that's actually the exact kind of tennis she's going to use today against Serena. A lot of baseline rallies, Simona trying to be aggressive, trying to hit through the power of Serena Williams, who she has just a 1-9 head-to-head against. Wow, there's a beautiful drop shot just then. We'll wonder if she'll use that today, but she's just got that 1 win in 10 tries against Serena Williams. But the last couple times they've met, actually, they've been very close encounters, including earlier this year, a 3-set match that Serena won in the 4th round at the Australian Open. And it was a couple years ago at the US Open, Serena won in 3 sets, 6-3 in the 3rd set. So Halep gives herself a fighting chance against Serena, who's in her 11th Wimbledon final. And Halep actually the first Romanian woman to reach a Wimbledon final. Really exciting here. A lot of Romanian fans courtside. A big group has gathered. We're on the court 9, just a short distance from center court. You can hear that grunt from Halep that comes out in the matches. It's here in the practice session. Now she's just moving up. Looks like she's going to take some balls at net today. So Halep getting that ground game all warmed up, and then you wonder if she'll employ that drop shot. We saw her use it a couple times in those rallies, but she was so solid against Alina Svitolina in the semifinals, dropping just 4 games, beating Zhang Shui, Corey Goff, Victoria Azarenka, Mihaela Buzărnescu, and Alexandra Sasnovich. That's a good run into the final for Halep, who's playing in her 5th major final. She's 1-3 in those appearances. The last time she made it this far, she came out victorious at the French Open against Sloane Stephens. Just going through the paces here. Looking really good from the net. And this is a new experience, of course, for Halep at a major, or excuse me, at Wimbledon, but not at a major because she's been in those 4 previous major finals. Also just seeing Darren Cahill, her former coach, courtside, watching as here's her current coach, Daniel Dobre. And she's known Daniel Dobre for a long time. She trained with him when she was a youngster in Romania. And the atmosphere here is quiet intensity. Halep, this is the kind of warm-up you do at every event. Not much changing. Actually, maybe coach looks a little more nervous than player. Simona's been here before, and she's ready to take on Serena Williams this afternoon in the women's final.
Simona Halep there on court 9, preparing for her final against Serena Williams, which will take place inside that beautiful centre court underneath the blue skies. Another day of lovely weather here at SW19. Let's take you over to court 3, the final of the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles between British pair Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. Unseeded for this year's championships, taking on the number 2 seeds, Joachim Gerard of Belgium and Stefan Olsson from Sweden. And we can join it towards the end of the 2nd set. It's gone the way of the seeded pair so far, Gerard and Olsson taking the 1st set, and they lead 5-2, serving for the title.
Two mistakes. Two mistakes from the British pair. Can't afford to do that this time in the match.
Yeah, it's just that scoreboard pressure. They haven't been able to get on top and relieve themselves and free swing.
To serve pace and pressure. Gerard, they've been serving and hitting stronger.
3 championship points for Gerard and Olsen here. Look at what it means to them. It's a whole lot of amazing for Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsen. The second seeds oust the 3 times defending champions in some style. This year's Australian Open champions today add a Wimbledon crown to their Grand Slam trophy collection.
Gerard and Olsen, they're delighted to lift the title, and in the end it was a convincing victory over the British pair who, although unseeded at the championships this year, have a very, very good record on the grass courts here at Wimbledon. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid. But Gerard and Olsen of Belgium and Sweden, respectively, delighting the crowd on court 3, and a brilliant win for them. Now let's catch up with Nick McCarville again, who's found some Simona Halep fans watching her practice.
No tennis player in the world has as big of a fan base as Simona Halep, and we found a couple Romanian flags. Tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Dragos.
And Joanna.
And you are, well, maybe Simona's lucky charm. You've seen her play before, is that right?
Oh yeah. Last year, Roland Garros. Yay! And she won. Guess what?
Amazing. And you're back here, and actually you're back watching Simona, but it's your first time at Wimbledon.
Yeah, it is. Really excited.
Okay, and what makes Simona so popular in Romania? She's a huge star there.
Well, it's just her determination, her ambition. It's just her drive to win, to be, to battle with everything, not to give. And she is kind of a role model to all of us, and we're really proud of her.
Is she? I'm always trying to describe how popular she is in Romania. If she's walking down the street, people would know who she are. Describe that for us.
Everyone would know. Yeah, she's very famous. I mean, we don't have so many Romanian sports superstars. She's here. She was #1. Everybody knows who she is.
Amazing. What were the emotions like for the two of you when you watched her win Roland Garros last year?
Probably heart attack would describe it.
Heart attack?
Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, she has this always playing on the edge, so we're always stressed. I mean, can't watch.
Yeah, my mom was like, she was in front of the TV, and I was like, Mom, are you watching? And she's like, I want to, but my heart won't let me, because she's like, it's too stressful. And it was stressful. But I was lucky I was like 27. If I'd have been maybe I wouldn't have watched it.
Now, you two have tickets inside center court today. Have you seen some other Romanian fans today?
I've seen at the airport because I just landed, so they were all wearing T-shirts with big flags.
So we're going to have a lot of them.
I hope, yeah, I hope.
It's just if they got hold of tickets, because it's quite tricky to get them really. But yeah, hopefully there's going to be a big amount of Romanians supporting her.
This question is, can she beat Serena, and how is she going to do it?
I'm no technician here, but I think she can, and if she keeps on fighting, for sure she has a big chance.
I do believe in her because she's proven to have played amazing throughout the tournament, and I know Serena is a big champion, and everyone loves her and know who she is. But I guess if she's focused 100%, I know she's a fighter, and she'll be in front.
Yeah, amazing. You guys will have your Romanian flags.
Of course.
And what do we say? Do we say "Ai Simona"? Hi Simona.
Hi Simona.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, you will be tremendously well supported on centre court. We'll take you back to court 3, where Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsson have just won the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles, and they're celebrating with the trophy on the grass. 6-4, 6-2, a pretty comfortable victory in the end for the number 2 seeds over Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, the talented British pair, as you can see there on the left, picking up their runners-up salvers. And it was a pretty good crowd as well on court 3. A good performance there from Gerard and Olsson. And we can get back down to court 9, which you can't really see on that shot. It's just on the other side of centre court, and Simona Halep has just finished her practice, and she will have to walk off through the crowds, escorted by some security guards all the way back to the locker room. And how will she be feeling now as we draw towards them walking out on centre court? And what will a player like Halep, or any player preparing for a Grand Slam final, be doing in the final hour or so before they walk out on court?
Well, I mean, I've seen Simona Halep prepare for a few of her matches here at the Championships, and she tends to just hang out. There's an outside courtyard area outside the gym in the players' area where there are a few bikes, and the players use it as a warm-up area, and that's where she likes to go through her warm-up with her team. So I'm sure that's where she'll be heading, and yeah, I imagine there'll be some nerves flying around, but I guess that's why you have your team close by, and I'm sure everyone will be serious and getting ready for this final, but at the same time trying to keep her as relaxed as possible.
Certainly will be. There she is heading away towards the locker rooms. And let's remind ourselves now of how Simona Halep reached the final. A pretty convincing win over Alina Svitolina in the semis.
Led out onto centre court, which will now give them its finest welcome.
Something tells me we're going to be out here a while.
I know.
Once more, Halep sees off the break point in some style.
Extremely well timed backhand there.
Jace.
And we rejoin at break point. It's there now for Halep. Svitolina is going to challenge, but it looks to be a rather forlorn challenge. And the break of serve hold from her point of view depends on it.
Simona kept playing. It looked like she chased her.
So there we are, near enough 20 minutes played. Only 2 games, but they've both gone the way of Simona Halep. Now there we are, a break to love, and Svitolina hits back. We are back on serve in this first set, a rapid-fire game. Well, there we are, another break of serve. Svitolina yields again, Halep takes the edge.
3 games to 1, first set.
Nice job with it. It's usually Alina Svitolina using that drop shot. That's 4 times now, and it's worked to good effect for Halep.
Too easily done by Halep. Great speed around the court.
Well handled with that forehand, just got it low enough. Svitolina got that ball foot up higher, she would hit the winner.
Take it. And Halep now firmly in the driving seat in this semi-final.
She can cover the court herself. She's frustrated clearly being down 5-1.
Once again, the winner from Halep. And again, the longer the rally goes on, the more you favour the Romanian, and it brings her to set point. And our 4th set point disappears. Clean winner from Svitolina, and just a little bit of frustration from Halep. Again, the winner from Svitolina. She is clinging on for dear life in this set.
Advantage, Halep.
Just letting out a bit of that anger in another clean winner, another chance to take this set. This time she has it, and all is forgiven and forgotten. Simona Halep has the opening set.
New balls, please.
Tight angles at the net. Ooh, there's some glares to her coach. 30. Well, such power coming down now from Simona Halep. And she and most of centre court sense this might be her chance. And there it is in this second set. And for all the cleaner hitting of Svitolina, it is Simona Halep who takes charge. Again, clean winner from Halep.
Very defensive. Svitolina hoping that she'd get the error. Didn't happen.
Coming down from Halep, all the winners from her racket now.
I think 7 for 7. That'll win your matches every time at 100%.
Simona Halep ends her place in her first Wimbledon final. Svitolina outplayed Simona Halep, came in as the slight favourite, but showed a gulf between the two players. And that is what it means. She will return to this court in the final on Saturday.
Yes, convincing manner the way that Simona Halep made it through to the ladies' singles final. And royalty has arrived here at the championships. The Duchess of Cambridge just walking in with Philip Brook, the chairman of the club, and as well. And Anne, you were very fortunate to meet the Duchess of Cambridge and watch some tennis with her when she was a visitor on the first day of the tournament.
Yes, that's right. I was able to watch alongside the Duchess of Cambridge with Katie Bolter, watching Harriet Dart in action in her first round match against Christina McHale. And she sat with us for, the first set, which took a good hour, so there was plenty to chat about.
And she's a big fan of tennis, a regular fixture at Wimbledon.
Yes, she is. She was telling us how as a young girl she used to come and queue with her mother and her siblings, and they used to run around trying to get as many autographs as possible from the players. So she has fond memories of, I guess her time here as a fan. And she spoke about her kids and Prince George and Princess Charlotte playing tennis.
Because George plays a bit of tennis, doesn't he?
He's a big Roger Federer fan. He's met Roger Federer, so...
a Fed fan.
Yeah, So she was talking about that, and she... unfortunately, says that she doesn't play as much tennis these days as she would like to, I guess because of her commitments, her duties, and running after 3 kids.
And they're on the players' lawn, just walking through the players' lawn from the entrance into the players' area, and it always causes a bit of a stir there when they do arrive. Everyone trying to catch a glimpse and get a photo.
Well, you know when someone important is arriving because they put the barrier up, and security seems to triple. I'm somewhere in the background there, you can't quite see me. But
did you get your photo?
Well, I think my photo from last week probably better than the ones I got today.
I was going to say, yeah.
But yeah, you know what's happening when the sniffer dogs are out first thing in the morning as well, and all the security checks, and the guys with their big machine guns are patrolling the area. Someone from the royal family is heading to Wimbledon.
And after this meet and greet time here with Philip Brook, they'll make their way through and presumably be sat right at the very front of the royal box for the match, Halep against Williams.
Well, I'm sure she'll have a bite to eat in the club room. In the, I guess what they call the members' restaurant, which is where everyone sits down and has lunch for those people who are lucky enough to be invited to the royal box. There's a delicious lunch that's put on, and you're then invited to take your seats in a royal box right before the match starts.
And what fabulous seats they are. We saw yesterday David Beckham, Sir David Attenborough, Sir Alex Ferguson was in there, and it is the best view in the house, isn't it?
Really
the best view in tennis, probably.
I mean, it's a real privilege to get that invite, and you're treated so well. I think the chairman, Philip Brook, and his wife, Jill, do a great job hosting all the guests throughout the fortnight. Yeah, and so, yeah, well, there are plenty of memories made on the day when you're there.
Absolutely. And we're told that the Duchess of Cambridge will be back tomorrow for the men's final as well, alongside the Duke of Cambridge too. Now let's hear from Simona Halep and Serena Williams in their post-match press conferences after the semi-finals.
When I won my first Wimbledon, I think it was against Venus, and I was trying to tap into those emotions, and I was really calm. And I remember, I think I hit an ace, and I just remember like how it's so different when you're younger as opposed to now. But now I just need to, like I said the other day, just relax and just do what I can do. To get to those finals, like looking back to even be in those 2 finals last year was unbelievable. And now I'm in a different place. Like I just am more calm, and instead of having nothing to lose, I feel like I have things to lose, but I also have nothing to lose. It's like I'm in the middle. And I really wanted to do it, you know, and I'm in a different place because I wasn't really playing a month ago, like at all. So it's just all kind of coming together. I can't really put how I'm taking it. I don't know if I've had my best serves this tournament. I've had some big ones, but I'm just now starting to use my legs again. Well, 2 weeks ago in the tournament, so then I was like, oh my God, I forgot about my serve, and it was kind of back, and so it felt good. So it's just really about rediscovering my technique on my serve and how I use my body and how I use every part of it, and just really know that I can still improve.
After the first game, I was a little bit tired, and then the second game came the same, and the third game I couldn't play anymore, and I lost it fast. But she was really strong. She didn't give up a point, and the rallies were very long and very powerful as well. So it was really tough to stay there, but I knew that I was actually prepared against her to fight for every ball. I played many times against her, and I knew that she doesn't let the rhythm low. So I had to be there, I had to be strong, and today I think it was, again, one of the best matches on grass. Yeah, I played many matches against her, and many of them were very close. I have learned that I have the chance, and now if I face her, I will believe that I have my chance to win against her. Of course, I respect a lot what she has done and what she's doing, but now I feel stronger mentally facing her, and we will see what is going to happen. It's just a big challenge for me.
She's one of many great champions' names who've won the Wimbledon championship. Who are some of the names who've inspired you, and what have they meant to you?
Well, she was one of them, because seeing a player that is able to win so many Grand Slams also here on the grass means a lot for everyone, for us. Also, Justine inspired me when I think she won here, right? Yeah, she won here. So everything is possible, and that's why I started to believe more that even if I play on grass, I have my chance to win.
Simona, Serena's playing very powerful at the minute. Is there anything you learned today that you could use in the final to maybe slow her down a bit?
I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on what I can do better. So I have few things that I want to do better in the next round. I need to do better. But at least I'm in the final, so I will not put pressure on myself. I just want to plan what I have to play in the final, and then to enjoy.
What are the things you want to do better?
I don't tell you.
The thoughts of both Simona Halep and Serena Williams there in the press conferences prior to this big final. About 50 minutes time until the players will walk out onto centre court, 2 o'clock UK time, and they will be due out, and it will be even busier than it is now on Henman Hill. Everyone watching the action on the big screen. Let's take you inside at court 1, and it's the girls singles final. It's Daria Sniger of Ukraine against Alexa Noel of the USA. Noelle, the number 10 seed. Sneager recorded a brilliant win in the last round, beating the top seed very comfortably to get to this final stage. And we can join it right at the very start of this match on court number 1.
Oh, decent speed on the serve straight away, 105 miles an hour.
The early part of this match, it's really important when you're nervous is to focus on moving your feet, early preparation. Noelle just getting caught there through lack of preparation. It's just nerves.
$15.30.
Those of you who know your national flags will know that those colours, blue and yellow, are the colours of the flag of Ukraine. Very patriotic. That backhand slice looks a little suspect in the early stages, Liz.
30-40.
So we've seen her hit a couple of good ones, but that one just lacking in the preparation, really. So there's a break point here.
Yes.
So when it was 15-30, she served and volleyed, or an attempted serve and volley. And when it was break point, she also came forward and hit a nice backhand volley into the open court. Good aggressive play.
Net for serve.
Yeah, Noelle has been at the net 91 times in her matches. Her opponent, so there's quite a difference in that, almost twice as often, twice as frequently as the American comes into the net.
Advantage Sneaker.
But I'm a little bit worried about Noelle's backhand.
First game.
So an immediate break for Darius Nigor. Looks to move pretty well.
Noelle knew what to cover there, didn't she? She knew to cover the line, but she was just beaten for pace.
And Alexa Nova,
Darius
Noelle
Niga to
already
serve.
bearing the scars of battle. Right ankle, left calf.
Love. 15-all. No. 30-15.
Well, I mentioned my worries about Alexa Nell's backhand, and I don't think either of us are over impressed with Snigor's serve.
No, the service action is really, well, it's abbreviated on the take back, and then she's completely front onto the court. There's no shoulder rotation. I'm a little bit surprised, actually. This is a serve that's going to be hard to develop with that action, unless at some point she makes a conscious decision to change it. That's really going to be taken advantage of by players who hit big on the return, which is about 90% of the girls on the tour.
Yeah. Oh, that's just a push.
Yes.
Just looking at the statistics, her fastest serve in the entire tournament, just 84 miles an hour. That will know that's not going to get it done.
Advantage, no.
Alexa Nell urging herself on as she gets the chance to break back immediately.
Game, no.
Two double faults in her opening game, contributing to the break back.
1 game all, first set.
Very good idea to do a drop shot if your opponent hasn't followed their shot towards the net.
Nice touch here from Noel. Terrific turn off that left hip, off that backhand side, just straight back and straight through. Off a serve that's coming 111 miles an hour. Great timing.
Net. First serve.
It's incidentally her first fastest serve of the tournament, 111. Oops. Well, maybe Snigor was a little Distracted by the slip of Noel.
30-15.
Good recovery here. In comparison, that's an excellent service action. It's fluid, it gets a good loop. It's a good recovery to get up and cover the line. That's the ball that went out. Snuggle had a couple of opportunities to come to the net in that point there and just was reluctant to do so. So that immediately your opponent knows that it takes the pressure off them because they know it's short. You're only going to come in unless you absolutely have to. So it takes the pressure off Noel for sure on the ground strokes. First double fault for the American.
Congratulations, you come into Wimbledon for the first time this year and you win everything. I just heard you say it's one of the best moments of your life. How do you describe the emotions that you're feeling?
Oh mate, there's something special about, you know, playing here at the All England Club, especially because it's so hard to get here. I think the best part, I rolled out on court, beautiful grass, I could see everything, strawberries, I could see everyone, the flowers, and it was a packed stadium. And you can't tell me that people don't want to watch wheelchair tennis, and to be a part of that is special. And I had a pep in my step when I saw that full crowd, mate. And, you know, people dream, I want to win the Australian Open because it's 5 minutes from my house, but, you know, Wimbledon is the mecca, isn't it, of tennis? And to play so well in a final meant a lot to me. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, the atmosphere out there was sensational today, and for you it completes the career Grand Slam. How do you sort of put into words what you were feeling out there on court as you came through the match?
Yeah, I played like I do back home when I'm training, which is really hard to do in a big match. And I'm going to celebrate it with about 27,000 pims probably, but we'll see how he goes. So, you know, to the All England Club, to Wimbledon, to the championships, to Wimbledon TV, to everyone that supported it, thank you so much. You made a little, you know, kid in a wheelchair's dream come true, and to broadcast that to show other kids with disabilities what they can do is the most important thing. And that was live back home, live here. I'm trending on Twitter here in the UK, trending on Twitter in Australia. You know, 6 years ago, there's about 3 people watching me, and they were my family, so it was pretty special.
And lastly, for you, I mean, so important to have this inaugural quad wheelchair event here at Wimbledon. That's big to grow the general game of wheelchair tennis. How meaningful will it be moving forward? Obviously, not just for you, but for the sport overall.
Yeah, really help that next, you know, not only myself and the current athletes, but we want to leave it in a better spot for the next generation of young athletes, and to be able to, you know, to, I guess, make it a bit easier for them to get involved, but also to show them what they can do. That's everything. So, yeah, I'm stoked, mate. I can't wait to really enjoy this one.
Cheers, congrats.
Thanks, guys.
Stefan Olsson and Joachim Gerard, congratulations, the doubles title here in the wheelchair. How did that feel today? It was a tough match against the British home hopes.
Yeah, definitely a really tough man, especially with the crowd and everything. So we just tried to stick with our plan, and we played really well, I think. And in the end, when he finished off with his service game, 5-4 in the second, it was unbelievable.
Joachim, you had that really tough semi-final match to come through. How did you guys recover from that match, and what did you feel like you did well out there on court today?
I think we learned a lot with the singles, the doubles semis yesterday. We made a lot of mistakes when we were forward in the match. Every time we could finish it, we start to be nervous and everything. So we learned. I learned a lot yesterday, and Stefan too. And I showed it on court when we were leading 5-4 and 5-2 in the second. Every time I was relaxed, and I could do what I could today and do my game.
Alfie and Gordon, they're tough players. You guys all know each other really well. When you go out on court, what's the atmosphere like for you guys? Because you've all faced each other all over the world. For you to come away as winners here at Wimbledon, that obviously had to feel great.
I mean, we just want to try and play our game as good as possible, and we've been mixing it up a little bit more this year. We've been trying stuff, and it's really been working out. And I think the key today was that we actually won against these guys 2 weeks ago in Queens. We already had a winner on the grass, so we were confident enough to actually do it today as well.
And how do you guys celebrate this win?
For sure, we're going to drink a little bit of champagne and celebrate it with our own family. We are lucky each other, our own family here, and so I think tonight we'll be sharing with those.
Yeah, and Stefan, you know the feeling of winning a Wimbledon title. Is there anything like it in the world?
Definitely not. Best feeling in the world.
All right, congrats, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world, to what has been for the past 15 years and more the most sought-after day to have a ticket on centre court at Wimbledon because of the exploits of three men, Djokovic, Nadal and Federer, in pursuit of the men's title. And here, about to walk out for his first Grand Slam semi-final, must be a nervous Roberto Bautista Agut. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. A Lion King-like roar from Djokovic. Yet another Grand Slam final and yet another final here on centre court.
This has been the dream tournament for me when I was a child, so to be in another final is a dream come true. You know, playing finals in Wimbledon is something different, so I'll definitely enjoy that experience.
Men's semi-final number 2, Novak Djokovic awaits in the final on Sunday. You might have seen these two before. That's away. What a contest. Roger Federer, 37 years of age. He's into his 12th Wimbledon final.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. It was tough at the end. Rafa played some unbelievable shots to stay in the match, and you know, I thought the match was played at a very high level and enjoyed it. Crowds were amazing, and the battles with Rafa are always very special, so that was nice. Novak was supreme again. You know, he's the defending champion, and he's showed why this week. He's been rock solid from start to finish so far. I'm very, very excited, to say the least.
You're watching the Wimbledon channel. It is ladies singles finals day, Saturday the 13th of July. And what a picture SW19 is. Very busy on Henman Hill. All of the spectators with ground passes that have headed over there to watch the action on the big screen. A big hello to everyone watching on the big screen inside centre court at the moment as well. Looking forward to Serena Williams against Simona Halep, the 11th seed versus the 7th seed. And Serena hoping to win her 24th Grand Slam title and equal Margaret Court's number of Grand Slam titles. Now let's focus in on the coin toss that will take place, of course, on the court before the match begins, and the coins that will be used for the tosses in both the ladies and men's final tomorrow have travelled to space and back with a NASA astronaut, Drew Feustel. Let's have a look at their story.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero.
There is so much change at Wimbledon from year to year, from decade to decade. It's a constant, continual improvement. Now we're able to do things that have never been done before. 2 special coins will be tossed before the ladies' and gentlemen's final. 2 coins that have been into space. The trip symbolises the incredible journey these players have been on to reach the finals. It's a quest to be great. It is an amazing story, part of Wimbledon's long and rich history.
We're overlooking at Wimbledon with Commander Drew Feustel, who took the gold coin into space. How did that happen?
That's a short question that has a long answer. I would say that the organization, the idea was really instigated by my wife and her family's long interest and love of tennis. And that really motivated us with the idea a few years here, speaking with the chairman, to consider having an item that we could take to space that's representative of Wimbledon and would help us join together these 2 communities of sports greatness in tennis and science and technology, the pinnacle of science and technology in space, which is right now the International Space Station. So the coins are small, they have low mass and low volume and are easy items to bring to space, and sort of a convenient way then with the culmination of the finals to use as the flip coins to decide, the player order and how we're going to start things off. It's just a great chance to bring it all together. And the start, that's how it started. That's the short story to a long journey.
In terms of the long journey, how did the coin physically actually go into space? Because I mean, it's beautiful, but was it in a box? What happened?
Well, I can't tell you. I don't know what happened on this end of the ocean, the pond, so to speak. But the coins were made and then eventually shipped to the United States, shipped to Houston, Texas. They got lost along the way temporarily, believe it or not. We were all a little nervous about that. From there, they were given to one of my crewmates who hand-delivered them to me in Russia because I had already left for our launch. And so they arrived in Russia and eventually Star City, and then to Kazakhstan, where our launch site is with the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. Loaded onto the spacecraft with me personally, and then launched into space, where they remained for 197 days and returned on October 2nd of 2018 back to the Kazakh desert, back to Houston with me, and they've been in our possession since, and recently flown back over and hand-carried and delivered today to the tournament.
You must be quite protective of the coins after that journey.
We are very protective. I'm assuming my wife has them in her hands right now. I mean, at some point we're going to hand them over, and the journey will end, and as it should. I mean, we have no intent to keep them, but they're going to be passed on and given back to the tournament.
And you've got an association that includes playing tennis in space, haven't you?
We did play tennis in space as well for the first time ever. As astronauts, we look for opportunities to do things that sort of connect us back to Earth and give us something, a way to relate back to the family and friends and folks that we have on the planet. And so tennis for us was just an an activity that we did for the first time ever. And once we played tennis, I realized why it was the first time ever, because it actually took quite a bit of...
it's quite difficult.
Yeah, quite a bit of coordination to, number one, come up with something that looked like a tennis net and clear enough space to do that. But I can tell you that of all the things that I've done in space as an activity, as a group activity, that was one of the funner things that we did. And I think everybody who engaged in the sport for the 2 days, over 2 weekends that we did it, really had a good time. And everybody was laughing and joking and trying to, hit the ball back. And so we had fun with it.
Now, we've been talking a lot about this gold coin. We really must see it. It's beautiful. Can you just tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, so the coin was developed here and designed here at Wimbledon. On the front side of the coin is the mission emblem that represents Expedition 56, which was one of the expeditions that it flew with in space. I was the commander during this time on the space station. The design for the emblem of the coin was actually done by my youngest son, and that represents our missions, got the name of the crew members on there. And of course on the back side is the Wimbledon symbol. And so this was sort of the marriage of these two organizations in space, and each coin is engraved with the indication of, in this case, the ladies' final, and we have the other for the gentlemen's final as well.
Well, it's absolutely beautiful. It clearly has been a family project. It's fascinating to see that and to hear about the journey. Thank you very much, Commander.
You're welcome. Thanks for your time.
Now, Marnie Johnson stage will perform the coin toss at the ladies singles final today, representing Regenerate, which works with disadvantaged young people and families in Roehampton, which is the local area, and estates across London as well. And she's been speaking to Carthy about her big day.
We're overlooking Wimbledon. I've got Marnie Johnson with me. You're at 13 years old and you're performing the coin toss today. How excited are you at the moment?
I'm very excited, and it's a great opportunity.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you were chosen to do this?
Well, I go to a youth club called Regenerate, and they give you loads of opportunities, and one of the opportunities was to do the coin toss at Wimbledon. So I wrote a speech. Me and my mum, we wrote a speech together, and then they went through it, and then they decided that I could do it.
It must have been a very special speech. What did you say in it?
I was just saying about how I like going to the youth club and how it's made me the person to be that I am today, and how it keeps people off the streets and it gives you different opportunities and things.
Oh, that's an excellent speech. Tell me a little bit about Regenerate and some of the things that you do there. What are the opportunities that they give you?
Regenerate is a youth club based in Roehampton, and there's one in Ashburton as well. And it just helps you make new friends and try new things, because some people haven't had like the opportunity to do some things, so it just gives you opportunities to do different things.
What did you think when you heard that you were being chosen to do this coin toss at the finals?
I was very excited, but I was nervous because I didn't know, because I haven't really spoken in front of a big crowd before, so it's just a new thing to try.
It's going to be a very, very big crowd. Have they taken you onto centre court so you've seen where you're going to be?
Yeah, they took me onto centre court this morning.
What did you think of it?
It's very big, and you can see how many people are going to be sitting there today.
I think it's, I don't want to scare you, but I think it's 15,000 people that will be in there. But it's nice that you've been on there and you've had a look at centre court. What did you think about if you were going out there to play tennis on that court?
I think it's like really nerve-wracking with that many people watching you and wanting certain people to win, because like some people want Serena, some people want Simona. They're like in between.
Who do you want to win?
Serena.
Oh, excellent. Well, I hope you really enjoy it. Have you got your family here with you?
No, just my mum and Jordan, one of the youth workers at.
Excellent. Well, have a fun day and enjoy performing the coin toss later on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marnie.
Good luck to Marnie. Let's continue our preview to Serena Williams against Simona Halep with Craig at the touchscreen. Craig.
It's time to break down the women's final between Simona Halep and Serena Williams. Who's the favourite? Well, I was just chatting with Novak. He's over there stretching out, going to practice today, playing in tomorrow's final. And I said, Novak, who have you got? And he said, I've got Simona in 3. I said, that's interesting. I think the rest of the world has Serena in 2. There we go. So we know what Serena's going to do. She's going to stand on the baseline. She's not going to move, and it's going to be power from one side. It's going to be an onslaught of direction and depth and power on the other side. She's going to bring it. The question is, what is Simona Halep going to do? Is she going to go toe-to-toe with Serena Williams? Very difficult to do. Or will she back up a little bit and absorb the power and slow things down and try and extract the errors? Now, last year, Serena Williams was also the favourite, and she lost to Angelique Kerber. How did Kerber defeat Serena? And if you're Simona Halep's team, you're like, let's just take a look at that. Let's just have a little figure out what happened, because we've got the same opponent, same court, same round. Last year was 6-3, 6-3 for Angelique Kerber. Angelique only hit 11 winners. Serena hit 23, so you're not going to win the winner battle. Errors. Angelique Kerber, 22. 45. That's where you win. You stay back and you absorb the power of these wonderful Slazenger balls, and you get one more ball back in play. Serena didn't do well from the back of the court, and she went to the front of the court a lot. Serena went to the net 24 times in that 6-3, 6-3 final. She only won 12. Things were off. Is that the right pattern of play for Simona? That's up to her and her coaching team to figure out. We've got some analytics. We've got some video to have a look at how this is going to shake out this afternoon. Let's go to the card. And serving, well, this is advantage Serena everywhere. 45 aces to 9, 35 return serves to 18. The average serves, first serve speed is 108 to 96. So Serena wins serve battle very easily, and this is how she does it. She drops heat early. She goes down the tee. She goes wide. The aces come, and Simona goes, hang on a second, I can hit aces too. I've still got a little bit of heat. I may not hit it as fast as you, but I can hit the corners. It's okay, get that. Let's go to the returns. Serena, 74% returns in. Simona, I'm a little bit better than you, Serena, in this area. Points won against a first serve, Simona's a little bit better. Against the second serve, Simona's a little bit better, even though Serena's got a lot more return winners. So Serena wins the battle of serving, Simona wins the battle of returning. Let's have a look at the returning side of the equation. Here is Serena. She wants to return, step in, and just crush the ball. The return is an opportunity to immediately hit a winner. Let's zoom in on Serena now. For all of our kids out there, put the Vegemite toast down. Red cordial goes over there. Most of you are going to go, I'm wide, I'm down, I'm step, I'm split, I'm adjusting, and I've got my shot. Serena's not doing that. We're going to go back to the card. You're going to see Serena go, I'm wide, and I'm rotating, and I'm unleashing. There's very little footwork, and she makes up for it. There's a little bit of a lean here, but just tremendous power. She doesn't attack it as much with her feet as she does with the racket. Let's go back to the cart. We see that open stance right there, and let's roll it. Goodbye, straight down the line. The #1 place to hit return winners is down the line. And even a few cross court. Simona says, I can do that. Going to be very difficult to hit return winners against Serena. There's one down the line, there's one cross court. Okay, rally length, all right? We've covered serving, we've covered returning. Now let's go to rally length. 0 to 4 shots, 5 to 8, 9 plus. Now the percentages you see on either side are the win percentages. So let's take Serena, for example, over here. What does this 57% mean? Is that in the 0 through 4 rally length, Serena is winning 57% of those points. So both ladies are very similar. We see 57, we see 57. The next one down, 51, 52, and 59, 60. So it's not like either player says, I have to play this because that's where I win the most amount of points. Very good to see we're even there. And let's get rid of those lines and have a little look at the beginning of the rally, the serve, the return, and this is a serve +1. Now Serena's dead in the middle of the court. This is actually a really good return from Barbora Strikova. I think I said that right. But you know what Serena says? No, I'm not going to start rallying. I'm going to finish the rally before it starts. Look for this pattern today. Serve, forehand, good night. Simona goes, I like your highlight reel, Serena, but there's, I can do this. Now, Simona Halep, zoom in on Simona. We see this time and time again. We cover this all the time at the Wimbledon channel. This is a forehand hit over in the backhand alley. Players will go all the way over here, all the way there, all the way up to here. They'll go anywhere. Hi, how are we doing? This guy up here. If that's a forehand, we want to hit forehands anywhere and everywhere all over the court. The forehand is the sword, the backhand is the shield. You've got a bigger forehand, more miles per hour, on average around 8 miles an hour difference. And here's a serve +1, tricky play. We've got a drop shot. And let's roll it. That will work today against Serena. Going to be tough to do. Work. Here's Serena now, extending the rally.
15-14.
This is return +1. We've got a return and a winner. Stepping in, got an angle. Defense gone cross court, because if you go down the line on defense, you are going to open up that angle. It's quite easy to hit. There's Simona hitting a return +1. Good deep ball. Depth comes before direction at the beginning of the point. Get the ball deep, then receive the next ball short. Like that one. Now, let's zoom in again. We're on defense, we're out wide. There's nothing wrong with an open stance. Let's just talk about this for a second. As a coach, all my life, we teach players to go sideways when we hit that backhand. There's nothing wrong. It's not so much the position of the body, which is closed here. You can hit great open stance backhands, particularly if the ball's wide and we can stop and then come back so we don't take extra steps. All I care is your balance. Let's go back to the screen. Very balanced here, and we're going to see some offense out of a defensive situation. It's a defensive direction cross court, but she hit that extremely well. Who's going to win today? I'm not sure. I would say if Serena can bring the power with the serve, can really rocket those returns back, I'd say she's the favorite. I'd say Serena, if everything goes according to plan with what we've seen up to the final, Serena probably wins this match. It's up to Simona Halep to figure out the best plan of action to diffuse the power coming at her, to absorb that power, and to extract the errors. You are not going to out-hit Serena Williams in the big house today. But you can hang around, you can get the ball back, and you can extend the rally a little bit and just make it very difficult to hit one backhand, two backhands, three backhands, four backhands. Extend the rally and extract the errors that way. 8 ways to force an error: consistency, direction, depth, height, spin, power, court position, time. I hope you wrote that down. Go back and record it, because that is what you're looking for in the women's final. Ladies, have a wonderful match. Cheers from Wimbledon.
Thanks, Craig. Intriguing stuff as always. Time now for us to say goodbye to everyone watching on the big screen inside centre court. The players are due out there in about 11 minutes' time. Serena Williams and Simona Halep. Enjoy the tennis and enjoy your afternoon watching. So T-minus about 10 minutes until the players are out on centre court for the ladies' singles final. That is the scene around the grounds. Beautiful sunshine, blue skies, a few clouds overhead, but no sign of any rain. Haven't had any rain for the entire championships. The weather has been absolutely perfect, and it is very busy around the grounds. Spectators who have got a seat, lucky enough to have a ticket for the ladies' singles final, just making their way up the steps into centre court. That is the scene on Henman Hill. Anne Keothavong with me here on the Wimbledon channel. And 10 minutes to go until a Wimbledon final, whether it's the men's or the ladies' singles final or doubles final. All players feeling a little bit more nervous now. The butterflies are starting. How do you think both of these players will be feeling ahead of this one?
Well, other than nervous, I'm sure there's a mixture of excitement there for Simona Halep in particular. It's her first Wimbledon final. It's the final her mother wanted to see her play in. So, you know, I think it's a really special moment for the players and the team around the player as well. I'm sure right now both will be kind of in the gym or just outside the gym. Halep likely to be outside in the courtyard doing her warm-up drills, the same routine before every match as it is for Serena Williams. I mean, for Serena, I guess that walk onto centre court, Patrick likes to carry her bag for her. You know, she's He's not just a tennis coach, he's a bag carrier as well. That's important to have that in your team. So, you know, it's, just kind of last-minute preparations.
Yeah, let's hear from both players speaking in their pre-match press conferences now.
When I won my first Wimbledon, I think it was against me, and I was trying to tap into those emotions, and I was really calm. And I remember, I think I hit an ace, and I just remember like how it's so different when you're younger as opposed to now. But now I just need to, like I said the other day, just relax and just do what I can do. To get to those finals, like looking back to even be in those 2 finals last year was unbelievable. And now I'm in a different place. Like I just am more calm, and instead of having nothing to lose, I feel like I have things to lose, but I have nothing to lose. It's like I'm in the middle, and I really wanted to do it, you know. And I'm in a different place because I wasn't really playing a month ago, like at all. So it's just all kind of coming together. I can't really put how I'm taking it. I don't know if I've had my best serves this tournament. I've had some big ones, but I'm just now starting to use my legs again, well, 2 weeks ago in the tournament. So then I was like, oh my God, I forgot about my serve, and it was kind of back, and so it felt good. So it's just really about rediscovering my technique serve and how I use my body and how I use every part of it, and just really know that I can still improve.
After the first game, I was a little bit tired, and then the second game came the same, and the third game I couldn't play anymore, and I lost it fast. But she was really strong. She didn't give up a point, and the rallies were very long and very powerful as well. So it was really tough to stay there, but I was actually prepared against her to fight for every ball. I played many times against her, and I knew that she doesn't let the rhythm low. So I had to be there, I had to be strong, and today I think it was, again, one of the best matches on grass. Yeah, I played many matches against her, and many of them were very close. I have learned that I have the chance, and now if I face her, I will believe that I have my chance to win against her. Of course, I respect a lot what she has done and what she's doing, but now I feel stronger mentally facing her, and we will see what is going to happen. It's just a big challenge for me.
She's one of many great champions' names who've won the Wimbledon championship. Who are some of the names who've inspired you, and what have they meant to you?
Well, she was one of them, because seeing a player that is able to win so many Grand Slams also here on the grass means a lot for everyone, for us. Also, Justine inspired me when I think she won here, right? Yeah, she won here. So everything is possible, and that's why I started to believe more that even if I play on grass, I have my chance to win.
Simona, Serena's playing very powerful at the minute. Is there anything you learned today that you could use in the final to maybe slow her down a bit?
I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on what I can do better. So I have few things that I want to do better in the next round. I need to do better. But at least I'm in the final, so I will not put pressure on myself. I just want to plan what I have to play in the final, and then to enjoy.
What are the things you want to do better?
I don't tell you.
I'm outside centre court, and I'm joined by the lovely Laura Whitmore, model and presenter. Laura, first time at Wimbledon?
No, I've been here actually last week. First time this week. But what a special day. And just to kind of get to centre court now and see a Williams smash it. Fingers crossed.
You've come on a really special day, and is it much about the tennis as the fashion, the Pims?
Yeah, definitely, as there's a lovely lady behind you holding 4 Pims. I just think the whole atmosphere is here. It's always like a great day out. Lots of people watching, but I suppose all the action is on the court today, and I'm a bit biased, but I always prefer watching the female matches. I feel like there's more energy.
Come on, the girls.
Sound effects as well.
Definitely. Well, I hope you have an amazing day and good luck.
Thank you. Well, not good luck to me. I'm not. Well, maybe I will end up out there. You never know. I'll give it a go.
Maybe.
See you.
Thank you.
Well, let's take you inside centre court. Jodie Whittaker, who plays Doctor Who, has taken her seat in the Royal Box. It'll be completely full once the match begins, and the players are due to walk out in just a few minutes' time. So last-minute preparations being added before the match begins between Simona Halep and Serena Williams. And we haven't really discussed the crowd and how that might impact this occasion. Simona Halep, as we know, very well supported here in London, a huge community of Romanian fans who love watching her, and she is an absolute superstar, as Nick was saying, in her home country. Which way do you think the crowd will be siding here, or do you not see much of an advantage for either player?
No, I think I see a pretty even split in of what the fans want. I think more than anything, I'm sure everyone just wants to see a really competitive match, because the semi-finals, both matches were very one-sided. And there's Marion Bartoli, former champion. Yeah, I think the general consensus is we just want a competitive match.
Certainly. And we saw Simona there just, as you predicted, she here she is just taking some time to, a few deep breaths before she walks out, makes that walk down the steps. And I'm sure players can't help but notice the names on the honours board, hoping that they can add their name to the history.
Yeah, funnily enough, she's standing outside the changing rooms, and I'm sure Serena will make her wait, because you've got two locker rooms. You've got the seeded players' locker room, which is just doors on the right there for the top 16 seeds and former champions to use. But then you've got the downstairs locker rooms for everyone else. And Simona Halep, despite being the 7th seed, she actually chooses to use the downstairs locker room.
That's interesting.
Where there's a bit more space and it's nearer to the gym and the ice bath. So, yeah, there she is.
Here comes Serena. And this will be a moment for the players to come face to face for the first time for probably a little while.
No eye contact there at all, though, between the two players, both in their zone. Yeah, this walk is, it's just brilliant, isn't it? You've got the security, armed forces, they're standing to the side.
Such a sense of tradition, but no Patrick carrying the bag.
No, well, I guess he
That's a change.
can't make it down through these areas. It does make a change. But yeah.
And there is a bit of a psychology, isn't there, sometimes in the player that leads the way on. We've seen with Rafa in the past, one of his superstitions is he's quite specific with the order in which he wants to walk out onto court, and it's a bit, sometimes to me, to you kind of scenario where who's going to walk out first.
Yeah, it was interesting there, though, when Serena came out of the locker room, Simona Halep just marched forwards, head down. She's in the zone, as is Serena, with her earphones on.
And it's hard to ignore the head-to-head record between the two. 10 times they've met before on tour, and Halep's only managed to beat Serena once. So that will play on her mind. She'll have to do something differently today to, as we said, get off to a good start and change the momentum of the partnership and the head-to-head between the two players.
Yeah. And at the most recent meeting was at the Australian Open earlier this year, where it was a really competitive three-set battle. And I think the biggest thing for anyone going out there against Serena Williams is to believe. A lot of players have lost the match before they've even walked onto court against Serena Williams. But this is a Grand Slam final. It's a special occasion for every player.
And I'm sure, Serena's done this many, many times before. Her 11th opportunity to do this. There is the Duchess of Cambridge and the Duchess of Sussex sitting alongside each other in the Royal Box. And for both players, Halep, first time doing it here at Wimbledon, walking out in front of the crowd for a final. As we said, Serena's done it many times before, but both of them will feel tremendously proud of what they've achieved in their career to get themselves to this point today.
Oh, absolutely. This is something so many players dream about, and only a select few get to experience. So, yeah, Simona Halep is now a part of something historic, having reached a Wimbledon, first Romanian woman, or first Romanian player, full stop, to reach a Wimbledon final.
Absolutely. Well, the players are ready. They're on court. You heard the big cheer from both inside centre court and on Henman Hill when they strode out there. And we can leave you here for the coin toss. And the chair umpire for this one is Mariana Velovic.
Hello. So ladies, same conditions as before. Have you got any questions? No? This is heads today. This is tails. Moni is gonna help us with the coin toss. So would you like to call it, Simona? Tails is her call. And it is heads. Serve. Can we?
Welcome to centre court, and what an occasion this will be. History beckons for one of these two women, and a wonderful story for the young lady chosen to help out with the coin toss. I saw her on centre court a little earlier, helping to tighten the net. And as you can tell by the noise around centre court, the crowd really looking forward to this match. A coin that has gone all the way to space. Brilliant story. We heard from the astronaut himself a little earlier. But is this final going to be out of this world? Craig O'Shannessy, really looking forward to this.
What a wonderful throw, Rob Walker. I hope so. I hope so. Last year, Serena was the favourite against Angelique Kerber, but it's 6-3 for the German. Can Simona Halep somehow find a way? And it's really what I'm so intrigued about, and we'll see it after the first two games. Typically about 90% of all the strategy comes out in the first two games, service game for each. Is Simona Halep going to try and match Serena Williams with court position and firepower? Is she going to try and take that power and repel it back at her opponent, or is she going to absorb the power? Is she going to try and extend the rally and hope that Serena starts missing more?
Well, it's already an incredible record, isn't it? One more to tie Margaret Court and move to 24 Grand Slam titles, the first of which was on home soil at the US Open back in 1999.
Rob, do you know which town in Australia Margaret Court is from?
I don't.
It's the town of Albury. Do you know which town Craig is from?
I'm guessing you might be from Albury, judging by the context.
You are a very smart, intelligent man. We grew up on the same grass courts, 25 grass courts in Albury, 30 grass courts over the river in Wodonga, and there's a lot of grass court tennis being played there still.
Well, I'm sure the Australians watching wouldn't be too disappointed if Serena Williams ties their great heroine from yesteryear. I guess the most important question is,
3 minutes.
Post-baby, hasn't won a Grand Slam since the Australian Open in 2017. She's taking on Simona Halep, last year's French Open champion, finally getting the major win at her fourth attempt in a Grand Slam final. Is Serena Williams back close to her very best?
Oh, there's no question. When you look through the draw, you look through her body of work so far at the championships, I think it was a stern test against Alison Risk, but for the most part, Serena Williams has served her way through opponents. She's blasted returns back at opponents. What you're going to see today, if you see points very, very short, essentially Serena wants to extinguish the point before it begins with either the first shot serving, the first shot returning, or certainly the two that immediately follow, which we call serve +1 and return +1. If Simona Halep can match her in the short rally length, extend her a little bit deeper into 5 through 8 shots and 9+, if she can move her out wide, play behind and somehow wrong foot Serena Williams and make it an athletic side-to-side battle, who knows? This is an intriguing final with two contrasting styles.
Just the one victory for Simona Halep against Serena Williams.
Serena Williams to the right of the chair won the toss and elected to serve.
And that was quite a few years ago now. She had one walkover in 2015, but her win came in the WTA finals in 2014. Marijana Miljevic of Serbia will oversee this one. Serbian representation on centre court on Saturday and Sunday. But more of the men's final later.
1 minute.
Interesting listening to your stats from earlier. I guess it's a question of the wonderful server against the dogged returner.
Yeah, Serena's serve numbers are definitely stronger than Simona, but Simona has got some wonderful analytics on the return side. So, you know, I love these battles. You know, it's not two exact same styles of players. So it's, you know, again, I like to see two games. Service game from each player. How did they handle it? Where are they serving? What is the rally length? Who's controlling? There's Virginia Wade. You know, I played with Virginia Wade once.
Really?
Yeah, we were where was it? Indian Wells maybe, and we went out in the morning. She needed somebody to hit with, and I had so much fun hitting with her. She told a bunch of stories about her wonderful past in our sport.
And the woman.
Tennis royalty and actual royalty. The former British Prime Minister, Theresa May. We've got the Duchess of Cambridge, Duchess of Sussex. A star-studded, glittering royal box for a wonderful occasion here on centre court. History beckons for one of these two. Yes. Serena ties Margaret Court, or Simona Halep, the former world #1, the French Open champion from last year, could become the first male or female to take a title here at Wimbledon. Ilie Nastase, the legend, runner-up in the 72 and 76. This is huge for Halep, and it's huge for Romania.
Absolutely.
And if you have 2 minutes to go online, go onto YouTube or Twitter if you have an interest, and look up Simona Halep's homecoming from the French Open last year. She was greeted in the National Football Stadium with a crowd of 15,000. She is absolutely adored in Romania. So a lot of the attention has been on Serena Williams, one of the all-time greats, male or female. But we shouldn't forget there are two women in this final, and history could beckon for both of them.
15.
The match is underway. Serena goes with a slider out wide. Simona puts it in the net. They'll be nervous, there'll be butterflies. They're going to want to, you know, let me touch the ball a few times, get some forehands and backhands, move around a little bit, and let those butterflies subside and let me focus on the strategies. This is very interesting. Serena's going after with the first point to the Halep forehand, approaches to the gets past cross court.
It's the start of the Ladies' Championship here at Wimbledon in 2019. We don't have the rights to show you the action, so you're watching Craig O'Shannessy and myself, Rob Walker, watching the footage. Of course, wherever you are in the world, tune in through your local rights holder, ESPN, BBC. Serena Williams takes that point, 30-15. Again, just going back to your analysis, Craig, as the cameras focus in on Patrick Mouratoglou, Williams serving with her back to the royal box. A little bit of sunshine just beginning to emerge here at Wimbledon, fitting for the occasion. She seems to be so dominant on those 0-4 length rallies.
Yeah, and, you know, that's what we've seen so far. Serena wants to hit her spots in the corners serving. She rarely will serve at the body, so Simona's going to stand there and go, okay, do I go this way or that way? It's going to be very close to the line, and once she gets it back, Serena's going to try and take the ball early and dominate once again out wide. She is all about power, all about court position up in the court. There's a wide slider. This is an opportunity right now. Second serve, 30-all, and this is a window into the strategy. I mean, the ladies have had a couple of days to figure it out with their coaching team. Where does the second serve go? Where does the second serve return? It goes to the forehand. Serena's going cross-court, backhand to backhand. Simona Halep's got a very strong backhand. You don't expect that to break down. It's our first longer rally. And Serena Williams misses that. Didn't really get to that ball. And this is one of the sub-pots. Can Simona Halep stretch the court, move Serena wide so that she can't get behind the ball? And we have 30-40 break point in the opening game.
Drama right from the very start here on centre court. Serena Williams facing break point on this opening service game. You can hear a pin drop in this marvellous arena. The first serve is good. It's 103 miles an hour.
Wow. Break.
Amazing.
So the serve went where I thought it would, right down the tee. That's Serena's favourite. But in the last couple of errors, it's the little adjusting steps that Serena didn't take. So when the ball comes in close, it's your spacing from the ball. And both of those balls, that one there got in, the other one was out. Those little steps caused the spacing and the contact to be wrong. Slight errors. One love, Simona Halep.
Wow, we have a match on our hands. Halep aiming to become the first Romanian man or woman to lift a title here on centre court. Serena Williams chasing history, and she's a breakdown after the very first game. Lots more drama to come here on centre. If you've been dipping in and out of our coverage here on the Wimbledon channel, here's a reminder of their roads to this wonderful showdown.
Breaks to love to secure the opening set. Oh! Save the best rally to last. Everybody standing around to court. But Serena Williams, the 7 times former champion, is through.
So here is the 7-time champion. Oh, didn't she pick that up beautifully? That's probably her best shot of the match. Oh. The look of steel. There have been moments of doubt in this match, but generally, apart from a little hiccup towards the end, she got better and better. It was a mighty good scrap.
What a wonderful ovation.
These two look very focused.
Oh, that is delightful. What a 1-2 combination from Williams. And there it is. Serena celebrates. She storms into the 4th round with a dominant display. Serena Williams, the 7-time champion, goes through to the round of 16 with a straight sets win, 6-3, 6-4.
Oh, 3 in a row. Sensational. She's into the quarterfinal yet again. Another comprehensive victory for Serena Williams. And to be honest, it was never in doubt after she broke in the opening game.
Yeah. Another trip to the net. Another Williams point. 15. It's meant to be on 2 hours. 2 match points.
Of course.
Still very much at home together. Serena and the Wimbledon arena. And who can stop her? Will it be another title?
The world's most famous sportswoman.
Williams taking her time with that drop volley, moving up to the ball, or bouncing about 2 inches.
Pretty soft up there, isn't it? Serena with match point to move into her 11th Wimbledon final. It's a clean finish, and the chase for history is still on for Serena Williams. 59 minutes of a performance from the 7-time champion, full of control, poise and power. And she will go into Saturday's ladies singles final, the hot favourite to take title number 8.
So there is Halep, 27 now. And world number 7, as I mentioned, the former world number 1. Again, one of the players in the women's game who has moved to the top.
Great rally to round off that first set. And the first proper set to be played on the new number 1 court goes to Simona Halep. Oh, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. And the way to finish off. She's safely with a small S through.
Taken so well by Halep, and the pattern of this match continues. One breaks, the other breaks. Oh, it's a from Halep. She is safely through to the 3rd round.
So centre court, a 3rd round match, a quite brilliant one in prospect. Simona Halep versus Victoria Azarenka. Well, why win it once when you can win it 4 times? And that's the end of that. Simona Halep goes through comfortably in the end.
Next on #1 court, former world #1 Simona Halep, and the story of these championships so far.
Oh my gosh! That was a rocket of a backhand down the line from Goff, but the defensive skills from Halep on full display.
It's out. It'll be challenged.
Is challenging the ball on the left far side line.
But it looks a rather half-hearted challenge, and Simona Halep knows that it's going to be all in vain. It is out.
It's a match, Halep.
And it's a standing ovation.
6-3, 6-3.
Oh, that's an outstanding backhand. Nice setup here from Halep. Nice change of direction, taking that ball up the line.
Wonderful performance from Simona Halep. She fought like a lion. Her reward is a second chance to try to make her first Wimbledon final.
Led out onto centre court, which will now give them its finest welcome. Oh, brilliant. Set in for the long haul. 2 23-shot rallies already. Brilliant 23rd shot it was. And there it is now with a clubbing forehand. Simona Halep earns her place in her first Wimbledon final. And that is what it means. She will return to this court in the final on Saturday. First Wimbledon final.
Well, I'm 17-time Grand Slam champion Mark Woodford, who knows what it's like to play in a Wimbledon doubles final. We are watching the nerves here on centre court. Serena 4-1 down. What have you made of the opening stages of this match?
Well, she looks very tired, doesn't she? I think the enormity of going for that one tournament victory to equal Margaret Court's Grand Slam record is really, you know, at the moment, a heavy weight on the shoulders of Serena Williams. But, you know, I mean, great effort, great start by Simona Halep to come out and really push home that advantage, take the initiative. And, you know, at the moment, she's got to, you know, remember, play to win. Don't play safe right now. Keep trying to build on the lead that she has.
Yeah, because in Serena's service game just now, you saw Simona just creep a little bit back off the baseline. What do you want to see Simona keep on doing?
Well, yeah, I mean, she's come out of the gates very fast and she's hitting to the corners. She's keeping Serena off balance, and that's what she's got to, you know, be able to maintain. I think there's going to be some critical junctures ahead for the Romanian. It's probably going to come at the end of the first set. If she has that opportunity to win, keep playing to win, and not drift back. There was just a couple of points there that she started to drift back and play a little safe. She doesn't want to allow too often for Serena to step into the court, because we know the weight of shot lies with Serena.
And Serena's serve, talk us through what makes it one of the toughest shots to face in tennis.
Well, if you've ever walked by Serena's practice courts, you know, there's many times she'll finish her practice sessions by setting up targets in the corners of the court, and she'll just stand there, and she is super deadly accurate with that first serve. There's a lot of pace, the technique is solid, it's very simple, but she packs a lot of power behind it. And once she finds the corner, it's not too often that some of the other ladies can actually get a solid return back and push Serena back. So after the serve, Serena's already inside the court, ready to keep with the initiative and hit for the open court.
But we know that Simona's one of the fittest athletes on tour. If she can just, I mean, say just, but get a racket on that serve and just prolong these rallies like she did against Svitolina in the 9+ shot rallies against Svitolina. Halep was coming out on top.
Yeah, I think, you know, Svitolina probably played too safe. Serena's game being a multiple Grand Slam champion, not just here at Wimbledon, but the other slams as well. She knows that going for the win, hitting to the corners, going for the shots, that's what's going to reap the reward. So I think Serena's just dealing, you know, with some nerves, a little heavy in the legs at the moment. You know, I watch out in set 2. If the first set does go to Halep, I would expect the American to, you know, start to build on the adrenaline and to go in for the attack.
Yeah, always expect a backlash. Listen, let's take you out to court number 3, because it's the women's wheelchair singles final. And the #1 seed, Didi de Groot, is playing Aniek van Koot. So this is an all-Dutch affair. And de Groot is serving 2-1 down in the 3rd set. So let's join this match.
Oh yes, right into the corner.
15.
It's a super strike. Timing of the return.
Like, first set.
A little bit of luck. No, it just feels like that's what could decide this final. A little bit of luck here or there, a bit of magic. Super body serve. And once again, these two just mirroring each other.
2 games all, final set.
Game point here for Serena Williams, but Simona Halep is playing arguably some of the best tennis of her career. She's double break up, and in just a moment or so, she'll be serving for the first set in this, her first Wimbledon final. She could not have scripted this any better so far, could she?
I just looked down here. Simona Halep 1 ace, Serena Williams 0. That's shocking. It's, you know, we expect the both ladies to come out here and play their A game. Simona is playing better than she's got her A+ game going right now. She does lose that game, so Serena holds, and Simona will come out to serve for the set at 5-2. But Serena Williams is off. She is not moving very well. She's not taking the small adjusting steps. She is missing balls that she would normally make in her sleep. So you have one player who, for whatever reason, it could be nerves, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. But Serena's level is lower than normal. I would say Simona's is a little higher than normal, and that's how we end up with a 5-2 set. And the analytics are nothing like I thought I'd see. Serena Williams, no aces. Simona Halep has more with just only one. It's also boggling that Serena's made 80% of her first serves, but is down 5-2. She's won only 1 point on second serve, 1 of 4. You know, this is not at all what we expected.
And then the other interesting development, whilst you've been away, in the 6th game, Serena looked as though she was beginning to settle and carved herself out a break point. Now, 9 times out of 10, any other context, any other match on this stage, she would have seized that opportunity. And okay, she still would have been 1 breakdown, but you would have sensed the momentum beginning to change. But Halep rose to the occasion again and snubbed out the challenge, and now finds herself serving up towards the royal box for a 1-set lead in this, her first Wimbledon final. And remember, she's aiming to become the first Romanian man or woman to lift the Wimbledon title. And I just wonder, we've touched on this before, 3 times she almost got to the mountaintop and lost. Twice at the French, once at the Australian. How key in her overall career and confidence was finally getting over the line at Roland Garros last April? Yeah, it was massive. You know, people doubt you, or you doubt yourself and the ability to take a big major. That was just monstrous in her career, and that moment and that experience will absolutely come into play here today. You know, and this can get a little crazy, because if Simona Halep does win this first set, she is serving at 15-all. If she does win the first set, it almost came too easy. So when the inevitable charge comes from Serena Williams, phenomenal defense right then from Simona Halep to go 30-15, the big fist pump. The second set is going to be a little bit weird if Serena starts coming back. It's like, okay, I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this first set when everything went my way. So I remember I watched Ash Barty win the first set. It was lose the first set at Roland Garros in the semi. She led 5-love and lost the set. It just came all too easy. Great first serve there from Simona Halep, over 100 miles an hour. Remember, this was teed up as the Serena against the returner, Simona Halep. Phenomenal defense right there. Serena Williams comes in with a big backhand approach shot into the backhand corner and is immediately on defense. The ball's at her feet, and that's happened twice in this game. 2 set points for the Romanian, who was told time and time again in her youth she was too small and wouldn't make it as an international tennis player. Talk about a superb role model for young boys and girls trying to get into tennis or get into any sport. She's a little long with that first serve. She has 2 set points. She could not have scripted this opening set any better. Can she finish it as she started with a breaker serve? But that is a phenomenal return of serve from Serena Williams, and that is what we probably were expecting to see from Serena right from the beginning. She saved 1 set point. Halep has another as Serena prepares down the other end of the court with her back to the royal box. The first serve is good. The return is splayed wide from Serena Williams, and this dream start continues. 6-2, the opening set. Halep has played arguably the best tennis we've seen from her on grass. This has been a phenomenal 26 minutes from the 27-year-old Romanian. Very nicely said. Just that last point is a classic example. So it's set point. Serena has just on the previous point hit a return winner and is looking to be aggressive, but for some reason, if you slow that tape down, you're going to see Simona serving. Here comes the ball, and Serena's guessing. And Serena should never guess. That's not her strength. You don't need to guess. She had the racket out to the backhand side,
and all of a sudden the serve's not there. It's on the forehand side, and she was late to it and hit the ball late out the side. So Serena is very off. Simona is very on. And I think one of the most important things that I see in this match so far, it's not Simona looking to the box for support. It's not Simona having having all the outside influences in her head. She is locked and loaded on what she needs to do. It's almost like she's been in a trance for an hour before she came out, and she is playing this match for the second time. It's almost like she's playing it in her mind for the first time, and we are just seeing the next result of that. So we see the stats here. They're absolutely amazing. For Serena Williams to serve 80% first serves and lose the set that badly, I would never have thought I'd see that.
Percentage of first serve points won, 79 for Halep to 69 for Serena Williams. Simona Halep is halfway there, but against Serena Williams, it really is only just halfway there. You never know when this 4-time Olympic champion and 23 Grand Slam time winner, you never know when she's going to turn it on. Now would be a good time at the start of the second set. She's serving with her back to the royal box. She has lost the first set, and she now knows she's up against an opponent who has definitely brought her A game to this, her first Wimbledon final. Halep's halfway there. Williams needs to find something here in this second set. But if anyone can, she can.
Yeah, strap yourselves in, boys. I'm sure it's going to be a real ride, that second set. Mark and I just watching that unfold. How important was it, you said, for Halep to serve it out right then and there?
I thought it was very important for her to get it done at the first opportunity that she has to hold for the opening set. You don't want to allow any breathing space. You know that once that momentum goes in her favour, it's like a tidal wave. So 2 chances, Simona to serve it out, 5-2, 2 breaks of serve. I think huge game for her to win that set 6-2. Cancels out any hope in the early stages or confidence for Serena. If she'd got that one break, it could have engineered a second, and who knows what could have happened. But great start for Halep. That's fantastic.
And we know she still works with that sports psychologist who she saw when, like Andy Murray, she lost her first 3 Grand Slam finals, and then saw, I think her name's Alexis Castori.
Yes.
And really worked on those sort of inner demons and that inner turmoil, and she's going to use that in a match like this.
Well, not that I know the ins and outs of Alexis Castori's work. I have come across her before, but it's interesting, even the fellas were saying that Halep is in the zone right now. She's not really using energy from her player box. The head is down, almost in the zone right now. And if she can carry that forward, then it is a real possibility that she could be the Wimbledon champion in a short time.
Oh, wow. We're going to wait and see how this second set unfolds. But there's also going on today. And on court number 1, Daria Shnugur of Ukraine, who's a 17-year-old unseeded player, won the first set 6-4. She's up against Alexa Knoll, and let's see if she can close out this match.
That's for serve.
Points in a row to Snigor. Tears aren't far away. Oh my, it's a total collapse, sadly, for Alexa Noel. 3 championship points.
course, celebrations there on court number 1. The unseeded Ukrainian from 17 years old has overthrown the 10th seed Alexa Knoll. And what a moment for her. Follows in a long list of more recent winners of the junior championships who've gone on. Had success on tour. Yelena Ostapenko, who won here, and of course then won the French Open Championship. Eugenie Bouchard, and the likes of Martina Hingis and Amelie Mauresmo. So what a moment for the teenager to win here at the All England Club. Let's join Matt Rose. Let's see what he's been up to.
Welcome down to the touchscreen. Novak Djokovic has just finished warming up to the left of me ahead of the men's final tomorrow. But all eyes, of course, are on centre court, and that's where we're going to start because tons of reaction pouring in on Twitter for the first set so far. Halep starting on absolute fire at Wimbledon, having to remember that the only top 30 player Serena has had to face en route to the final was world-ranked 17th Julia Gerges. Playing Halep is a huge jump in class. So that's their thoughts on Twitter. Christopher Clary had lots of scenarios in mind before this match. 4-love to Halep after 12 minutes was not one of them. She started so well, didn't she? I think a lot of people surprised by how quickly she came out the blocks. Next up, our very own Nick McCarville. Damn, I'm excited, in his American accent. Damn, I'm excited for this match. Really think we could be in for a classic. Only one 3-set women's final at Wimbledon since 2007. So that was a long time ago. Will it go the distance? Who knows? Next up, Simona Halep has got her mother in the crowd. Said this was her mother's dream for her, for Simona to win Wimbledon. She's in Simona's players box watching her today, and there she is. I'm sure a very, very proud mother indeed. Next up, BBC 10 doctor in the house. Yes, there is. Jodie Whittaker from Doctor Who. She is in the crowd. Branson was there yesterday with his daughter Holly in the Raw box. I'm sure had a brilliant day watching Rafa up against Roger. The 2019 Wimbledon Gentlemen Wheelchairs Doubles Champions, that is Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsen. They beat Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid to lift the trophy, and there they are. Tweeting that. And finally, Dylan Alcott also lifting a trophy today. He's the Wimbledon singles quads champion. I can't believe it. Definition of a dream come true. And there he is, holding the trophy above his head. Now, we've got his winning speech, which we think down here at the touch for winning speech of the championship so far. So have a listen to this.
Most importantly, thanks to every single one of you that came out here today. I remember about 5 years ago when I used to play with Andy around the world, there were about 3 people there, and they were our parents. Now people are buying tickets because they want to watch, and it's changing the lives of so many people. So to every single one of you, to my 55 friends that came, I got 55, so here you are, good job. Let's get absolutely sauced tonight. Thank you so much, Lars, as I said, to the All England Club. I really appreciate you having me here. I don't know who I have to talk to get a membership, but you let me know. And now that I'm a champion, I can't wait to get in that locker room downstairs. Is that right? Yes, me and Roger. Woo! So there you guys. I love you very much.
What a brilliant speech.
Your champion, Dylan Alcott.
Absolutely brilliant speech there from Dylan Alcott, and there he is with the trophy. I think he's going to have a good night tonight. Right, that's all from the touchscreen for the time being. As, of course, that match on centre develops, we'll bring you up to speed with all the reaction on social media.
Wow, that's why we got the opportunity, Mark. Let's chat about that match from last night. I was on centre court watching and just seeing the level of tennis from these two players who, you know, duelled here in 2008. A lot of people said then, would we ever see a match of the like again? I'm not sure we ever will, but my goodness, in the closing stages, they came close.
Rafa and Roger, I mean, again, it exemplifies two outstanding champions in our sport. It was breathtaking. May not have hit some of the same heights, the level that some of their past matches, but there was so much tension up either end of the court, and you know, it's sad in those occasions for me. I mean, I sit there in absolute amazement and astonishment, but you know, to see someone lose, you know, out of those two in particular. But Roger was phenomenal. You know, I was gritting my teeth, and how does he come back from, you know, near the end of that match as the finishing line was so close and he missed the overhead. I mean, I just don't see Roger Federer ever missing, you know, too many smashes at all. But, you know, there's the resilience of a great champion, able to bounce back and defeat Rafa.
And what was surprising was in the long rallies, the way Federer actually came out on top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was almost, you know, the way the match started to unfold near the end. The longer rallies, you would think that the edge would go towards Rafa. But Roger just never backed away from the baseline. He was willing to engage. He was throwing everything up the other end to Rafa, but he just never backed away from that baseline. Even if he had to half volley, the ball got quickly back to Rafa, and I think that made the difference.
And Roger's had to improve that backhand of his just to deal with those matchups with Nadal. He's worked so hard, and it really came to the fore in that match.
There were times in the quarterfinal against Kei Nishikori, I thought that maybe there was some of the Swiss stubbornness that was happening. He was coming over the backhand, but it was sitting up nicely into Nishikori's strike zone, who got off to a great start with a break and taking the first set. And I was sitting back, you know, watching and hoping that maybe we might see a bit more of the backhand slices, because, I mean, he has a tremendous backhand slice. It stays low. But I think, you know, I was expecting to see some of those against Rafa as well. You know, you don't want to give, you know, Rafa the opportunity to have a strike when it's around his waist. But who am I to pick and choose someone like Roger Federer's backhand? But he's improved it. It's a reason why he has stayed at 37 years of age, a contender for the slams and for the #1 position.
Yeah, I mean, Rafa has always said, I don't mind if Roger wins the match, but I'm not going to lose it. He said that after 2008, and I think the same thing, really. It wasn't that Rafa lost it, it was just Roger was able to elevate his level. He said in the post-match interview, the first thing he said was, I'm exhausted. Not that it was physically so demanding, but I just think the emotional and mental strain. He's now through to the final. Federer's never beaten Rafa and Novak in a slam. Is it a stretch too far? How do you see this final now?
I would give the slight edge to Novak, given that his semi-final was less strenuous. I think through the tournament as well, Novak's run through to this stage has been somewhat smoother. He's only dropped the one set along the way until yesterday's match with Bautista. And I think I don't believe he'll have provide Roger the space and the time that Roger can orchestrate the points. Novak stays closer to the baseline, and I think he's willing to actually more. I think Rafa's generally his game plan is mounting the attack from the baseline or behind the baseline, where Novak will be a little closer and even maybe move forward himself. I think the serve will have a difference. You know, there's a bit more pace on Novak's first and serve. I don't know if it'll allow as much time for Roger to really plot and plan forward.
Listen, if you didn't get to see the match last night, let's show you the final game and some highlights, because it was truly mesmerising. 4 highlights now.
Semi-final, Nadal won the 4.
Precise.
See how many free points he gets before Nadal changes his position.
This is a level up, isn't it? The footwork from Rafa Nadal, the slices from Federer. This is the dance between these two. That thing is whipped. And that's what it is. Oh, this has come out of nowhere. This is now a battle for Nadal. And it's away. And after 3/4 of an hour at this semi-final, it is a tie-break that will decide the set. He has not made that. And he comes over that backhand return. Minutes of fascinating tennis. It's one set to the older man on the tie break, coming from behind to win it 7-3. It's elegant, it's delicate, it's thoughtful. Oh, he's put it wide. And it's a breaker serve in this match.
After what looked like a very contested early second set, came an easy one for Rafael Nadal, now up with a double break in 5-1, trying to leverage set a piece.
Game, second set.
And that's the end of the second set. One set all in this second semi-final in the championships. We could have, well, I hope we do have, a long way to go. gives Federer love 30. Delighted to see Nadal coming in on a chip that sat there, really.
But it was the forehand cross court that did the damage.
He holds to love. Under the greatest of pressure, his serve never challenged. Just lovely. From both players, absolutely majestic. The footwork is incredible. Oh, how would you do that? Nadal looks down, but he knows that ball was good. What a return. What a moment. It's a break. And the scoreboard has a delightful symmetry for Federer fans. 2 sets to 1, 2 games to 1. He's closing in on a famous victory. Long way to go. This time it's Nadal who prevails. That's amazing. No. Got a whole set and a half to go from here.
Juice.
Goodness. Talk about bringing out the best in each other. Oh, he hit that well. That's away. What a contest. Roger Federer, 37.
History is about to be made here for Romania. Simona Halep has played the best match of her life. 3 championship points against one of the all-time greats. Halep has been sensational and she's done it. She sinks to her knees in disbelief and awe. It's a standing ovation, but this time it's not for Serena Williams.
What a great smile.
It's for her tiny pocket rocket opponent. Simona Halep won the French Open last year. This surely is the finest achievement in her career so far. She absolutely dominated Serena Williams from the first point to the last, and that is what is in tears. She's just done the equivalent of an Olympic athlete breaking a world record in a final. That is how good the performance has been from Simona Halep. She is the toast of Romania and the queen of Wimbledon today.
I have never seen Simona Halep so mentally focused, so strong. Every time the point ended, she would walk to the back of the court, way back near the linesman, and she would look at her strings. Look at her right there. She's like, what's happened? She's so happy. That smile is going to be just etched on her face for days to come. You know, I've got to give her the most credit for the mental side of the game, the emotional side of the game. Going to the back of the court, looking at her strings, staying focused, staying aggressive. She did not waver for a second. She played the match of her life. Your analogy, Rob, is absolutely perfect. This is the biggest moment, an Olympian running 100 and just ran a personal best. She is smiling and smiling and smiling forever. What a great feeling for the family, for the coaching team. You know, these are the moments. That's why we play our sport. I'm sure the paycheck for today is going to be substantial and a big deal, but it's these moments in time that you can't buy. This is what all of the heartache and the losses and the miles and the hotel rooms and the practice courts and the broken rackets, and you know, it all adds up to moments like this, the biggest moment of her life. Look at that, isn't that amazing? Sometimes we see players that are just so disappointed or they don't appreciate it. She is just all smiles.
A moment of huge significance for Romania and a great lesson for any young boys or girls out there playing tennis who are being told they're not the right shape,
Ladies and gentlemen,
they're
it's
not the
time
right
now
height.
for the trophy presentation for the ladies' singles.
She's done it.
Please welcome onto centre court His Royal Highness, the Duke of Kent, President of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, accompanied by Philip Brook, Chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and David Rawlinson, Deputy President of the LTA.
His Royal Highness coming out, as is always tradition, to make the presentation. This has been a chastening day for Serena Williams, and it has been a day to savour and treasure forever for Simona Halep, the Wimbledon champion for 2009.
First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, Mariana Veljovic.
Mariana Veljovic. A moment for her and for Serbia. Her first final. No doubt she'll be watching compatriot Novak Djokovic tomorrow. Duchess of Cambridge and Sussex watching on in appreciation.
Now, to the runner-up, Serena Williams.
A wonderful reception for a wonderful champion. But it's the runner-up dish today for the 7-time winner of Wimbledon. A great run to the final after an injury-hit season that meant she'd only actually played 12 matches arriving here at Wimbledon.
Does Venus know that they actually have official photographers that she can order a couple of photos out there? But it's very nice of her sister to be taking some pictures as well.
And now the moment that Halep
And the
dreamt of
ladies
as a little
singles
girl.
champion for 2019, Simona Halep.
Here she comes.
This is huge. In front of her dad, the dairy farmer, in front of her mum, who's made the long journey over from the Black seaport city of Constanta. She's done it. 15,000 greeted her when she went home after winning the French Open. I think they'll need to find a bigger stadium when she returns home with this trophy.
Good for her. Good for her. That is a gorgeous trophy.
And now Serena Williams walks over to be interviewed by former French Open champion Sue Barker.
Serena, I'm not sure what you could have done today against Simona. What a performance.
Yeah, she literally played out of her mind. Congratulations, Simona. It was a little bit of deer in headlights for me. So, I mean, whenever a player plays that amazing, you have to take your hat off and give them a nod on the head. So congrats on all the hard work.
And also, Serena, congratulations on everything you've done. It hasn't been an easy year, but to come here and get through to the final, having played hardly any matches, is truly spectacular.
Yeah, thank you. Just gotta keep fighting and just keep trying and, enjoying the sport. I love coming out here, playing in front of you guys. It's literally a joy. So, yeah, it's been really fun.
And would you like to say a few words to your Patrick and your team?
My team is amazing. Thank you guys for all the support, and I love you all.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Serena Williams.
A gracious interview from one of the all-time greats. And now we hear from the newly crowned champion sporting the famous Venus Rosewater
Have you ever played a better
dish.
match than that?
Never. It was the best match, and of course, Serena always inspired us, so thank you for that. I have worked a lot for this moment. It's an honor to play in front of the royal box. Thank you. I have no words to explain, but I feel great.
You showed no sign of nerves, though. No sign of nerves coming out here.
Well, I had nerves. My stomach was not very well. But I knew that there is no time for emotions. I just came on court and I gave my best.
How did it feel to be holding that famous trophy?
Unbelievable. And it's something very special, and I will never forget this day because it was my mom's dream. When I was about 10, 12, she said that if I want to do something in tennis, I have to play the final of Wimbledon. So the day came. So my mom, thanks to my parents, actually.
She did okay, Mum, didn't she? She did okay. Because it is so special. I know you've grown up, you've won the French Open, but coming here with all the history of it, it's so much more, isn't it?
At the beginning of the tournament, I told the people from the locker room that if I will win this tournament, it's going to be amazing because I will get a membership for life. So here I am. It was one of my motivation before this tournament, so now I'm happy.
Could you... love grass courts until this year. What changed?
Actually, I have worked a lot to change a little bit my game, to be able to win matches on grass. It was never easy because I like to run a lot. So here you cannot really slide and you cannot really run that much. But I started to feel this year the game, the ball. When it comes to me, I knew what to do with it. So it was an amazing year, amazing tournament, and I can't wait to come back here, actually.
And would you like to say a little word as well? Because we've seen your mum, but your dad's up there, your brother's up there, your team is up there.
Yeah, of course, to my parents, to my family, thank you very much for all the support. Without you, I couldn't been here because they supported me since actually I was born. Thank you for that. My team, of course, you are working every day with me. Theo, Marianne, Daniel, Virginia, thank you. Darren, of course, a very special person. He came to support me, and I have no words to thank you. And because of you, I have learned to be a better person on court. Thank you very much. And of course, I would like to thank to my country because I have a lot of support every time I play. And Mr. Tsiriak, he came especially for my final, so thank you for supporting me all the time and being hard to me. It's been great. Thank you very much.
You mentioned in your press conference you were hoping that the Duchess of Cambridge would be here today. She's there along with the Duchess of Sussex as well. And you talked about the membership, but you will also get to see on the honours board, and then you'll go to the royal box and you'll probably meet them.
That's amazing. I didn't know that, so it's even more special now. Thank you for coming, everyone from the royal family, and it's been an honor to play here and to win my second Grand Slam here.
It's been an honor to watch you play. What a match, what a performance, ladies and gentlemen. Simona Halep!
What an interview. She's captured the hearts of the crowd. Tears from mum and dad. A standing ovation from everybody here, including the royal family. Brilliant. So honest, so refreshing, so hard-working, and so inspirational.
Simona Halep played the match of her life. I think Sue Barker gave the interview of her life. That was so good to get an insight to the history of what it takes to become a Wimbledon champion. And I think that just at the end when Simona said, yes, I'm a two-time Grand Slam champion, and that, you know, Wimbledon is the home of tennis. It's very special that she's added a second title, and that's the best feeling in the world right there. Put the in the air and show everyone the silver leg.
I thought you were going to say, wave them like you just don't care, which I'm sure she will at the ball tomorrow night, whoever comes through. She's either going to be dancing like Djokovic or Roger Federer. But for now, it's all about her. And it's talking on the manner of the victory. Yes. Can you ever remember Serena Williams being dominated like that in a Grand Slam final before?
Well,
not to that extent, surely.
No, I haven't. I've seen her lose in Grand Slams, but not like that. That was the most impressive performance from an opponent of Serena. You know, I said in the pre-match interview, I said, well, Simona's got to pick the right way to play Serena, and you know, do you do it a little bit like Angie Kerber last year and you absorb and you defend? And we certainly saw elements of that, but that was some of the best defense I've ever seen and some of the best offense I've ever seen. She served so well, she ripped the ball, she had power from the back of the court. Only 2 of 2 at the net, break points, you know, 4 of 5 was fantastic. First serves in 76%, that was good. 13 winners for Simona Halep, 17 for Serena, but every time Serena wanted to come to the net, the ball was at her feet. Serena only won 4 of 11 at net. So the manner of saying it's not just about defense, it's not about offense, it's about every single point I play, putting the ball where it needs to go, being where Serena wants to hit it. That was the best performance against Serena that I've ever seen.
The stats told us Serena Williams was the favourite. 9 wins to Simona Halep's 1. She has produced the performance of a lifetime, and it just shows you the reason we love watching World. You just never know. That was a performance inspired by her family, her coaches, and her country. Brilliant for the Romanians in the crowd to be singled out and mentioned by Simona Halep. There have been a few dotted around centre court waving the Romanian national flag, and I'm looking forward to watching the YouTube footage and the Twitter clips of what awaits her when she returns home with this one. I mean, a wonderful win over Sloane Stephens last year at the French, but to beat Serena here in the manner in which she did, I think this tops the lot.
Yeah, it does. You know, the biggest stage, the biggest match of your life, and you literally just played the best match of your life. You were excellent on offense. You competed like a champion. Your defense was immaculate. You kept your head, you kept your cool, and you made a great champion of our sport look kind of average on the other side of the net. And Serena's willing to off the court and say, you know what, today I could not compete with the person on the other side. Look at that amazing smile. Oh, that's fun. Good for her. It's all about Simona Halep now. It's all about celebrating and family and coaches and country. I love this. The match is just minutes old, and Miss S. Halep 2019, you are official. You are on the board. You know what I really like as well is seeing all the groundsmen out there at the net, taking center stage, and the umpires and the linesmen. It's really good to honor all of the people that are involved in the championships and put them out front and center. Simona Halep fell to her knees, just like Bjorn Borg used to fall to his knees.
And look where her gaze is drawn, to her mum and dad in the box, right there from the very beginning of the journey. It was so emotional watching her dad break down in tears. A dairy farmer from Romania and the father of the 2019 Ladies Wimbledon champion. The tears were already flowing then.
Yeah.
In the immediate aftermath.
As they should. Jubilation. Finally.
When you think people were starting to question whether she had the mentality to be a Grand Slam champion, and mentally she just proved she's absolutely rock hard.
Well, I think the point here is that it wasn't that long ago she actually didn't have the mentality to be a Grand Slam champion. She got too negative on the court. She found herself in positions to win matches, up a set and a break, and found a way to lose. And she's conquered that mountain well and truly. She was unbelievable today. Literally the match of her life. The most positive I've ever seen her. The most dogged I've ever seen her. And strategically, every time she had to run down a ball, she made the right decision. She put the ball low. She put the ball cross court. You know, everything today was humming. Everything was a 10 out of 10 for her. And to turn a weakness that was holding her back now into a strength that the world will be talking about, magnificent.
It's just glorious to see how much it means to everybody. The ripples of this victory go way beyond ranking points, prize money. It's so much more than that, because it just brings unadulterated joy into the lives of those who've dedicated so many hours to help Simona Halep get to this very stage and shine in the manner in which she has against one of the all-time greats. It's an absolutely wonderful story, and her speech at the end just capped it all. It wasn't far off reducing me to tears, especially when I saw her dad. Just wonderful to see such such love and raw emotion on display. And not for any angle, not for any photos. That just came from the heart. And the name, etched in history, that came from hard work.
Yeah, it did. And it's interesting that, as you talked about, the emotions from the family, but, you know, there's certainly, there may have been a couple of tears in there for Simona as well, but she is just beaming. She cannot stop smiling. The enjoyment and the joy and the jubilation is written all over her face. For those around, certainly more emotional, as we see here. I mean, goodness, what coaches go through to help players and prime them for these big moments. It's, you know, you dedicate your life to somebody else. You love the sport and you give everything you've got, and there's the picture that says it all. One happy camper.
Oh, and I cannot wait to see the moment where we hopefully get the shots of her walking through the immaculate All England club before she raises the Venus Rosewater dish above her head. For those not lucky enough to be on centre court, thousands were on Henman Hill, and they'll make their way round to that famous balcony so that they can salute this pocket rocket from Romania, who has captured the hearts of the British public, I think. I know we've got people travelling from all over the world, but you've got a fair percentage of the crowd are British. And we love an underdog, Craig O'Shannessy. It's part of our psyche. It's written into our DNA.
Yeah.
We love people who upset the odds and show real heart and courage and passion. And that's to take nothing away from Serena Williams.
Sure.
But this wasn't Serena Williams' day. This was Simona Halep's day, because she grabbed that match by the scruff of the neck right when it started. Instant break of serve.
I think the thing that, just reflecting, just even a few minutes after this, Serena Williams is such a great champion, and yes, today Simona Halep triumphed over Serena Williams. She conquered Serena Williams. But I think the more important thing to focus on here is that Simona Halep conquered Simona Halep. She had a weakness in her game. She had too much negativity, and that is gone. And there's your name. Look at that. She just asked for a picture. How cool is that? She's like a tourist going through Disneyland. It is Disneyland here, isn't it?
Well, it is for her today.
Yeah.
It will be, I suspect, a bit of a blur when she looks back at this. I wonder how many of these conversations she will recall, and she'll be going over the same stories over and over again. And do you know what? She won't mind one bit if she has to repeat herself across several conversations. Wonderful exchange there with the chairman of the All England Club. That's Owen Phillips, a very well-known floor manager for various broadcasters around the world, just asking her to once again point to the 2019 champion, the 126th ladies Wimbledon champion here in 2019. The great names she's followed, including that of the lady she beat to the title this year.
Absolutely.
Serena Williams stays on 7. 8 victories in all at Wimbledon, because, well, 9, I suppose, if you include women's doubles gold that she got in 2012 and the women's singles gold. But as far as specific Wimbledon titles are concerned, it's 7. Now, I think this is usually the point at which the winner gets to meet the royal family. And the Duchess of Cambridge in the background.
Oh, there you are.
She almost forgot.
Oh, hello.
She almost blanked the Duchess of Cambridge. Only joking. And the Duchess of Sussex is around as well. But a wonderful moment. She explained how excited she was to play in front of the royal family. And now she's a member for life as well of the fabulous All England Club. Looking at its very best here. And how many great legends, male and female, have taken this walk. She's about to fulfill another dream here. It's a guard of honour.
There'll be a few Romanians downstairs, I imagine.
There will. This is indeed a moment to savour. A little girl with a big heart and a big dream And today it became reality with the performance of a lifetime. Glittering in the southwest London sunshine and basking in the reflected glory of the very best tennis she's ever produced against the very best opponents who could have been on the other side of the net. What a moment for Simona Halep, the Queen of Romania and the toast of Wimbledon with the Venus Rosewater dish. These photos will be on the front pages of all the papers around the world.
Look at that smile. Beaming. Fun. How much fun is she going to have in the next few hours celebrating this great victory?
I'm not sure what the national drinks in Romania, but I rather suspect
it's not Perrier.
It might have a heavy alcoholic content, and she might be having one alongside her father and mother later on this evening.
Well earned.
I watched some great footage on YouTube about the aftermath of her victory at the French Open, and she had so many interviews to do.
Yeah.
She only slept for about 3 hours because she just couldn't stay in bed. Her mind was racing. Well, if that's how it was the first time, imagine how little sleep she's going to get tonight when she reflects on the quality of the performance today.
I remember last year, I think it was last year or the year before, Simona came up to the touchscreen and talked tennis with us at the Wimbledon channel and went through strategy, and she was so open and talking about her patterns of play. It's like, yeah, I'll go talk to you guys. Ultimate victory. Where's she going now?
She's into the fabulously newly refurbished gentlemen's and ladies' changing rooms. We haven't really had time to talk about Serena Williams, and rightly so. We've been focusing on Simona Halep. How much of today do you think came down to the fact that she's had her knee problems? She's only played 12 matches coming in here to Wimbledon. She's 37 as opposed to Simona Halep's 27. You know, she's giving away a decade in age. How much of it came down to that, and how much of it was just not being able to cope with the most wonderful tennis from the other end of the court? Maybe anyone would have struggled to deal with what Halep produced today.
Yeah, I completely agree. The thing was, though, in the first 2 games, there were some very unusual errors. Some, you know, we called them unforced, and they were about as unforced as they could be. I've watched Serena through the championships, particularly here at the end of the second week, and she has been on song. She's been in position. She's been ripping the ball. She hit 19 aces against Alison today, and you know that's a testament to how well Simona Halep returned. But it's also a little bit that Serena's game was not we've seen leading up to this final. So, you know, Serena's level was here, and those early unforced errors so uncharacteristic. You're like, hang on a second, Serena's game's off. And as I'm watching these accumulate early, I look to the other side of the court, and it's like, Simona hasn't missed, and she's going to the back of the court, and she's going to her strings, and she's so positive, and she's ripping the ball, and all of a sudden it just ran away from Serena. And you know, you can only play as good as your opponent lets you is a nice way to look at it. But I don't think if Serena even brought her A game today, it was going to be enough to match what Simona Halep did. She was exceptional.
And when you think about the 3 Grand Slam finals that Serena Williams has now lost since coming back from having her daughter Olympia, do you think she might be starting to question whether she can win another Grand Slam, or are we getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because it was one run halfway through an injury disrupted against an opponent who produced the very best tennis we've ever seen from her?
Well, Serena would say her A game did not turn up today. Last year against Angelique Kerber, her A game did not turn up either. And then against Osaka in New York, it was not like Serena came out and walked off the court and said, I played really, really good today, but I didn't get it done. Her level was, you know, I would certainly say this was the lowest level of her play through the championships. But again, we hold her to such a high standard. She played so well. You know, she's going to walk away and say, I've let 3 go, but she'll be back. She is such a great champion. I don't think this has anything to do with age. I don't think it has anything to do with having a child in, you know, however many months ago or years ago that was. She just turned up and didn't play great, and her opponent was lights out, and there is your score.
Absolutely incredible. What a privilege to witness the raw emotion and
it was a privilege.
Passion
you bet it was.
That we just saw on centre court. History beckoned for one of the 2 great women playing this afternoon. Serena Williams still tantalising close to tying Margaret Court's record, but Simona Halep is the one who's walked away with a slice of tennis history. She'll be the toast of Romania, probably not just today, tomorrow, but probably for the rest of her life. We're looking forward to that homecoming. We've just witnessed somebody producing the very best moment of their sporting career under the most intense pressure against the best opponent who could have possibly been down the other end of the court. Simona Halep, the whole of Wimbledon salutes you. What an unbelievable performance. Men's final to come tomorrow.
Thanks to Rob and Craig there inside the centre commentary box. And what a moment, what an afternoon for Simona Halep. Convincing victory in the end, surprised everybody. 6-2, 6-2 in just 56 minutes. And you can see from that celebration sinking to her knees just how much it means for the Romanian to win her 2nd Grand Slam title, her 1st Wimbledon. Laura Robson is here with me on the Wimbledon channel, just reflecting on what we've just seen. Were you surprised by the manner of the victory for Simona?
I was, because at the start of the day I did predict Serena to win in 3 sets, so yet again I've been wrong. I was mostly surprised at how Serena never really got herself into the match, and she said on court afterwards that she was a bit of a deer in headlights, and you could really feel that, and Halep could 100% sense that from the beginning, because the feet just weren't there. And yes, Halep probably played the match of her life, which unbelievable effort to bring that out in a final of a Grand Slam. But yeah, I'm personally just quite disappointed that it wasn't as competitive as we hoped it would be.
We spoke earlier on today and yesterday as well about how important those first few games were for Halep to get off to a good start, and she did that, didn't she? She moved well from the start, showed no sign of nerves, she was hitting the forehand, the backhand well, and that helped her keep that momentum going throughout the whole match.
Well, she couldn't have started any better than she did, and to go double break up so early against such a big server is a massive vote of confidence for yourself, and she knew exactly what her game plan was at the start of the day and executed it pretty much to perfection. So yeah, a massive well done to Halep for start to finish playing exactly how she needed to.
Rob mentioned the record there and chasing the number 24 for Serena and Margaret Court's record. Do you think that played into Serena's mind again today? Because we were saying after last year's final against Kerber that it might have had an effect. Do you think that was the case again?
I sort of think it has to be a part of why she's so nervous out there, and we saw it a little bit against Kerber last year's final, and then sort of again in the final in US Open against Osaka, but especially today. You could just sense that she never got into it, and she seemed to accept that her feet weren't moving today, and she didn't really look like she adjusted at all. So yeah, I'm just a bit gutted that it wasn't the sort of 3-set thriller that we were absolutely dying to see, because that's the level that they can both bring.
Because that seemed to be the prediction, wasn't it? You know, a lot of former players, current players were saying that this was going to be a really close match. Serena, tipping the balance, probably was the favourite going in, but they were a real battle from the baseline, which we didn't really get. It was Halep who was, keeping the ball in, hitting the ball powerfully, and it was Serena that was making all the errors.
Well, we saw Serena play her way into this tournament, and with every match for me she was getting better and better, especially playing the mixed doubles. It gave her more time on court, and you sort of felt like she was going to be the classic Serena today with how she played that semi-final, especially against Tritsova. And yeah, just wasn't there from the beginning of the match, and the first serve wasn't there, the sort of jump off the serve wasn't there, and I think we're all still a bit shocked at how that went and how fast that was.
Well, Halep herself was shocked. We saw in some of these pictures from immediately the moment she won, she almost couldn't believe it. You know, her family were crying in the box. This, for her, was something that I don't think she would have imagined would have happened earlier on in her career, because by her own admission, grass was not her surface, a surface she struggled to find her best tennis on. She'd never really played too much on grass in her junior days. You know, to go from that to winning Wimbledon is an amazing leap.
I felt like she has played well here before. The year that she made the semi-final, she was unlucky to have a bit of an ankle injury in that semi-final match, but you felt like that was one of the years where she really showed she can play on grass. But all credit to her, she's made massive adjustments in her game. I think this year in particular, the courts were a bit slower, so she took advantage of it, as you have to do in that situation.
You said you played in her hometown in Romania. You've played her before. You've done something Serena hasn't done. You've never lost to Simona Halep.
2010, and we're holding on to it.
Come on, 2010 in Tokyo, a day we remember very, very fondly. But she is it's hard to convey really here, but we were speaking to her supporters that were in and around the grounds before the match. She is an absolute superstar in Romania.
Absolutely massive. And we played Fed Cup in her hometown of Constanța, and it was all that drama with Tiriac, if you remember, or Anastasia actually, on court, and everyone was trying to calm down the situation. And I just remember we actually gave the microphone to Simona to sort of lead the crowd in the direction that we were hoping they would get to. And she is such a celeb, such a hero, especially in her hometown, that everyone looks up to her. She's just absolutely massive there, and you can't imagine what it's going to be like at home when she gets back.
Well, we can see we saw there some of the Romanian flags fluttering in the spectators looking up on the balcony. How much is this down to Halep, bringing her A game, the tactics that she obviously came up with a game plan that has worked perfectly on this occasion against Serena? Because going into the match, her head-to-head record against Serena was poor. She only managed to beat her once in 10 times, 9 defeats against Serena. She could easily have gone into this match and been completely overawed, outpowered by Serena. But she must have come up with a tactical plan that has worked perfectly.
Well, she has, and with every time you play Serena, you adjust slightly and you get more used to the pace off the other end of the court and more used to where she places the serve. So I think Simona actually worked her way into this event much like Serena did, where she didn't have a lot of pressure on her shoulders. She wasn't the favourite at the start of the tournament and sort of silently crept through the draw. And we started to see how well she was playing from sort of quarterfinals onwards, had a really actually an amazing performance against Svitolina, where it was a bit like today. She just led the match from start to finish. And how she executed today's game plan was just, she knew she had to run and she knew she had to defend for life, and that's what she did.
And the other thing as well was, given how much of it was going her way and relatively comfortably the match was going, 6-2, 6-2 in the end, she didn't once let her foot off the gas, did she? There was a few times where, there was a 15-all or 30-all, I think, in that game at 4-2, and she recognised that moment was a moment where it might slip away a little bit and, give Serena Williams, just open the door a crack to let her back in, and she didn't do that. She slammed it back shut, which was a really, really important moment in the match.
Yeah, well, I was sat watching and I kept thinking, maybe now she'll get nervous, maybe now, and especially as Serena was sort of starting to come back in the middle of that second set, and you thought, no way is she going to be able to close out Wimbledon from start to finish playing perfectly, but she did. And I think a lot of times people forget how hard it is to execute a game plan like that, where it sounds so simple, and to actually be able to do it in the final of a tournament that you've never been in the final of before, and she knew what was on the line today and played a perfect match.
Convincing win for Simona Halep, 6-2, 6-2 in 56 minutes. Plenty more from Laura to come here on the Wimbledon channel, but let's get some reaction to Halep's victory with Nick McCarville.
Chris, welcome to Wimbledon. First of all, what are your impressions of the All England Club? It's your first time here.
It's very nice. I will say that. I've been watching Wimbledon since I was a teenager, and just to be here and kind of take in the heritage and the experience, it's great. Not the outcome we wanted, but we have to give our hands off to the champions. Everybody competing here has been amazing.
Yeah, Simona Halep winning her first Wimbledon title. You know Serena well. That was a really tough match for her. today. What's the pressure like for a world-class athlete like yourself, like Serena, when you're on the big stage like that?
Well, I mean, you know, the big stage is one thing, but I think in Serena's case, getting there continuously time after time and having to play opponents that, you know, like Miss Halep, this is her first time, and she had a chance to win it. So there's a little bit more focus. They're going to play a little bit better, and, you know, to do and to prove to be one of the all-time greatest athletes that's ever played is not easy. But, you know, Serena continues to just impress and, you know, work on her game. And, you know, although it's not the outcome that she wanted, I think it was amazing just the fact that she got to the finals with such limited play this year.
Chris, people talk about the power and the speed of basketball, of the NBA when they see it in person. What were you most impressed with when you watched these women play on court today?
I love tennis. You know, I play with my friends every now and then, but just the speed of the ball, the skill, returning back and forth, the conditioning level, and really just the concentration, because everybody's so quiet. You know, I've been in a couple tennis matches, but it's so quiet. I don't like when it's quiet like that. It makes me nervous. I was nervous the whole game, and I'm not even playing.
How does Serena, you know Serena well, how does she bounce back from this?
Well, I mean, you know, she's just an all-around great person. Yeah. And, you know, she knows where she's at as an athlete and as a person. And, you know, she knows the mistakes she made today. She knows what she has to get better at for the rest of the year. So, I mean, you know, it's one of those situations where you just trust what they say. And whatever she says is what she should do. So, you know, she's been doing this a long time. One of the greatest to ever do it. So, you know, she just has to bounce back and be herself.
And lastly for you, what's been the best part of your day here at Wimbledon?
I mean, the sun is so nice. Yeah. Such a lovely day. And, you know, the grass, and you can breathe. I mean, it's pristine and beautiful here. You know, that's what I love about it most, and just kind of seeing, you know, the architecture of the club and just taking in the experience, this being my first time. So I'm excited. You know, I'm glad to be here. We'll hang around a little bit longer and see some more matches.
Good. Thanks, Chris.
No problem, man.
Thank you, sir.
The NBA All-Star Chris Bosh enjoying the final. And watch this, the moment when Simona Halep picked up that famous Venus Rosewater dish and Philip Brook saying to her, "Welcome to the club." And that is because, Laura, as we know, when you win Wimbledon, you become a member of the All England Club.
A member for life and straight into full membership, which is the real struggle of the club, and is an ongoing joke amongst all the members that the fastest way to get a full membership here is to win the tournament. And yeah, she's just done that, and you can see she brought it up in the interview afterwards. It means a lot. It's just such an honour to be a part of this club for life, and now she is.
And you were saying as well, even before she got out on court, that's something she was thinking about with the locker room attendant.
Yeah, it's been ongoing for the last week or so since the quarterfinals, where the locker room attendant kept sort of patting her chest, because that's where the full membership badge goes. And Simona brought that up again, so she definitely had it in the back of her mind as an added bonus for the win.
And we see, you know, all the former champions that are now full members of the club playing an active role in the club throughout the year. It's not just, you know, for the 2 weeks of the tournament that they're here. They pop in and out throughout the whole year.
Yeah, and what makes it so special is that many members, and so it feels like a bit of a community. And we had an anniversary last year with the 1/5, and so many ex-players flew in, especially for the events. So everyone's still a part of it, even if they don't live here, even if they live abroad. They still are very much aware of what's going on daily at the club.
Yep, Simona Halep, the newest member of the All England Club after her victory over Serena Williams, 6-2, 6-2 on centre court. Let's catch up with Nick again with more reaction.
Alyssa, a tough match today for Serena Williams, back into the final here, but could not come across the finish line. What was it from your perspective that just didn't go right for her today?
I think, you know, a lot of things weren't clicking for Serena today, but the pressure had to have gotten to her again. I mean, she has been playing incredibly well. She's been playing, her semifinal match was arguably one of the best matches she's played in the last 2 years. Today she had 26 unforced errors, Halep had 3. You know, I think Serena would say herself, don't win a tennis match that way, and she maybe didn't deserve to win, but to play such different tennis than she's been playing the last 6 matches here, I think the pressure had to have gotten to her today.
And you feel that pressure building now because she's been in 3 major finals in the last year. Does it feel as though it's starting to snowball on her a little bit?
It's possible. It seems that she plays with this calm and this sort of freedom, like she says in the early matches, and then she gets to the final, and I think she starts getting those questions about 24, about being the 4th mother to win a Grand Slam, and she starts talking about 24, 25. She even mentions here the storyline started to be, will she win 25 at New York, and we didn't even let her win 24 here. So yeah, I think that all starts to build, and then she walks out and sees the royal box, and the moment hits her, and you know, she's not the finisher that she once was, and not for nothing, the play of her opponents is incredible, and I think, you know, we're seeing that a great player on her best day can beat Serena Williams now, which is maybe something that wasn't true a few years ago.
If I can add to that, it's similar to a year ago, that scoreline against Andrew, and Kerber's a similar player to Halep, but maybe the situation felt a little bit different too.
Yeah, I think watching this match today felt very similar of Latin. Maybe not at the beginning, but especially on that, you know, that one shot where she goes up to the net, she's got Halep pulled wide and she misses long. That felt like a lot of the shots we saw last year when it just felt like nothing was going right for Williams. So I think from here, you know, while we're all talking about this, I hope that her mind is already looking ahead to the next one, and I think she just gets back to work. And I don't think there's a player out here who hates losing as much as Serena Williams, so I think these 3 might fuel her to stick around for a couple more years. I mean, I think we're all getting used to seeing her in Grand Slam finals again. We're starting to expect it, and I think that's sort of exciting.
So you talk about there what's to come for Serena, but what's been the reaction in the States, the ESPN audience and Americans in general, to Serena and what she's been able to do since coming back from having her little girl?
It's been unbelievable. I mean, it's been very cool to cover sort of Serena 2.0, arguably 3.0 or 4.0. She's gone through so many changes in her life. It's been incredible to watch the support that she's picked up from people who maybe never watched tennis. I mean, if you think about it, every person in the world either is a mom, has a mom, knows a mom, and everyone is rooting for her, and she's made this connection to fans that I don't think was there before. She's really opened herself up, and I think that people want to see her play. They want to see her win, but I think at this point we understand that what she's up against is really tough. I was also thinking yesterday watching the men, you know, those 3 guys have each other to motivate each other and fuel each other, and to get up in the morning and think, what's Roger doing? What's Nadal doing? And Serena, maybe she has Margaret Court to think about in the morning, but I don't think she's had those true rivalries for a while, so maybe we saw one blossom today.
I hope so.
Me too.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we do have a new Wimbledon champion, and you can't imagine.
Simona!
And these are her fans.
Simona!
Bianca, you really enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yeah. I was on Hammond Hill, and the atmosphere was magical. I instantly started crying after the match point, and I was like, just looking around, and all the other people were applauding, and I saw my fellow Romanians, and I was just feeling so proud to be Romanian in this day.
It was your first time at Wimbledon as well?
Yeah, my first time,
What
the
an
first day. Yeah, it was incredible. My lifelong dream for me, actually.
To come to Wimbledon, and amazing to see Simona Halep win.
Yeah, the final was incredible, and the fact that she played Serena, which is, I don't know, it was incredible, the whole match, and Serena will be a champion for me forever, but Simona will be the new champion.
Why do you love Simona Halep so much? What is it about her style of tennis?
Her backhand is magical, fierce, and the fact that she runs for all the points. And I love that she has improved her mental attitude right now.
Yeah, she has been absolutely excellent, absolutely deserved of winning that Wimbledon title. What was the atmosphere like on the hill in general up there?
Incredible. There were people cheering for Simona, people cheering for Serena, and I don't know, everybody had a really good time. You can see on somebody's face if he or she is having a good time, and you could see that everyone was just so happy to be here.
Yeah, excellent. I'm glad you've had such a lovely time, all of you. Well, let them continue enjoying their afternoon.
Simona! 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 Simona!
Well, Virginia, what a day for Simona, for your team, for her family. Can you tell us the emotions that you're feeling right now as her agent, as her good friend, and as a Grand Slam winner yourself?
I don't know if I've had these emotions before.
Wow.
Maybe when she won the French Open. Yeah, it was the same type of feeling that I had. I'm so happy for her because I know how hard she's working, how dedicated she is to tennis, and how much she loves tennis, the game, and so. And to win here at Wimbledon is more than a dream.
What were the from Simona coming into Wimbledon? Because not a lot of people were talking about Simona's chances here.
Well, her expectations were probably not thinking that she was going to win the title. She wanted to take things match by match, and that's what she did. But she had a good preparation. I think the fact that in Eastbourne she played singles and doubles was a good idea because she spent more time on grass and she started to like it and to feel good. So when she came here, she felt very well on the court. And it was also good the fact that the weather was good. The weather being dry made it maybe a little bit slower and perfect for Simona's game.
What will this win? Obviously, we know the French Open was massive for Simona and for Simona in Romania, but what will a Wimbledon win for her mean in your home country?
Oh, it's fabulous. It's fabulous. We have to remind you that Ilie Nastase played 2 times in the finals here at Wimbledon. He was the only one. And he lost them, unfortunately. But so this is the first singles title brought by Simona to Romania. Wow. So it's really something unbelievable.
What do you think the legacy, now that she's won multiple slams, Virginia, what's the legacy that Simona's building in her career?
Yeah, the legacy, you mean the children, the ones that will come up. Hopefully, we really need youngsters to come and play tennis more and more, boys and girls. And certainly there will be new champions after Simona, I'm pretty sure. We might have to wait a while, but I think that thanks to her, boys and girls will come and play more tennis.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much for her. Thank you.
Great to hear so much reaction from inside the grounds, but there's been lots on social media too. So let's run through it, starting with BBC Tennis, because they're highlighting the fact it only took 55 minutes for that demolition of Serena Williams by Simona Halep, and they've chosen an interesting picture there to just describe that. Next up, Jake Kulik. It wasn't just the fact that she won, it's the fact that she took on one of the greatest champions in sports and absolutely believed she was winning this before the match even started. She arrived and conquered. Simona Halep, ladies and gentlemen, what a warrior. And I'm pretty sure those emojis sum up exactly how Simona Halep is feeling. Tennis Channel just captured that moment brilliantly. The moment when she realised she was the ladies' singles champion. What else we got? Yeah, Niall Horan, here he is. Big tennis fan, I'm sure, but now a huge Simona Halep fan too. First of all, what a performance in that final, but her interview was my favourite part. So funny. Yeah, you heard Rob Walker say how interesting that interview was, almost quite emotional as well, you know, particularly when she was talking about her family, but a brilliant interview. She had centre court in stitches. Next up, Billie Jean King. Congratulations to Simona Halep on a tremendous win, one of the most perfectly executed matches I've ever seen. She's Romania's first ever singles champion. Incredible tennis. I'm sure there'll be a few parties in Romania tonight. Next up, Nadia Comaneci. What a final. Simona Halep, best match ever. Romanian gymnast. And we're going to stay with the Romanian reaction as well, because Emmanuel Rosu, Simona Halep, Wimbledon's amazing winner. She's coming from a country, don't forget, with no grass court. Simona, we love you. And he's a football journalist there. And Marius Koppel, fellow Romanian tennis player. Congratulations, Simona Halep. I'm very happy for you. An amazing performance that will remain in Romania's history. So tons of reaction coming in on social media for her. Simona Halep, your ladies singles champion.
Barbara Schatt, wow. I mean, today for Simona Halep, let's start there, and the fact that she was come through that match and never seemed to doubt her tennis today. Maybe Serena didn't play her best, obviously, but how impressive was that from a new Wimbledon champ in Halep?
Oh, it was so impressive. Before the match, I thought that she does have a chance, but that she was going to beat Serena Williams in 56 minutes. Who would have thought? She came out on the point onward, I felt like she believed in that victory. She played amazing tennis. She moved extremely well. I thought she was super aggressive. She served well. You know, she put pressure right away on Serena, and that's probably also why Serena, didn't play her best tennis. Then in the second set, I thought she just got a little bit carried away as well. Serena couldn't find any answers. She was not moving well at all. I think she was getting nervous as well. But, still, you have to close out a match like that. And that's why I thought it was a tremendous effort from Simona Halep. Nobody on the women's side has ever done so. This is big for not just her, also for her country.
Wow. Tactically, what did you think that Simona did so well today? Obviously, again, Serena wasn't at her best, but Simona Halep seemed to find the right formula today on court.
Yeah, I mean, she was almost like a human wall a little bit, Simona Halep. You know, she didn't miss at all, barely any unforced errors. She made Serena overplay a lot of times. I thought her backhand was excellent. She was more aggressive than usual. I think that's where Serena was surprised as well. And up here, that's where she's improved out of sight. I think in the last few months, it really showed in this tournament. She was getting better and better with each match. Remember the one against Victoria Azarenka, that was her best match, she said, in the whole year, and she built on that. And it's just great to see how positive she is, how much fun she has out there on the court. I feel like in the last 6 months she's really matured as a person and as a player, and it was very well deserved.
How do we big her up now as a two-time major champion? 14 months ago, she was still looking for that first one. She'd been in 3 major finals. She couldn't get past that final finish line, but now Halep has 2 major titles. Does it feel like the sky's the limit for her moving forward?
I think so. I mean, she's only 27 years of age, and you look at Serena, she's 37, and she's still around, reaching finals of a Grand Slam. I think that because of her maturity, she now sets herself new goals, and this is just the beginning of many more Grand Slam titles potentially, because Simona Halep is a player, she can perform great tennis on every surface. It doesn't matter if it's slower here, it's, for example, a lot slower, or if it's on a fast court. She's there, and she can produce pretty much the best tennis on every surface. That's why I think this is just the beginning of many more Grand Slam titles to come.
And lastly, if I can, Serena stuck on 23, and now in those 3 major finals in the last year, she hasn't really even been involved in any of those matches in an evolved way. So what does she do? What does she have to change for Serena to get to 24?
Feels like a mental block for her, and I would love to see her winning that 24th title. She should go down in the history books as the best player ever. I think she deserves it. She's played in for the last 20 years in such a difficult era as well, with so many stars. I think she needs to sort it out mentally somehow, find a way, maybe work together with somebody to overcome the pressure I think she puts it on herself, that she wants to show herself, being a mother, I can still win a Grand Slam, I want to get that 24th title. There's so many things, which come together, not just on the court. She doesn't walk on the court during a final, she just plays a match. There's so many other things in her head, and I think that's what she needs to be able, and I don't know how, to block out.
Wow. Thanks, Barbara.
You're welcome.
Yeah, some really interesting thoughts there from Barbara Schett, Laura, on Serena Williams and perhaps the pressure that she feels of having to win this 24th Grand Slam title, equal Margaret Court's record. What now for her, and what does she need to change to perhaps win that 24th? Is it going to happen at the US Open? What now will her team, Patrick Mouratoglou and all the rest of her team, be sitting down and thinking about?
Well, I think every time you lose a final like this, it gets harder next time to try and break that record. So I think as a whole, she's got to take this whole tournament as a positive, because she only really started training about 10 days ago and wasn't healthy for the start of the year, hasn't played a lot of matches, no one really expected her to do well, and to make final, for all of us to still be disappointed with how the result was today, kind of shows the level that we expect from Serena. So she's just got to try and get back on the court as soon as possible and start the US Open Series maybe a week or 2 earlier than she usually would, try and play a few more matches, get back on the court, and you would at that point have to expect her to play pretty well in New York.
I was going to say, because obviously the injuries were an issue, and that's mainly the reason why she's only, I think, played 5 tournaments coming in here to Wimbledon, but you think she might add an event or 2 to her schedule?
If I was her coach, I would definitely bring it up, and you never know with what other scheduling issues she's got going on, being a mother now as well. So yeah, whether she wants to be away from home a bit more, but I think in terms of her tennis, it would be massively beneficial to maybe start a week earlier in a smaller event with a bit less pressure on your shoulders and just play a lot.
Well, let's hear from Serena Williams. She's just walked in for her post-match press conference after that final defeat to Simona Halep.
Good afternoon, Serena Williams. Who's going to go first?
Serena, what was most surprising for you out there today?
I don't know. She just played great, so I don't think it's a surprise for anyone to play great against me. I just was trying different things, and today nothing really helped, but also made way too many errors for a lot of stuff to work.
Lost 3 slam finals since coming back. I mean, getting there is kind of an incredible achievement in itself, given what you've been through physically. I was wondering what you think, from your perspective, is missing from you winning these Grand Slams. Is it preparation? Is it, because I mean, if you play your best, most people think would be anyone on your day. But what's stopped you finding that level?
I don't know. I don't know. I just have to figure out a way to win a final. You know, maybe it is playing other finals outside of Grand Slams will be really helpful. Get into the groove. So by the time I get to a Grand Slam final, I'm kind of used to what to do and how to play.
Serena, it looked from courtside there was a lot of nerves. Was there tension in your arm and tension in the opening games?
I don't think there was too much tension. I just feel like, you know, yeah, I don't think it was so much tension.
There seem to be times where you had a few short balls that you seemed uncharacteristically indecisive on. I'm curious if her defense and things was at all getting in your head, or what the sort of source of some of those choices were that went wrong for you.
Yeah, I think she was getting so many balls back. You know, I do have a strategy for players that do get, which I thought about far too late, and you know, I think I was overhitting it and trying to go for too much because she was getting just a tremendous amount of balls back.
Serena, you had the Duchess of Sussex supporting you at court today. The second time she's watched you this tournament. What's it like to have her backing you while you play tennis? Did she send you any message before the final?
Yeah, just having her in general as a friend is great. She's such a great friend and a great person as well, and you know, and always positive no matter what. So it's so good to have people like that just to know, you know, and she's such a fan of the sport, and you know, she too is happy for Simona. She saw that she played unbelievable, and that's just the kind of person that she is.
Coming into this tournament, you were injured. You missed a lot of tournaments this year. If you could sort of put this whole tournament though into context, or is that too hard right now?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's too hard. I was definitely. I can't say I blame injury. I wasn't injured when the tournament started, and so that really is a positive for me. So. I just think that I just have to just keep going, if you know, and keep trying and keep working, and maybe be able to play some tournaments uninjured like I did with this one, and just keep moving forward.
Serena, commiserations. When you look back on your career, how painful is this loss, and it's rare that you've been beaten so comprehensively, but secondly, does it strengthen your resolve to come back and win that 24th Grand Slam?
I think for me, any loss is not easy per se, but you know, like I said on the court, when someone plays lights out, there's really not much you can do. I mean, you just have to understand that that was their day today, and hopefully they can play like that more often and consistently. And hopefully I can raise the level of my game sometimes.
You said before your semifinal match that you woke up in sort of a contemplative mood and felt this calm come over you as you were thinking about your first win here. What was this morning like for you?
This morning was fine. I didn't overthink anything. I just had, my regular routine this morning, nothing extraordinary and nothing out of the ordinary.
Serena, I've heard quite a few sportsmen and women saying they get more nervous as they get older. Golfers, for example, when they get older, don't like those short putts. Do you feel you are more tense before a Grand Slam final now than you were, say, in your 20s?
I don't know. It's different because now, my 20s, I'm always expected to win, but it's a different circumstance for me, Seems like every Grand Slam final I'm in recently has been an unbelievable effort to get there, It'll be interesting to see, how it would be under different circumstances. So I can't say that I have a lot of tension or super tense. The only thing I can say is today I think my opponent just played unbelievable.
You were talking, if I understood correctly, about possibly playing more tournaments. You've obviously spent a lot of time in the Bay Area. Would you consider playing San Jose, and what are your thoughts about the rest of your schedule?
I don't think I'm currently entered in San Jose, so no, but I'm just happy to be able to train and practice and work and, continue to work towards my goals, so that's definitely next for me.
Serena, I know this is a kind of obvious question, but as time marches on, is it going to get harder to win one of these?
I don't know. I don't really think about it, really. I just go out there and play and see what happens. That's kind of how I've been in my whole career, I never thought about time in general, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's harder. I think it's just, just coming out there and doing the best that you can do, and that's really all you can do, really.
Serena, we know your record prior to this against Simona has been a remarkable record. You've played her 10 times, you beat her 9 of those times, so you've had success against her. Could you tell early on that she was playing different today? Could you tell early on you might be in trouble against her?
Not early on. I definitely knew that she was, just playing her heart out, and I felt like, okay, what do I need to do to get to that level?
There are a lot of expectations for you always to win in the finals, but it's two players, two different journeys, and she's also playing her best. And Roger did say that he got to the finals, but he said, I have a long way to go. I can't even think about it. So how do you feel, and what would you have done differently, knowing that you both got there, you both playing well?
I don't know if there's anything I could have done differently. I think I gave a great effort for this fortnight, and again, I just think Simona just played her heart out, and I think I could just learn to be like that, so I don't think there's anything too much differently I could have done today.
Having seen that Roger Federer was capable to play the way he still played, almost 38 years old, of course he couldn't become a man, but do you think physically that's the difference? You can practice and get a better physical condition so that it will help you maybe next year, even if you'll be close to 39, to be competitive as you were before?
I think I don't know. I think it's definitely different, but I feel like I'm still incredibly competitive, or else I wouldn't really be out here, per se. And for the most part, I feel like I'm on the right track. I'm just going in the right direction, and just in terms of getting back to where I need to be.
You talked about wanting more matches, and that was the thing you were short on. You added mixed here, and you talked about, but then also not playing San Jose or something like that. I'm curious if you think you do need to start scheduling it all heavier than you have been in the last couple years, because you do play a fairly limited schedule between the slams.
Well, I'm entered in Toronto and Cincinnati. I don't think I need to play San Jose in addition to that. I think there's a limit. And I think if I overdo it, then that could also be a problem as well, especially on the hard courts, because I've been on the softer surfaces, so to say. So it'll be interesting to see how my knee is on the hard court, but I definitely don't want to do 3 tournaments before a Grand Slam. And so I think it'll be fine.
Serena, is the knee then still a problem? Is it not fully resolved?
No, my knee feels great. I mean, I couldn't be happier with it. So yeah, I'm really excited to test it out and keep going.
When you lost in the Australian Open earlier this year to Carolina, you were asked about getting court's record, and you pretty emphatically just said, "Yeah, I'll get it in the French the next time." You seem a little more kind of reserved this time. Do you still believe you'll win the US Open, for example, next? Do you think you'll match the record this year, next year at all?
I had no chance at the French this year, for sure. I don't really, someone told me I shouldn't look at the records anymore and I should just focus on my game, and that's kind of been what I've been doing since I got to 18. In the meantime, I got pregnant and had a baby, and, so that definitely plays a little bit into it, but I don't know. I feel like I'm just really on this journey of just doing the best that I can and playing the best that I can when I can.
Serena, the crowd to me, in my mind, seemed overwhelmingly behind you today, and they seem to be overwhelmingly behind Roger. There's almost an appreciation that both your journeys could be coming to an end in 1, 2, 3 years, and they want to give all their love to you. Did you sort of feel that, and did that put any extra pressure on you, or did you just sort of welcome it?
No, I definitely felt the support and the love, and I appreciated it, and I wanted to do better, but I don't think my opponent wanted me to do better today, so that was, but it's cool because, yeah, no matter which way you look at it, we're probably not going to be out here in the next 3, 4, 5 years, so, the time is now to get out there and to watch, us play, I guess.
I have time for 2 more questions. First one here.
Serena, there's always comments from the stands. Someone told you to wake up. Did you hear that? And did that affect you? Did it provoke you or anything?
Actually, I did hear it. I definitely wasn't asleep, but but I did hear it. And actually, sometimes the comments help me, whether they're good or bad. So, it didn't bother me at all.
Last question.
Serena, sorry, this is kind of a negative one to end on, but there have been a few comments made in the last couple of weeks from people like Billie Jean King that maybe you should stop being a celebrity for a year and stop fighting for equality and just focus on the tennis. How do you respond to that?
Well, the day I stop fighting for equality and for people that look like you and me, it'll be the day I'm in my grave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Serena Williams answering a lot of questions there from the journalists after her final defeat to Simona Halep, 6-2, 6-2. Were you surprised, Laura, a little bit at how long she stayed? Because sometimes, for her post-match press conferences, particularly after she's lost, she doesn't tend to stay for very long.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual that she was willing to stay that long. Usually it's sort of a 5-minute answer the typical questions, then you're out. And they were actually having a debate up in the players' area, trying to get the runners-up trophy as quickly as possible to reception because they thought she was going to leave straight away and potentially leave without the trophy. Yeah, I think actually a very good reaction from Serena to stick through that whole not easy press conference.
We saw Daniel Dobre there, who's the coach of Simona Halep, crying in the press box, and he hasn't given any previous interviews before the final. There he is again, hadn't spoken, just out of superstition really, prior to the match, but now he has spoken to the cameras about Simona's victory.
I'm with a man whose smile is as big as center court right now. Daniel Dobre, your player, Simona Halep, she's won the Wimbledon title. How are you feeling right now?
Unbelievable. I mean, I was dreaming when I started to coach. I learned my job from Günther Bosch, so it was the coach from Boris Becker, who started here also as a big coach. Boris Becker won, I think, 85 first time. So I was dreaming. I was never think about Wimbledon because Romania, we play more on clay. We are not so close to grass. Yeah, but seeing Simona in the past, how good she played here, I knew then all the time I knew she can have good results here because the game she is playing is close to the grass and she get good results here. Yeah, so what can I say? It's unbelievable, and not the way, not the victory, the way then she played, because it was not Serena playing bad, it was Serena playing unbelievable and do the by herself.
What were the emotions around your team as she went through the tournament? Because she had some really tough opponents and she was able to play better and better tennis.
Yeah, I mean, we were in, I think we were in Eastbourne playing the semi-final doubles when the draw came out. And I was looking and I said to my friend, to Teo Cercel, the condi trainer, I said, come on, this is so difficult. Yeah, first Tsurenko beat so many good players, yeah, and then Buzărnescu never played against her, Romanian against Romania, second round, and then Azarenka, who is so hungry, and she's playing very good. And then, okay, normally was there, who was there? It was Keys, but the finish, Golf, yeah, wow. Emotion, unbelievable. And then the Shuai yeah, lost against her. It was so afraid about the game. I mean, it was Svitolina. All the matches against Svitolina, they were 3 hours, you know. So if you see, okay, we say, okay, the big names, they are out, but the draw was not easy. Yeah. So with each match, she played better and she was more confident. And at the finish, she saved the best match for the finish.
Yeah, that's always the hardest part to do. What was the talk between you and Simona into today's final? Because, of course, Daniel, everyone was talking about Serena and her shot at 24.
We didn't talk so much. There are times when we talk, there are times we don't talk so much. What we spoke here, it was then she must be good on serve. She must make her play a lot of balls. Yeah, and all the time when she gets the chance, she need to do the points, to attack. So just, I mean, we are saying, okay, you don't need to wait Serena to make a mistake. If you can win the points, do it. And she did great.
Since you started working with Simona a few months ago, you've obviously dealt with a lot of pressure because she went to Roland Garros as the defending champ. She came in here with less expectations, but how did you experience what she was able to do, not only as a tennis player, Daniel, but as a thinking, thoughtful athlete?
Yeah, sure. We I know her from before, so we work a lot together. Yeah. So this year in March, when she called me, we started in Miami, and we said, okay, what we need to do. I was watching the games before, so we did some adjustment for the serve, for the backhand, and she played great. I mean, all the tournaments she didn't play bad. Madrid was the final, but it was close. Okay, Roland Garros, okay, Anisimova was maybe not a good match, but the pressure was big. But we spoke before Roland Garros, then, okay, you can do what, doesn't matter which result, you have a lot of tournaments to make your points, yeah? So if it's Roland Garros quarter, it was okay, yeah? The number of points on clay, they were huge. Yeah, but we said, okay, let's do what we can. We have Wimbledon, we have it was not a pressure. We have US Open, we don't have any pressure. We have China, we don't have any pressure. So we said, okay, we take the points what we get, we take the experience, and we will do better to the next tournaments. And for me, Wimbledon was not like a target, but was a place where I know then she can play good. So let's say that's why she take the wild card in Eastbourne, where she played good. 3 singles, 3 doubles, good matches, all of them. Yeah, so it was a good preparation. We came first time the 3 days before, so it's a way to thank to Wimbledon, yeah, to the club. They let us here before everybody, before Eastbourne, for everybody. They were really nice. John and the people in the locker room, they help us, all of them. So it was a good experience to get the 3 days. Actually, the only player we played here was Svitolina. Really? We practiced with her, the only player here, the days before Eastbourne. So it was lucky, everything, yeah.
My last question is, you said, as you've known Simona for so many years, yes. Obviously she's a French Open, a Roland Garros champion, but what does it mean now to be a Wimbledon champion?
Oh, I think Wimbledon, I mean, each Grand Slam title is huge, let's say like this, but Wimbledon because of tradition, because, I mean, when you look here around, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. What is here, it's unbelievable, yeah. So that's why I think it's the biggest way you can achieve is the Wimbledon. Yeah. I think. I mean, I don't. When you come here, it's like all your demons are out. You can play very relaxed. In the same time, it's very motivated when you see everything. You see the tradition, and I think this is a big part in how Simona feel and played here.
You've got some fans down there.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel.
Daniel Dobre there, understandably delighted with Simona Halep's performance in that final. 6-2, 6-2 over Serena Williams in just 56 minutes. And let's watch some of the highlights from that brilliant performance from the Romanian.
Led onto court by long-time club member Lorraine Gracie.
Definitely the type of rally that Simona would like to get in, extend the
30-40.
amount of shots struck, and beautiful chance for her to break first game.
Serena's second serves break point down have been very short throughout this championships.
Game.
Broken for the 12th time in this tournament. Start for Halep.
One of the best defenders in the women's game, and she hit so well on the run.
15-all.
Offensive from a defensive position.
Is there anyone quicker in the women's game?
Game.
What a start.
Only her finest performance will give her a chance out here, but what a start for the Romanian. 3-love, double break. She leads first set.
Halep leads 3 games to love.
She didn't do enough with the approach. Halep makes her pay again. She is on the money.
That steer. He is a dairy farmer back in Constanța in Romania. I hope somebody's taking good care of the herd while he's here.
Game.
He could be back soon. Lets out that scream.
Here she comes.
Lets out that scream.
Absolutely tremendous pass. Serena looking to go to plan B, get to net more. That's a good approach shot. That is just too good. She even clapped. Serena's starting to get it together here. That's why she wants to keep that first serve percentage high. You know, Serena is going to attack.
And Serena's smart on that second serve return, going to the sidelines. If she goes hard up the middle, Halep will have no trouble absorbing the pace.
Oh, Simona. Well, they'll be dancing in the streets of Bucharest. What a start. It's Halep who takes the opening set by 6 games to 2 in less than half an hour.
She comes. Watch out.
And the crowd getting involved. They want a contest. Yeah, that's the forehand cross-court from Serena that's been opening up the quarter against her opponents. Sharp angle.
Hitting the ball a whole lot cleaner now, more aggressively and attacking. Good signs for her.
Halep lost her footing. Went to split and move forward and slipped. What an improv volley from Halep midpoint. She is in the zone. Seems like Halep, before Serena even hits the ball, she knows exactly where Williams is going to hit.
Simply irresistible. And Williams in real trouble now. The Romanian leading by a set and a break. Who would have thought Serena Williams would need some luck? Clean from Halep. It's a line ball again for Halep, and she refuses to budge. Simona Halep is the Wimbledon champion.
Simona Halep was white hot on centre court at Wimbledon today, 6-2 in 56 minutes over Serena Williams. Breathtaking performance, the best performance of her life. I got a confession to make. I had a little friendly wager with this guy named Novak. And I said, Novak, who do you want? And he goes, I'll take Halep in 3. And I said, I'll take Williams in straight, and 5 minutes was the time. Boy, did I get that wrong. I have never seen that level from Simona Halep. It was ridiculously good. So we think when the ladies walk out there, it's like, okay, this is kind of my level where we start, and this is my opponent on the other side. Simona immediately elevated to A+ and A++, and she was just so good for the entire time, whereas Serena dropped her levels. It wasn't quite there. Serena made way more unforced errors, and we saw it right from the first few points. And sometimes at the start of a match, you get a bit of a feel as you're watching the match, it's like, that wasn't a good error, and that wasn't a good error, and that's not like you. And then you put 2 or 3 of these together and connect the dots, and you connect them very early. And you look at Serena and go, you're not at your peak today. And you look to the other side of the court and you're like, Simona Halep, whatever you did to prepare, whatever mental training, whatever talks you had with your family and your coaching team, it worked a treat. We are going to go and look at a couple of stats from this match. We go to draws, we go to ladies singles for the last time. Serena Williams, Simona Halep, there's our stats. Now let's grab my pencil. Total winners, we've learnt this all championships. Serena hit 17, Simona Halep hit 13. If you've learned nothing more in the last 2 weeks, so many of these matches, the women's included, the match loser hits more winners than the match winner. And it's simply math. You've got this pie of about 70% which is errors and about 30% which is winners. You don't have to win the winner battle. You have to win the error battle. Back to the card. Let's go to the bottom. Total unforced errors, 26 from Williams, 3 for Simona Halep. What else do you need to know? Serena missed the court a lot, but some of those, I'm not sure whether I'd actually label them as an unforced error. Let's go to the second point of the match. Serena won the first one, 15 loves. Nice serve down the middle, and she comes, cross-court roll. Normally you'd say, this is really good. Just a couple little things. Look at Serena. It's just a little pedestrian. She's kind of wandering in. Maybe she thought she hit. Simona Halep is hustling like crazy down in our far corner, and we saw her do this time and time again. This is winner when you're on defense. Defense goes. Kids all over the world, defense goes cross-court. You've been paying attention. I like that. Let's play it. And see where this one goes? Of course it goes cross-court. It ends up as offense, but it's really defense. Now, when you see players, such as our 2019 Wimbledon champion, go to the strings, then they don't care whether the strings are straight. She's not looking to say, oh, I've hit 2 balls, I've got to straighten the strings. That's not the purpose. This is a notepad, and you have a pen, and you're taking mental notes. It's a position of focus. You see players that are not focused, you know what they do? They run around. Look at the birds in the trees. Look over there. What's happening over here? Look at the person in the stands. No, you go to the strings, you walk around the match and you think, okay, she approached to my forehand. I went cross-court. If she approached to the forehand again, I'll go cross-court again. Focus here. Bring the eyes in to the strings. Come back to the cart. Look at Simona Halep. She is dialed in. Now serving at 4-1. Squat. Excellent defense. Excellent defense in the other corner. That's a winner. Where's the ball? It's in the middle of the line. Let's find it. Simona Halep. Hang on a second. I've got to press the right one. Come back. There we go. Right there. Simona Halep was painting lines. It was one of those days where Serena's got to think, you are hitting every line. You're getting every ball. Everything I do is coming back. And yes, it was one of those days today. Simona Halep was outstanding. She had great offense. It wasn't just defense, but look at this defense. She's on the dead run in the corner. Phenomenal defense. Let's play it. Serena's coming in. Ball comes back. The positive body language, the fist pump. I must confess, confession number 2. At the end of this match, I'm there with Rob Walker, and I said to Rob, I said, Simona Halep has conquered Serena Williams today on centre court at Wimbledon. But more importantly, Simona Halep has conquered Simona Halep. We have a history of a player that got close, played great, but had some self-defeating tendencies. Would get a little mad, get a little upset, pop the racket. These kind of things have hurt her in the past. She was magnificent. She was a 10 out of 10. She was the role model for being positive and mentally strong today. Let's go back to the card. Look at this. I've never seen so many times Simona Halep did a fist pump in a match than today. She was on. Not only is she playing defense, she's playing offense and hitting winners from these shots. There was not one sniff of negativity. Serving a backhand, trading blows. Amazing defense once again. Serena's not really getting in. When you're a little shell-shocked, when your opponent's playing great, you tend to not move as well. She's behind the service line and misses that. It's like, oh my goodness, every ball's coming back, it's coming back at my feet. There's set point. Serena didn't move her feet, the ball jammed her, and that was the first set. Everything Simona Halep touched today turned to gold. Even these leads, Serena goes back. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm going to throw it up. Serena's just standing back there. Maybe a little cat and mouse, goes one way. At least you guess. There's the fist pump again. Good return. Good defense. Surely you're not going to win this point. Alley to alley. Collecting frequent flyer miles on centre court. Another alley, 3 alleys in a row. Another fist pump. Simona Halep is off to the races. She is feeling it. She is running. Nothing was getting by her. Anytime the ball sat there, she ripped it, and she never gave up. She never stopped for one ball. Again, good defense down the line. Coming in, nice topspin, good cover. Another fist pump. So positive. Stepping in, there's the offense. It's not just the defense today for Simona, it's the offense as well. Deep middle, good ball, developing the point, staying in. Serena goes big. Come on, Craig, not this one too. Let's zoom in, down here. Everything that, there's our ball, it's identified, there it is there, just long. Everything that Simona Halep did today worked. Every little defense. One more ball in the court. One more fist pump on the way to victory. 5-2, 40 love, championship point. Bjorn Borg drops to his knees. Simona Halep drops to her knees. I remember Roger Federer winning an early Wimbledon, dropping to his knees. And immediately it smiles. Some players, immediately it's tears. Immediately the emotions, the raw emotions, and it all just comes flooding out. And that was today a little bit more for the coach's box, for the coaching team and for the family. The tears were flying there. But for Simona, it was all about the smile. It was all about, I did this. It must have felt so incredibly gratifying to slay the dragons, to be as positive as you've ever been on a tennis court. Rob talked about it this way, is that imagine being a 100-meter sprinter and you're racing for the gold in the Olympics and you put in a personal best time. That's what happened on centre court at Wimbledon today. Simona Halep, we salute you.
Thanks, Craig. Well, Simona Halep, not the only winner at Wimbledon today. Let's take you to court 3, where a bit of an upset. Aniek van Koot from the Netherlands, unseeded player, winning the ladies' wheelchair singles, beating the top seed, Diede de Groot, also from the Netherlands. A really close match, 6-4, 4-6, 7-5. But van Koot, in the end, winning the title. You can see just how happy she is. And here she is speaking to Carthy after the match.
Wimbledon champion Aniek van Koot alongside me. What does that sound like to you?
Amazing. It gives me goosebumps actually. Like I never dreamed of it. It's amazing. Yeah.
And it's such a special place, isn't it? How long have you wanted to win this title?
For a very long time. Obviously, in the past, I've won doubles together with Jiske Griffin, which was amazing. Doubles as well, but to be singles champion at Wimbledon, that's a dream come true.
You've already got the 2 singles titles at the Australian and the US Open. Was this one that you've just always thought that there's something extra about Wimbledon, isn't there?
There is, yeah. I think it's the biggest major of all slams. Everything is prestigious, it's nice, everyone's so friendly, it's lovely. And these flowers that grow at Wimbledon, they don't grow anywhere else, just here. I think that's amazing. To win here is phenomenal. Obviously, Roland Garros is high on my list as well, but I never thought that winning Wimbledon was even an option. Like, it was a goal, it was a dream, but to do it is, yeah, I surprised myself.
Well, the career Grand Slam is next, isn't it?
It is, definitely, but it's a long way. That's why I take my hat off for Dida, that she did that in singles. But we'll take it day by day. New adventures are coming. First doubles tomorrow, and then we'll be returning to Great Britain for the British Open, but it's on hard court again.
How pleased were you with the 3-set win, particularly against the top seed and also the winner of the Wimbledon title here for the last 2 years?
Well, last time we met on court, I lost in 2 sets, so I was already pleased to take the set. I was just getting more nervous, and the longer the match took, the more nervous I am. But yeah, it's nice to win a match like that, and it's really tough to lose a match like that. I know that feeling as well.
What was the crowd reaction like? Because they really have embraced their events here, haven't they?
A lot of people stayed and watched, and which was really nice to see. And but the whole Wimbledon, everyone is embracing wheelchair tennis, and even in the locker room, Barbora Stricheva, she made the semis, I think, in singles, and she's playing doubles final now. She congratulated me, and like, it's everywhere. We are included, and we've come from a long way, but it's fantastic to feel that.
Yeah, there's definitely been a change on that side. You ready for the doubles tomorrow as well to make it 2 titles?
Oh, I'm definitely pumped. First, for myself, I need to land a bit. I need to relax, talk things through with my coach, and then tomorrow is a new day, but I'm going to sleep so well tonight, I'm sure.
You can't quite celebrate yet, I suppose, but you will be able to on Sunday. Well, congratulations, you are the Wimbledon champion.
Thank you very much.
And another upset over on court 1 earlier. The unseeded Daria Sniger of Ukraine beating Alexa Noel of the USA, the number 10 seed in the girls' singles final in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4. And again, a real surprise for her. She beat the top seed in the semi-finals. A great run here at the championships, and she takes the title. And here she is speaking to Nick after the match.
Daria, congratulations. You're the first Ukrainian girl to win the singles title here at Wimbledon since 2004. What are your emotions right now?
I can't believe it now, really, because I know this and I'm really happy, of course. It's very good for me, for Ukraine, I think, for my academy, for my parents.
Take us through the emotions today. You're on the #1 court, a huge stadium. How did you stay focused to play your best tennis?
Oh, I'm really nervous because too much people, and I think I must to play in my tennis, but I'm really nervous in first set. All match I'm nervous, but I must to play, of course.
And what did it feel like when you were finally able to win that last match point?
Oh, if I win match point, I'm really happy, but I'm really tired. I think, oh, I finished Wimbledon, I finished tournaments, and I will go home. It's really good.
How much does it mean to you to have your first Grand Slam title in singles?
Sorry?
To have your first Grand Slam singles, you've won now your first. How does that feel?
It's very good. Of course, I'm happy. I worked every day for this trophy.
And for you also, this was a rematch of the Roehampton. Last week you played Alexa Knoll in Roehampton. How tough was it to play the same opponent? Because she's very tough.
Today we have more harder matches because I think it's Wimbledon final, of course, and too much people, and we are really nervous, me and Alexa, but we must to play, really.
Wimbledon champ now, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, let's take you back to 2008 when, Laura, you lifted the girls' singles trophy here at Wimbledon. Your memories of that day and how that then, kick-started your career into the pros?
Well, the juniors was such an important part for me because it teaches you how to travel. A lot of the time you are sort of by yourself or with one other coach, and it just gets you into the beginning stages of the tour, and playing the final out on court one, as they always do at Wimbledon, is a massive, massive step up from what a lot of these juniors are used to. So, yeah, it's been really nice to see a couple of the junior matches this year, to see the level, and on the girls and the guys side, there's been some really impressive tennis.
And as a player who, had success at the junior level here and then went on and had success in the pros as you have done, what would be some tips that you would give to, perhaps Snegur, who's just won the title and is hoping to crack the pros then?
We're saying it's so cute that she was reapplying her sun cream all the time during the match.
That's number one tip. Sunscreen.
Transition to the pros with your sunscreen. No, you just have to kind of get used to playing on the big stages, to competing against really great players week in, week out, and the junior scale is a lot shorter than the seniors, and so it's sort of figuring out how you want to play it in terms of travel, in terms of schooling. A lot of players are still juggling that, including the British junior Emma Raducanu. She had exams right up until the junior event this week, and it's a lot of pressure to be able to handle both.
Was there anything that you sort of wish you'd known that you perhaps figured out in the second, third, fourth year out on tour that you could have done better at the start? Because there must be so many things that you have to think about other than just what goes on between the lines on the court that you perhaps didn't have to think about as a junior.
Yeah, I think, if anything, I wish I would have focused more on the mental aspect of the game from earlier on in my career. It was something that wasn't really spoken about up until relatively recently, where people were doing it but not really saying that they were doing it, and it was still sort of the stigma attached to it. So if anything, I wish I'd just worked on it harder, seen a sports psychologist, because especially when you're transitioning from juniors to seniors, it's a massive step up, and it's really mentally draining. It's a lot of travel, a lot of time away from home, and yeah, I think if anything, that should be the main focus when you're trying to break through.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to following the career of Daria Snegur of Ukraine in the next few years as she transitions from the juniors to the pros. But now let's get back to reaction to Simona Halep's victory in the ladies singles final, beating Serena Williams 6-2, 6-2. We can catch up with Nick again.
Well, Adrian, what a big win for Simona Halep. What will this mean for her in Romania?
I think it's amazing. I mean, it's one of the best moments in the sports history in our country. I mean, she's a superstar at this point. She's probably the best, one of the best sports people in Romania in the whole sports. I mean, it's Nadia, it's Hagi, and Simona at this point. Winning Wimbledon, making her mother dream coming alive, and now being a multiple Grand Slam champion means the world for her. I think it's a great accomplishment. She was due to win another slam at some point. I mean, she had a great year. Maybe not so in the results, but her game was constantly growing, and this was an amazing tournament, playing some of her best tennis, I think, ever. I mean, I never saw her playing at this level. Maybe again against Serena in Singapore 5 years ago, but this was on the stage. Was amazing.
It certainly was amazing. You followed her career rather closely for a few years. What have you been most impressed with as she's come through these last 2 weeks here, Adrian, and won the Wimbledon title?
I think, I mean, talking about it overall, I think she's playing an amazing tennis, but what impresses me most about her is her character, the way she behaves herself, how she constantly tries to improve, how she, I don't know, treats other people, how she wants to give back. I mean, all these kind of people, kind of things. Like Roger said yesterday, if you do the right thing, probably something good will happen to you. So I think this is the most, and obviously her ability to constantly work and improve her game. I mean, she works probably harder than a lot of people are thinking about. I mean, a lot of people are thinking that she works hard, but she works harder than that.
Wow.
And I mean, that's how you do it, you know? That's how you win Wimbledon, probably.
What was the talk for you in the Romanian press about she wasn't able to defend her title successfully at Roland Garros? What was the talk about that, and then coming to Wimbledon? She didn't have too much expectation here.
Yeah, I mean, probably not a lot of people saw this coming, winning Wimbledon, especially after being defeated in quarters in Roland Garros. But on the other hand, I think after 2 great years and very challenging and a lot of difficult situations which she overcame, and a lot of pressure, I mean, she was due to have maybe, like she says, some chill half a year. And people in Romania were, let's say, they understood. They understand what's happening with her. They understand that she needs to, to relax. Yeah, to relax a little bit. Yeah, and now, I mean, I think back home it's crazy. I mean, people are celebrating already. We're having the Bucharest tournament going on right now, and people are watching the qualifying, and they were like screaming and chanting about Simona and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's amazing.
The last thing I want to ask you is Daniel Dobre has been instrumental. He's been so helpful to her the last few months. Do you think that partnership is one of the reasons why she was able to find her great tennis, even though, as you say, she's been rather chill and relaxed off the court? I
do think Daniel Dobre has a good impact on her. I mean, she trusts him, which is very important with Simona. She needs to trust her team, yeah. She knows him very well since, like, I don't know, more than probably 10 years. She used to work with him back in the time, on and off. And I talked with him back in April after their first tournament together. And one of the first that he told me was that he believes that Simona has the game for grass. I mean, he never said that she's going to win Wimbledon, but he said that I believe Simona has the game to win on grass. The surface kind of suits her in a way that people maybe don't see. But I'm confident that she's going to be able to do a good tournament when Wimbledon will come. Wow. So he also said that he would be very pleased. I mean, he would love to win Wimbledon more than anything else. So yeah, I think they have a good partnership, and Daniel is probably the best solution, and obviously the best solution in order to make life after that. We know Darren Cahill, how important it was for her, for Simona.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you very much.
And Laura, we've spoken about what's next for Serena Williams and how she, hopes to get that 24th Grand Slam title, perhaps at the US Open. What for Simona Halep? I'm sure she's going to take some time off now to enjoy this and relax, perhaps go on holiday.
Well, it's sort of the opposite of any advice you would give to Serena, where for Simona you kind of say take a step back, enjoy the moment, and a lot of times you can feel like you need to rush back into a full schedule, but she's done her job and she can take a couple of weeks off, I would imagine. Enjoy the moment. She's probably going to go back to Romania and see all her family and soak up for all the popularity over there. And yeah, I would expect her to play Cincinnati, play Toronto before US Open, just to get a few matches on the hard court, but just relax.
And knowing the calendar as you do, from now until the US Open, what tournaments do you think she would perhaps target as one to come back, or could we not see her in action until the US Open? She'd probably want to play a couple before then, wouldn't she?
Well, she will. She'll have to as well, unless she's injured, because of the mandatory tournaments that you have to play to keep your ranking where it's at. And this is now an opportunity for her to really gain some points in the ranking system, because she's not defending a huge amount over the next couple of months. And so off the top of my head, I would think definitely Cincinnati and Toronto before US Open.
One thing we haven't seen, as we've been discussing in the lead up to the Grand Slam tournaments in the last few years in terms of the ladies' side of the game, is a player that can win a Grand Slam title and then go on and win 2, 3, 4 in a row. But we haven't seen that happen. Could that happen with Simona? Do you think she could go and lift the US Open title in New York and then go on a bit of a run and break that run of different wins for Grand Slam?
Well, we saw it actually with Osaka in US Open last year and then followed it up in Australia, which really doesn't happen very often because a lot of the time it's so hard to reset after such a massive win. And I don't see why Halep can't do it.
Absolutely. Be interesting to see how she gets on at the US Open. So just confirmation of the result from centre court earlier, the final of the ladies singles. Simona Halep winning her second Grand Slam title, the number 7 seed from Romania, 6-2, 6-2 in 56 minutes over Serena Williams. And we can hand over to the review team now to look back at what was a fabulous day for the Romanian.
Welcome back to the All England Club Ladies Singles Finals Day. The anticipation was there, the expectation obvious, so much on the line for two very talented performers. Talking of talented performers, Daniela Hanchikova and Nick McCarville are reunited once again. Question for you, Daniela, going into that final, who was under greater pressure, Serena Williams or Simona Halep?
I think 50-50, because both girls were trying to create history of their own. Simona, obviously, you know, going for that first Wimbledon title, that's always going to be the most special one to her, and Serena, obviously, 24. So I think it was really a 50-50 match as far as the mental part of it goes.
Yes, and the mental part was always going to be critical. We'd seen in the past that Serena could crumble, if that's not too harsh a word, under pressure in big events, and in the past Simona's had problems in that area, though she seems to have improved an awful lot of late, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think they've both learned over their career how to handle those pressure situations. For Simona, it was the first 3 Grand Slam finals. She came up donuts, and people were kind of saying, wait, is she cursed? Can she not get over this finish line? She won that coveted French Open title, the title she dreamed of as a little girl last year, and it sort of set the stage for today. Where would this battle bring out? Which champion would win out today? And it really set up what I thought was going to be a standout match.
Well, centre court certainly holds some very special memories for Serena Williams. She was competing in her 11th Wimbledon final and, of course, going in search of that historic 20 Slam singles title. Simona was making her own piece of history as the first Romanian woman to reach the final here at the All England Club. Judging by the head-to-head record, well, a Williams victory looked likely. She'd won 9 of their previous 10 encounters, but Halep's previous 4 Grand Slam finals had all gone the distance. Would that pattern be repeated 7 years on from the last 3-setter in this showpiece event? Well, commentary comes from John McEnroe, Tracy Austin and Sam Smith.
Once again, the 23-time Grand Slam champion in history.
First set, Serena Williams to serve. Ready? Play. 15 love. 15 all.
This is the 126th Wimbledon ladies singles final. Everyone a little tense in these opening moments.
All.
Type of rally that Simona would like to get in, extend the amount of shots struck, and beautiful chance for her to break first game.
Serena's second serves break point down have been very short throughout this championships. Broken for the 12th time in this tournament, and what a start for Halep.
This is a big jump up in level for both players. Serena has just played one player in the top 20 on the way to the final. Gerges ranked 17, and Halep one player in the 10. That's Svitolina. That was the only seed Halep played. One of the best defenders in the women's game, and she hit so well on the run. 15 all. Offensive from a defensive position.
Is there anyone quicker in the women's game?
And 116 miles an hour on that serve. Halep had no trouble with it.
She's got to start coming up with sort of pace on her serve. Do that more often. Tremendous return, no doubt. Got to win some easy points on serve.
All.
Great point for a 3-love lead.
Wow, this wasn't in the script.
What a start.
Only her finest performance will give her a chance out here, but what a start for the Romanian. 3-love, double break. She leads first set.
Halep leads 3 games to love first set.
Can Halep convert the dream start into taking this opening set? New balls here.
15 love.
from Halep. Such an awkward position just to get that ball back in play.
And again, this is an extremely well-struck ball there. How in the world did she get that back? It made it a tricky angle. That's a hard shot for Serena to pull off there.
Starts to get in her opponent's head that they have to do so much.
She even got that back.
Dad, I can hardly believe this start. It's as if Serena's playing two Simonas down the... And Halep just steadying herself here. With 2 set points. Dancing in the streets of Bucharest. What a start for their superstar. It's Halep who takes the opening set by 6-2 in less than half an hour. She's everywhere.
Might as well just keep standing.
Serena keeps feeling the open court, and Halep's there.
Thank you.
Didn't do enough with that overhead, obviously. Casual looking. Put her in a hole at love 30.
Serena might try to go behind Halep on some of these shots. Trying a wrong footer.
Got it.
She is in the zone. Seems like Halep's there before Serena even hits the ball. She knows exactly where Williams is going to hit.
Cat-like quickness out there so far. It's a miss-hit return. You said go behind her. Well, she was ready for it there.
Irresistible, and Williams in real trouble now. The Romanian leading by a set and a break.
Halep leads 3 games to 2 second set and by 1 set to none.
Don't often see that kind of reaction from Orosine.
Sister Isha on the left.
15-13.
Well, she knows it's cannot afford to lose a serve now.
Serena thinks she was jinxed. How well Angie Kerber played 12 months ago here in this Wimbledon final. Naomi Osaka in New York, and now Halep flying here.
Yeah, 3 big serve, about time, she says. Still in it.
Serena's only served 1 ace for the match. She had over 20 against risk.
Yes, Duchess of Sussex looking very nervous for her close friend.
Serena a little slow getting to that ball. Really got to push herself right now. It's really her last stand.
She has one break, but a second would be ideal. Oh!
She actually overran that return.
It hit the line and checked, and Halep ran into it. First break points. Williams is saved.
Important that could turn out to
If this final is going to turn, this is the game that it's going to happen.
Serena cannot believe all these mistakes. She sinks towards the ground after that backhand. 24th unforced error. To just 3 for Halep.
Another chance in this game for Halep. It's all again for Halep, and she refuses to budge. And she is within 1 game of the title.
Halep leads 5 games to 2, second set, and by 1 set left.
Unbelievable. 6-2, 5-2.
54 minutes.
What a moment for Romania and Simona Halep. Serving for the title.
15 left.
Halep's last title, Montreal last summer, 11 months ago.
Not even an hour on the clock, and Simona, not a flicker from the former world number 1. In a hurry here, Romania has never had a Wimbledon singles champion. Halep with championship points. and they will be dancing in the streets of Bucharest. Her country to a standstill. And John and Tracy, I think, will be great performances in a Wimbledon final.
Unbelievable tennis, and she put herself in such a bubble mentally. Didn't look like she even allowed herself to think of the end, that she was in total disbelief at the end. Just a wonderful moment.
And the ladies singles champion for 2019, Simona Halep.
What a moment for Simona Halep. What an incredible performance from Simona Halep. That Venus Rosewater dish is hers. It had been her mum's dream since she was 11 years of age. She said beforehand her stomach wasn't feeling too well, but goodness me, she did not show any nerve on court. And that, along with a cheque for £2.35 million, is her reward. The first Romanian lady, indeed the first Romanian, to win an individual singles title. Serena, it has to be said, was very gracious in defeat, but her wait for that historic 24th Grand Slam singles title goes on. As for Simona, at 27 years of age and having produced that sort of play in a final, who knows what is possible. Daniela, just sum up that extraordinary hour, less than an hour, that we saw out there.
3 unforced errors. Yeah. I mean, where do you go from there? I mean, and it was from Serena to hear how much credit she gave Simona for the final, because she couldn't have played a better match. This is the best I've ever seen her play, and yeah, I mean, I was getting really emotional because obviously she's a very close friend of mine, and I know all the hard work she has put in, and it's nice to see that kind of a cool and chilled attitude that she brought here is paying off, because we know that in the past maybe she would have put a lot of expectation on herself, and now seeing her how much she enjoys her time away from tennis and on the court as well, you know, she's got it all right, and I just keep hoping that she's gonna continue going like this, with this kind of attitude where it's all about enjoying the time with her family and friends, and becoming a better person to start with, and after that a better player as well.
Yeah, well, she said that's been part of it. I want to be a better person, and by becoming a better person, I'm now a much better player, and the world is her oyster, Nick, well, is it not?
And you also, completely, Marcus, you look at the team that she's surrounded herself with. You see Daniel Dobre there crying, wiping the tears away courtside. He's known her since she was a young girl. Darren Cahill has been at both of her semifinal and final pre-practices. They gave each other a little fist bump before she walked into the center court locker room today. Her mom couldn't speak to her after the match because she was crying too much. I mean, these are the kind of things that you need to fall into place, to have people around you to encourage you. And after she and Cahill split ways, I think there was a lot of question marks around Simona. How would she figure out to contain, but then also to bring that fire into her belly to play her best tennis? And I think that working mechanism, including Virginia Rosici, who's a former major champion herself, she's Simona's agent, they're all the working pieces of the puzzle. And I spoke with Adrian Toko, who's a Romanian journalist, after the match, and he said that everyone thinks Simona works hard. She works even harder than you would think. That is paying dividends. It paid off today.
Well, that's why we must not forget her fitness coach, Theo, who's been with her ever since they were junior. And actually, Darren always makes fun of them, that they're almost like a husband and wife kind of relationship, because they've been together for so long. And that's why the way she's physically and how fit she is, it's thanks to him, and because he's known her so long and so well.
She was brilliant. Serena admitted afterwards that she was like a deer in the headlights, and you know, very striking image that I'm going to take away from that match was her lack of movement. Now, she's almost 38 years of age. We know how desperately she wants another Grand Slam title. Do you think she is still capable of getting to that 20?
I absolutely believe that she is. I just wish that maybe she could play a little bit more tournaments if she's healthy enough, because, you know, that lack of matches, it's going to show up at some point at the big stage, as it did maybe today, a little bit with the movement, and maybe she wouldn't have that problem if she played just a little bit more. I'm not saying, you know, playing 20 tournaments a year, but just to maybe two tournaments leading up to a slam, then obviously taking the week off for the slam would just give her a little bit more confidence. And, you know, the champion she is, there is absolutely no reason why she shouldn't be able to lift another one. And I think, I'm sure all of of us would love to see that.
Yeah, well, she loves to prove people wrong, so of course she's got an opportunity.
Yeah, she certainly does. And actually, Danielle, I think she agrees with you. She said after the match that she wants to, or maybe she needs to consider to play more, because Serena's lost that aura a little bit about her on court. She's lost that step, and it used to be that she had 3, 4, maybe even 5 games won before they even said ready, play. That's gone. She loses to Sophia Kenin at the French Open and then doesn't play another match until her first round here. And just that rust, the mental energy, all those little creaks and cracks that are created in her game in her late 30s, that's a tough task than 10 years ago when she was winning everything in sight. It's an uphill battle for her, but I agree, if she plays more, to groove herself in for the majors.
And it doesn't mean that she has to win these tournaments. At least 3-4 matches getting into the quarters, semis, she would already feel so much better. So, you know, it's not like, I think she's very close. It's not like now she has to climb the highest mountain. Like, she's doing the right things. As she said herself, finally she's healthy and she can really focus on the tennis now. So let's just hope we see her entering maybe a few more. Then everything's possible with Serena.
It will be interesting to see what schedule she decides upon during the summer hardcourt season in North America. But today is all about Simona Halep. There was plenty of emotion, as Nick and Daniela mentioned in her. Look at the crowds that tried to get as close a view as possible on the Southwest Hall. You know, we had royalty in the royal boxes. This was a very royal, like a coronation almost, and I'm sure she'll be holding on to that dish for as long as she possibly can. An incredible performance. Romania has its first Wimbledon singles champion, and what a way to do it, inside an hour in straight sets against Serena Williams. Now, while the ladies singles final was taking centre stage, there was plenty going on elsewhere around the All England club. Australia's Dylan Alcott and Britain's Andy Lapthorne teamed up to win the inaugural quad wheelchair doubles on Friday. Today they were on opposite sides of the net in the men's singles final, and it was Alcott who took the individual title 6-love, 6-2 to become Wimbledon's first quad wheelchair singles champion, and so complete the career Grand Slam. Over on court 3, Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsson defeated 3-time defending champions Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid to win the men's wheelchair doubles. The Swedish-Belgian pairing avenging their defeat in last year's final, winning in straight sets 6-4, 6-2 to take the title. Some team. Now, the final of the ladies' wheelchair singles was an all-fair and a rematch of last year's final, with #1 seed Didier de Groot taking on Aniek van Koot. De Groot was looking to complete a hat-trick of Wimbledon singles titles against her doubles partner, who had never beaten her before in a Grand Slam, but van Koot got the better of her compatriot this time around, winning 7-5 in the third set. First Wimbledon singles title. And finally, on court 1, unseeded Ukrainian Daria Snigor defeated the American 10th seed Alexa Noel 6-4, 6-4 to win the girls' singles final. This was a repeat of the final at the Junior International at Roehampton last week, in which the Ukrainian also came out on top. The 17-year-old joins the likes of Ashley Barty, Elena Ostapenko and Caroline Wozniacki in winning the Wimbledon girls' title. She's got an unusual style, but it's mighty effective. Well, the men's doubles final is currently taking place on centre court. The French pair of Mahou and Edouard Roger-Vasselin are set up at the moment. You get the sense that that could go on for some time to come. We've got the ladies' doubles final after that. So it's been busy, but we've still already got some terrific shot stoppers to show you right now.
Oh, what an incredible point! And this time,
toughest shot in the game lands on hips from Ledecka.
What a start.
Only her finest performance will give her a chance out here, but what a start for the Romanian. 3-love, double break. She leads first set.
Halep leads 3 games to love first set.
You try doing that. You try doing that. It is so hard.
No, it's not easy. There's two bounces still in play. Oh, Alfie Hewitt to the rescue. There comes the cavalry. That fearsome backhand in full swing already from Hewitt here.
Oh, Simona.
Get her racket on the ball, she'll get it back.
Okay, so plenty to reflect on. First of all, shot of the day for you?
I'm definitely going with Simona's back the line. It's the shot that I've talked through the tournament about because it's her signature shot, and being able to produce that kind of shot on this occasion, it's just so hard to do because obviously you get tight, your legs stop moving, but she was just swinging at everything, and that shot deserves a lot of attention.
Well, I thought Dylan Alcott was a breath of fresh air in this event. The quad wheelchair was a new event this year at Wimbledon. That backhand return was insane. He had some great shots today, and he's the winner in both doubles and singles in the quad.
Okay, and Barami, I know we've seen it a few times, but all the tricks, you never get tired of that.
Old.
Just in terms of the wheelchair events, which have built up over the past 2 or 3 years, huge crowds, so much passion out there. As you say, Dylan Alcott's a superstar. Andy Lapthorne is flying the flag very impressively for the host nation. Wonderful stuff to see, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. Actually, just next to us here on court 12 today is where Alcott and Lapthorne played, and it was a great crowd, enthusiastic. You've got Gordon Reed and Alfie Hewitt. You've got the Dutch rivalry on the women's side. You've got some great athletes from all around the world, and it's really cool to see. If you've never actually seen wheelchair tennis, it's phenomenal. They get 2 bounces, and also just go to the Wimbledon YouTube page. You can see highlights. They're exceptional athletes.
And if you've never seen, you have to see them working out. I mean, a couple of times when I go there early in the morning, that's when they do their warm-ups, and it's just blown my mind. I mean, we, not me anymore, but the pros on the tour, they don't warm up like that. I mean, and the way they hit the ball, as you said, like if you've never seen it live, go and check it out because it's impressive what these guys are able to do.
And success for an unseeded Ukrainian in the girls' singles. I mentioned that Darius Nagor has a quite unusual style about her, but for now at least it's working. Can sometimes be a millstone around the neck. You become a junior champion, so much expectation. Doesn't always necessarily follow that you're going to become a star in the senior game, but you know, it's a great start nonetheless. You're not going to say no to it, are you?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it gives you so much motivation to train and to believe in yourself. But as you said, it's such a long way between winning junior title and then actually making through on the professional circuit. But you know, this is a good start for her, as you said, and hopefully it's not going to feel under too much pressure now. But she's taking it as just purely as a motivational stuff.
Boys singles final tomorrow, of course. Oh, and then there's Roger Federer against Novak Djokovic as well, which isn't a bad way to bring the championships to a climax. Mixed doubles final after that too, with some really experienced campaigners in Lindstedt and Ostapenko and Dodik and Chan. But as far as Djokovic and Federer are concerned, a reminder that the head-to-head is in Djokovic's favour by 25 to 22. By no means is this a scientific poll, but I haven't found anybody who's backing Roger Federer tomorrow. So
really?
I am.
Nick? Yeah, I am too.
I've suddenly found 2 in that case.
Suddenly we've agreed with each other a lot the last few days.
You're definitely in a minority, I would have to say.
Are we? Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
listen,
I'm not surprised.
It's going to be really tough, right, for Roger, especially backing up that win over Rafa. I just think the way that he played his tennis, he beat Rafa on Roger's terms. And if Roger's playing on his terms tomorrow, I think that first set is going to be really important for Roger. I think if he loses that first set, it's going to be tough to climb that mountain back against Novak. But I just think the way that he came through, the kind of tennis, he's aggressive, he's coming over that backhand, he's hitting well from the backcourt, the serve's working, he's getting into net 33 times at net against Rafa. I think that he could certainly do it.
To me, it's not that he's the only favorite. They're both favorites to win, but as you said, no one really mentioned Roger actually can win as well. And to me, it's, look, in the finals of Wimbledon, it's always 50-50. And the only thing that's for sure that we're going to see incredible match. Obviously, Novak, the way he's been playing the last two matches, it just like there is no hole on the court where you can actually hit the winner past him. And Roger knows that. He knows how much work he's got ahead of himself tomorrow. So I'm sure that both of these guys are just really taking it easy tonight and getting ready for that match because it's going to be just exceptional.
Well, do you disagree with us, by the way?
Come on.
I said 50-50,
yes,
so...
do. But
Oh, wow.
you're either both going to be looking very clever tomorrow or humble pie will be yours for dinner.
Yes, it certainly
we
will
shall
be.
see. We'll have a lot of fun, I suspect, finding out which of us are right. As always, Nick and Daniela, thank you very much indeed. So, yeah, Federer and Djokovic to look forward to tomorrow. But today does belong to Simona Halep, whose mum had a dream that at the age of 10, 11 or 12 her daughter would do something special in the professional game. My goodness me, she has certainly done that. Congratulations to Simona. And we shall say goodbye and listen to what she had to say with that beguiling smile. Never far from
Good
her
afternoon,
features.
ladies and gentlemen. We've obviously got a full press conference, so can you do one question at a time and hands up, please?
Simone, how's it feel to be a member of the All England Club now?
Feels good. I wanted this badly. When I started the tournament, I talked to the people from the locker room that my dream is to become a member here. So today it's real, and I'm really happy.
Simona, after winning Roland Garros in 2018, being #1, you had to find new goals. How did you do it, and how did you neutralize the game of Serena after losing 9 times to her?
Well, so I will start talking about the match. I knew that I have to be aggressive and being 100% for every ball, that I don't have to let her come back to the match because she's so powerful and so strong. She knows how to manage every moment. So I knew that I have to stay there, which I did pretty well today. I'm very sure that was the best match of my life. Also on grass against her is never easy. So I'm really proud of my game of today and the whole tournament. I managed, after winning the French Open pretty well, even if I was a little bit exhausted in the end of the last year. I took a big holiday, a long holiday, and then I said that it's a chill year, but I meant that I want to relax as a person, not as a player. I still worked hard for every day, for every match, every tournament. That's why I was able to win this tournament now, in this moment. So I've been professional all the time, so I'm happy about what I achieved these 2 weeks, and I can't describe how I feel winning Wimbledon. It's pretty special.
Simona, congratulations. When we last spoke, you said it was your mother's dream for you to play in the Wimbledon final. What has she said to you after winning it? Because you're the first person from Romania to win it.
Who?
You're the first person from
Yeah, I know. Who told what?
You said your mother.
My mother, yes.
Yeah,
okay, I understood well.
It was her dream for you to play in Wimbledon final.
Yeah, she didn't say anything because she was crying. So first, I hugged her and I kissed her. I knew that she is very emotional, and I just told her that we'll talk later.
Simona, congrats. I wanted to
Thank
see
you.
what it felt like for you to be on the court mentally playing so well. Did you have to think a lot, or were you able to just kind of shut your mind off and let your body take over?
Well, I thought about the match, but I didn't think at all against who I play, because I've always been intimidated a little bit when I faced Serena. She's an inspiration for everyone and a model for everyone. So today I decided before the match that I'm going to focus on myself and on the final of Grand Slam, not on. So that's why I was able to play my best, to be relaxed, and to be able to be positive and confident against her.
What are you thinking when you're up 4
love after 11 minutes against Serena? Is it fun? Is it
Nothing.
scary?
Trust me.
Are you
Yeah.
trying not to think about the score at that point? Or
Nothing. And at set and 5-2, when I was serving, after a few points during the match, I looked at the scoreboard and I said, okay, it's 5-2. It's real. So, and then I just played every ball. I didn't think at the score at all.
Daniel Dobrev was in tears.
Every match, actually.
have you had a chance to talk to him, and can you explain what it means like to him to bring you to this after Darren, of course, had the success with you in France?
Well, yeah, I have a good team. I have good people around me, and I really thank them. He's very emotional, and I like that. He's a good person. Talked after the match just a little bit, not tennis. He said that it was unbelievable how I could win this match. Of course, Darren is part of this. I talked with him all the time. He came to see my match again today. His heart is with us, and a little bit stronger today, honestly, to be able to believe that I have the chance to win. So all of the people that I have in my team are great, and they help me to trust in myself that I'm able to do good things.
Did you decide before the match to start in that way, very, very fast? And if you decide this before the match, it was because you see what happened to Serena the previous finals, which she was surprised many times. Which is your idea about what happened to Serena? I mean,
well, I decided this morning how I have to play against her. I knew exactly what I have to do to put her in trouble and not letting her make her game, because when she has time, she plays unbelievable. So, and I played many times against her. I knew how the ball is coming. I knew what she doesn't like that much. I don't know. Today I just went for it like in Singapore. I had that image in my head, and I really believe that there is a chance to do the same thing. And I knew that I have to stay there every ball. Otherwise, when she comes back, she's very powerful.
Simona, after the match, you said that you were very nervous and it even affected your stomach.
Yeah.
How did you get over that feeling of nervousness and change things?
Well, the nerves were positive this time, so was negative, and I felt in the stomach, and I tried to control the emotions. I tried to focus on the game, what I have to play. In the warm-up, I was great also, so gave me a little bit confidence more that I feel the ball and all is good. I always play well when I have emotions, so I don't try to ignore them or I don't fight against them. So I try to take them as a positive and just trying to control them to put them in the right way, which I did today, and that's why I was able to do the best match.
Hi. You said a couple of days ago that you wanted the Duchess of Cambridge to be watching you today. Do you think she was your lucky mascot, and what did she say to you after the match?
It was an honor to play in front of her, and I had the chance to meet her after the match. She's very kind, very nice, and it was an extra boost when I saw all of them there, the royal family, and winning in this position, it's really nice. It's unforgettable.
The Wimbledon Channel full mix right. 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 Wimbledon Channel full mix right. The 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 Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Right. Channel Full Mix Right. The Wimbledon 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 Channel Full Mix Light. 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 The Wimbledon Channel Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 Right. 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 The Wimbledon Channel Mix Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Right. 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 Channel Full Mix Right. The Wimbledon Channel Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 Right. Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Right. The Wimbledon Channel Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 Light. 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 Channel Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 Right. 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 The Wimbledon Channel Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Right. 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 Channel Full Mix Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Right. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Light. 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 The Wimbledon Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel 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 Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 Light. Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel 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 Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel 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 Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 right. 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 The Wimbledon Channel full mix. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Light. 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 The Wimbledon Channel Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full 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 Mix. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix Light. 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 The Wimbledon Channel Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 Light. The Channel Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon 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 Channel full mix right. 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 The Wimbledon Channel mix right. The Wimbledon Channel full 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 Mix Light. 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 The Wimbledon Channel Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full 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 Mix Light. The Full Mix Light. The Wimbledon Channel Light. The Wimbledon Channel Full Mix 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 right. The Channel full mix right. The Wimbledon 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 Channel full mix. The Wimbledon Channel full mix right. 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 The Channel full mix right. The Wimbledon 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 Channel full mix right. Channel full mix right. The Wimbledon 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 Channel full mix. The Wimbledon Channel full mix right. 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 The Wimbledon Channel mix right. The Wimbledon Channel full 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 mix right. The Wimbledon Channel right. The Wimbledon Channel full mix 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 right. The Wimbledon Channel